Chapter 1222. A great demon that had lived for countless years was sucked into the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. Then, the primordial chaos qi in the mountain and river cauldron directly refined the great demon. The primordial chaos qi was the ancestral qi of heaven and earth. A trace of it could crush an ancient being. Even if a sage was sucked into the mountain and river cauldron, he would not be able to withstand the obliteration of the primordial chaos qi. The old demon perished, and an ancient bell flew out of the mountain and river cauldron. Although Gu Fei killed the old demon with the mountain and river cauldron, he did not destroy the ancient bell. This ancient bell was an ancient weapon. It was a magic treasure refined by an ancient mighty figure and had great power. Although Gu Fei could not use it, he could give it to others. Gu Fei calmly put away the mountain and river cauldron and the ancient bell, then rushed in another direction. At this time, the Tao body that Gu Fei had evolved with the Three Pure Ones secret technique had already fought with another great demon, causing a part of heaven and earth to collapse and shatter. Boom! Gu Fei's Tao body displayed the flawless Five Elements fist, attracting the power of the five elements of heaven and earth. The five elements' true power in his body was vast and mighty, as if there were five small worlds revolving around him. Every punch he threw out attracted the powerful and ferocious five elements' true power. Each punch shattered the void of heaven and earth, forcing the old demon to retreat. Swoosh! The green saber light flashed across the sky. The old demon shrouded in green demonic light was fighting desperately. He did not hesitate to consume his true essence to activate the bronze saber in his hand, wanting to cut down Gu Fei's Tao body. However, Gu Fei's Tao body was equivalent to Gu Fei's real body. There was almost no difference between it and the real body, and it could display all the great techniques of the real body. There was Tao rhyme flowing under the Tao body. This was a phenomenon that would only occur when the immortal Tao divine technique was displayed to its limit, drawing a trace of Tao power between heaven and earth. Gu Fei's Taoist body used the 8 desolation steps and moved quickly in the void. He dodged the saber lights and approached the old monster with a strong will to fight. At this time, Gu Fei's real body also arrived, but he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he just stood aside and watched. His Taoist body was equivalent to himself, so it was equivalent to his real body attacking. However, Gu Fei's Taoist body didn't have a holy weapon. Even though he had the upper hand, it was still difficult for him to kill the old monster. After all, the old monster's bronze saber was also an ancient weapon. Clang! Gu Fei's Taoist body approached the old monster and directly clashed with the bronze saber in the old monster's hand. Sounds of metal clashing rang out, but the bronze saber failed to hurt Gu Fei's Taoist body. The flawless Five Elements fist technique caused the war saber in old Yao's hand to shake again and again. The ferocious power caused blood to flow out of old Yao's hands, which were gripping the saber, and the war saber nearly flew out of his hand. The human tribe's martial body is actually so powerful. The old monster was shocked to the extreme. He never thought that his opponent could fight endlessly with a Taoist body and even had the upper hand. Swoosh! A divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body, and there was a scroll wrapped in the divine light. Gu Fei's Taoist body took the scroll and shook it. Rumble, the void trembled, and the scroll suddenly unfolded. A wave of the power of heaven and earth surged out from the scroll, and there seemed to be a world evolving on the scroll. This was the mountain and river diagram, a holy weapon. The holy aura emitted from the mountain and river diagram made the world lose its color. It was as if a saint had suddenly descended. What? The old monster was really shocked. His opponent had actually used a holy weapon. This was bad. He didn't think and immediately turned around to escape. However, at this time, the mountain and river diagram in the hands of Gu Fei's Taoist body had already unfolded. It expanded infinitely, enveloped the whole world, and sealed the void. A world of mountains and rivers emerged from the scroll, and the power of heaven and earth surged violently. It was as if a world was pressing down from the sky, and it directly sucked the old monster into the mountain and river diagram. There was no suspense. If one wasn't a saint, he was still an ant. The mountain and river diagram was a holy weapon, and the power of heaven and earth directly killed the old monster. After the old monster was killed by Gu Fei's Taoist body, the bronze war saber also fell into the hands of Gu Fei's Taoist body. This was an ancient weapon of the demon tribe. It was a bronze war saber, and it was branded with ancient demon tribe Taoist patterns. It was a demon saber refined by a great demon in ancient times. Gu Fei's Taoist body flew towards Gu Fei, and then it quickly shrank and disappeared between his eyebrows. After killing the two old monsters, Gu Fei chased in the direction where He Tian disappeared. He Tian chased after the celestial demon emperor and walked into the depths of the Red Plains. In the depths of the Red Plains was the legendary place where saints were buried. It was said that ancient saints were buried there, and it was the most dangerous place in the Red Plains. No one dared to walk into the depths of the Red Plains. In the Red Plains, apart from the Red Land, there was also a blood mist that floated around all year round. The originally boundless Red Land would suddenly surge with a monstrous blood mist. Such changes came without warning and were unpredictable. In the depths of the Red Plains, the blood mist was steaming. Even though Gu Fei had cultivated the martial path Heavenly Eye, he couldn't see far. The divine thoughts that he released were also greatly weakened in this place. The entire Red Plains was shrouded in an unfathomable power. Gu Fei followed the traces left behind by He Tian and only chased for 500 kilometers before he found a headless corpse under a hill. Judging from the clothes of the corpse, it was the celestial demon emperor. The celestial demon emperor was actually dead. His head had been blown up, and his primordial spirit had been destroyed. His body and spirit had been destroyed, leaving behind only a headless corpse. Who killed the celestial demon emperor? Gu Fei knew that this wasn't He Tian's method. If He Tian wanted to kill someone, he didn't have to blow up a person's head. Such a method was too bloody. Gu Fei suddenly frowned. He sensed a strange fluctuation and hurriedly looked at the wound on the celestial demon emperor's neck. He saw a trace of black qi lingering around the wound on the celestial demon emperor's neck. It was not an ordinary black qi. Gu Fei sensed the fluctuation of demonic power from the black qi. Could it be that the person who killed the celestial demon emperor was an expert of the demons? Did the experts of the demons also enter the Red Plains? Gu Fei's eyes flickered. He hurriedly scanned his surroundings, but he did not find any fluctuations of demonic power. He Tian had also disappeared. Just as Gu Fei was feeling bewildered, there was a sudden tremor under his feet. Then, the entire ground suddenly collapsed. At the same time, a large black hand directly grabbed out of the ground. A monstrous wave of demonic power spread between heaven and earth. This is... Gu Fei displayed his extreme speed of 8 steps and soared into the sky, avoiding the black hand that had grabbed out of the ground. He had never expected that there would be a demon lurking nearby and attacking him. Demon? Gu Fei stood high in the sky and stared coldly down below. The black hand dissipated in the void, and then a faint black figure appeared below. Human martial body? The blurry figure emitted 2 blood-colored evil lights and stared at Gu Fei. This demonic figure could see through Gu Fei's physique at a glance. Kill. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly used a killing technique. A large golden hand rushed out of his right hand and then slapped down. Bam! The large golden hand shattered the void, and the vast power of the 5 elements shrouded the blurry demonic figure below. The demons were the archenemy of all the cultivators in the world. All the cultivators in the heaven realm would immediately attack a demonic cultivator if they saw one and would not bother to ask anything. This was especially true for the demons and the human clan. For countless years, the demons and the human clan had been in a situation where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Therefore, when Gu Fei saw that it was an expert of the demons, he immediately attacked. Martial arts combat technique? An illusion of a divine demon rushed out of the demonic figure, and its demonic power was mighty. The divine demon made its move and directly raised its palm to meet the large golden hand. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei was sent flying by an extremely powerful force, and the demonic figure below was slapped into the ground by Gu Fei's palm. Roar! A muffled roar was heard from the ground. Then, an extremely powerful demonic power erupted from underground, causing the entire area to shake. Swoosh! A figure with monstrous demonic chi rushed out from the ground. The demonic aura that made people's hearts palpitate immediately spread between the heavens and the earth. This was a demonic power that caused the color of the heavens and the earth to change. Yin-Yang seal of life and death. Gu Fei activated the Yin and Yang true force, and directly formed a seal with both hands, evolving a large seal with the power of Yin and Yang intertwining. This large seal had Dao rhymes circulating around it. Boom! The Yin-Yang seal descended from the sky and smashed towards the demonic figure that rushed up to the sky. The power of Yin and Yang was vast and mighty, and the void collapsed. Demonic chaos of heaven and earth. With a loud shout, the demonic figure unleashed a demonic killing technique, causing the entire void to suddenly distort. Then, Gu Fei's Yin-Yang seal smashed into the distorted void around the demonic figure. Gu Fei only felt that his Yin-Yang seal was guided away by a force. The Yin-Yang seal did not hit the demonic figure, and instead, its attack was almost reversed by the demonic figure. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The demonic technique that the demonic figure used seemed to be somewhat similar to the chaotic secret art, one of the 9 secrets of Immortal path. Both were used to guide and shift the opponent's killing technique, so that the opponent's killing technique could be used by the user. Could it be that this demon had also cultivated the chaotic secret art? Or could it be that he had cultivated a supreme demonic power that was comparable to the chaotic secret art? Sky Demon Saber. The demonic figure's battle intent was like a rainbow. He separated his hands, and a pitch-black arc-shaped saber light immediately appeared between his hands, and then slashed at Gu Fei. The pitch-black saber light was like a ray of death, destroying everything in its path. It emitted a demonic aura that made one's scalp numb, and the void was silently torn apart. Chapter 1223. The celestial Eye Demon Emperor died, He Tian disappeared, and a mysterious demon suddenly attacked Gu Fei. All of this happened in an instant, which made Gu Fei feel great danger. Swoosh! The arc-shaped sky devil saber cut through the void and suddenly slashed in front of Gu Fei. It was so fast that Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. Gu Fei did not dare to neglect. His right hand emitted a bright golden light, and his whole palm became like a divine hand cast from fine gold. The big golden hand directly met the sky devil saber's saber radiance. The power of metal was vast, and the big hand shook the void of heaven and earth. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard. Gu Fei's big golden hand fiercely slapped the pitch-black demon saber's saber radiance. It was like 2 pieces of peerless divine iron colliding, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. What? The hazy demonic shadow hidden in the devil chi saw this scene and could not help but be shocked. No one had ever dared to fight against his sky devil saber with flesh and blood. Is the human tribe martial body really that strong? In the devil chi, there was an extremely weak wave of divine thoughts. The mysterious demon could not help but be shocked. Gu Fei could actually fight against the sky devil saber's saber radiance with his bare hands. The clanging sound was endless. Gu Fei's big golden hand constantly collided with the arc-shaped sky devil saber's saber radiance, and actually blocked the sky devil saber's saber radiance. Swoosh! The faint demonic shadow rushed over, and a black demon saber floated in the devil chi, emitting a demonic aura that made the world tremble. Holy weapon? Gu Fei was taken aback. The devil saber floating in the devil chi made him feel a great sense of danger, as if there was an ancient devil sleeping in the devil saber. Swoosh! Gu Fei did not hesitate. He immediately used the desolate steps and retreated. This demon saber was most likely the real sky demon saber, a demonic weapon refined by the great sage of the ancient demons. Although it wasn't an extreme demonic weapon, it still had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The demonic shadow in the devil chi was like a shadow following the body. The floating black demonic saber vibrated, and a trace of demonic power came out from the demonic saber. The demonic blade seemed to be awakening. Gu Fei took out the two ancient demon weapons that he had just obtained from the two old demon emperors. He displayed the cultivation method of the two old demon emperors and urged the two ancient demon weapons forward. Clang! The ancient bell rang, shaking out the heavenly sounds of the great Tao, shattering an area of the void, enveloping that demonic figure within the demonic energy. The destructive power was vast and mighty. Buzz! The black saber vibrated, and a circle of pitch-black demonic light spread out from the demonic saber. Then, the ancient bell that shrouded from the sky immediately cracked. The next moment, boom! With a loud sound, the ancient bell shattered into thousands of pieces, shooting in all directions. Each piece pierced through the void. When the black saber shattered the ancient bell, the bronze saber's attack also arrived. Swoosh! The cyan saber light rushed thousands of feet, like a cyan dragon, rushing towards the mysterious demon in the devil chi. In the saber light, there were ancient demon patterns faintly visible. The mighty figures of the severing path could already evolve their own divine patterns of the great Tao. The divine weapons refined by the mighty figures were all branded with the divine patterns of the great Tao. Although it was only the embryonic form of the Tao pattern, it could also attract a trace of the power of the great Tao to bless the divine weapon of the mighty figure, multiplying the power of the divine weapon. This strike of Gu Fei's was even more powerful than the strike that the old demon emperor had unleashed with all his strength. The cyan saber light illuminated the entire blood-red world. However, under the demonic light that burst out from the black saber, the cyan saber light was directly annihilated in the demonic light. There was no suspense at all. The disparity in strength was too great. The bronze saber shattered in Gu Fei's hand, losing all its spiritual chi and turning into thousands of pieces of scrap metal. This shocked Gu Fei so much that he retreated again. The divine weapon refined by the mighty figures of the severing path was simply like a child's toy in front of a true divine weapon. There was no comparison at all. Two divine weapons of the mighty figures were destroyed. Even Gu Fei could not help but feel pained. These were weapons refined by the mighty figures of the ancient times, and they had great power. The black demonic saber floated in the demonic energy. The demonic figure reached out and held the demonic saber in his hand. The demonic aura that emanated from the demonic saber immediately multiplied. Buzz! The demonic saber was vibrating as if it had a life of its own. Many demonic patterns of the great path appeared on the demonic saber, and traces of demonic power lingered around it. The might of a demon saint appeared between heaven and earth. The demon saint was a saint among demons. It was an existence that could compete with the saints of the human clan and the demon saint of the demon clan. This demonic saber was definitely the weapon of a demon saint. Gu Fei could not help but change his expression when he sensed the might of the demon saint. Who are you? Gu Fei stared at the blurry demonic figure in the demonic energy and asked in a deep voice. Was this person a great demon from the 100,000 demon mountains? You don't even know me? Those who don't know fear nothing. No wonder you didn't run away as soon as you saw me, like that guy just now. A wave of divine thoughts came out from the demonic figure in the demonic energy. He Tian ran away. Gu Fei could not help but be startled when he heard this. He Tian chased after the celestial Eye Demon Emperor and encountered this demon. The celestial Eye Demon Emperor was killed by this demon. He Tian must have seen how powerful this demon was and fled immediately. This demon was so powerful that it was no wonder that even He Tian had to escape and the celestial Eye Demon Emperor had to die. Humph! No matter who you are, I'm not afraid. Gu Fei's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He was a natural warrior who was born to fight. He became stronger when he met strong opponents. Moreover, he still had many powerful trump cards that he had not used. He could already see that the other party was probably not here in person, but an incarnation. However, the black demonic saber was not easy to deal with. It was a real weapon of the demon saint. Good, you are indeed the successor of the martial ancestor. The demonic figure could not help but nod. The combat strength that Gu Fei had displayed surprised him, especially the indomitable momentum that Gu Fei had, which shocked him even more. Let me see how powerful the inheritance of the martial ancestor is. The demonic figure hidden in the demon Qi said as he directly held the black saber in his hand and slashed at Gu Fei. The black saber light silently cut through the void, as if the entire world was cut in half. Whoosh! A scroll rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian and then spread out in front of Gu Fei. The scroll was filled with a mighty power of heaven and earth. In the hazy, the earth, mountains, and rivers appeared on the scroll. This was the heaven and earth mountain river diagram, which Gu Fei had obtained after killing Dongfang Chen. In front of the mountain river diagram, the power of heaven and earth was mighty. The earth, mountains, and rivers gradually became clear, and a world was evolving inside. The black saber light silently slashed down and was absorbed into the mountain river diagram. The saber light raged inside the mountain river diagram, causing mountains to collapse and rivers to flow in reverse. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Even the sacred tool mountain river diagram could not erase the black saber light for a while, which made Gu Fei secretly shocked. Was this demonic saber really the legendary sky demonic saber? Rumble, the mountain river diagram constantly trembled, and the power of heaven and earth surged. The world inside the diagram began to evolve again, and the black saber light was gradually erased by the power of the mountain river diagram. This is, seeing the mountain river diagram in Gu Fei's hand, the demonic figure in the demon Qi seemed to be very surprised. He seemed to know the origin of this human race sacred weapon. Even Gu Fei did not know the origin of the mountain river diagram, but he knew that this was a human race sacred weapon refined by a human race saint. Because the mark of the great path in the mountain river diagram was in the shape of a woman, a peerless female saint of the human race. Gu Fei did not erase the mark of the great path in the mountain river diagram. Mountain river diagram? Her sacred weapon? The demonic figure muttered to himself. He seemed to have thought of something and did not continue to attack Gu Fei. Instead, he stopped. Swoosh! After obliterating the black saber light, Gu Fei shook the mountain and river diagram, causing it to expand infinitely, covering the entire world. The mountains and rivers in the mountain and river diagram looked like they were about to rush out of the mountain and river diagram. The mountains and rivers all emitted the power of heaven and earth that made people's hearts palpitate. Such power could erase everything. Even if a saint-level existence was sucked into it, they would probably die. The power displayed by the mountain river diagram could kill a saint. The power of the saint level was vast and mighty in all directions. The demonic figure in the demon Qi woke up, and then directly slashed out. The demonic saber in his hand turned into a ferocious and terrifying demonic dragon, soaring into the sky and breaking into the mountains and rivers in the mountain river diagram. The demonic dragon was too powerful. It directly rushed into the mountains and rivers in the mountain river diagram. Wherever it passed, the mountains collapsed, the rivers flowed backward, and there was great destruction. Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. This demonic saber was too terrifying. He used all his strength to activate the mountain and river diagram, drawing the endless power of heaven and earth. It took him a great deal of effort to suppress that demonic dragon. However, cracks appeared in the mountain river diagram, and the sacred weapon was damaged. This, Gu Fei retreated 1,000 feet away. When he saw the cracks in the mountain river diagram in his hand, he could not help but be shocked. The sky demon saber, this was definitely the sky demon saber refined by the great demons. Only the sky demon saber refined by the great demons could damage the mountain river diagram of heaven and earth. There were great saints among the saints. They were the saints among the saints. They were powerful to the extreme. The great Tao cultivated by such an existence was almost perfect. They were only one step away from the extreme saint who was invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The sky demon saber refined by the great demons was only inferior to the extreme saint weapon. I know you have a powerful weapon in your body. If you don't use it now, you won't have a chance. The demonic figure did not hide his killing intent towards Gu Fei. A martial artist at the great accomplishment level was invincible among the same level. If this human martial body was allowed to grow, it would be a disaster for the entire demons. In the ancient times, martial ancestor Wu Wu alone had slain countless Xiantian demon lords that were born from the heavens and earth. He had slaughtered 1,000,000 miles away and dyed the earth red. He had almost wiped out the entire demon race. Chapter 12:24. Amidst the devil chi, there was a black light flashing. It was a pair of devil eyes that had Tao rhymes circulating within. It was as though they could see through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In front of this devil, Gu Fei seemed to have no secrets at all. Gu Fei was a little uneasy. This demon was more terrifying than he had imagined. Swoosh! A sword light rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian and was grasped by Gu Fei. An extremely sharp sword chi fluctuation immediately spread out from the long sword in Gu Fei's hand. This is, after the demon in the devil chi saw the long sword in Gu Fei's hand, its expression changed as if it had seen the most incredible thing in the world. An unfinished sword made from the immortal material 9 heaven star iron. How is this possible? The mysterious demon saw the origin of the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand. It was an unfinished sword made from the immortal material 9 heaven star iron. The 9 heaven star iron was an immortal material exclusive to the extreme path saints. An immortal material was a supreme material that could exist in the world forever. The divinity contained in this material would never disappear, and it was said that it could coexist with the world. The ancient extreme path saints, Qiongbai Luo, went to the Yellow Springs to find immortal materials as the carrier of the great path to refine an extreme path saint weapon. However, not all extreme path saints could find immortal materials. In ancient times, 1 or 2 famous extreme path saints did not leave behind an extreme path saint weapon. Even ancient extreme path saints had a hard time finding one. It was enough to show how rare and precious this immortal material was. This was something that even extreme path saints would covet. Extreme path saints were invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They were the most powerful existence in the world. It could be said that besides immortal materials, there was nothing else in the world that could tempt them. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw that the mysterious demon hidden in the devil chi actually attracted the 9 heaven star iron. Very good. I didn't expect to have such a big harvest today. This trip is really worth it. The mysterious demon seemed very happy. It was as if the 9 heaven star sword in Gu Fei's hand was already in his pocket. Humph. Gu Fei sneered, but didn't say anything. He held the 9 heaven stars sword and stared at the terrifying demonic shadow in front of him. He didn't dare to be careless. I'm really happy today, I can leave your corpse intact. The mysterious devil directly approached Gu Fei, the heavenly devil ominous blade trembling. Who do you think you are? The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. The other party was simply too arrogant. He didn't seem to place him in his eyes at all. This caused Gu Fei to feel somewhat angry. Even if the other party had the sky demon blade, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill Gu Fei. Swoosh! The demon in the demonic chi didn't say anything else. Instead, he directly attacked Gu Fei. The sky demon blade's light tore through the void, turning into a beam of death light that slashed towards Gu Fei. A terrifying demonic aura that caused one's heart to palpitate spread out from the Sky Devil blade. It was unknown how many creatures this demonic blade had killed. The demonic aura was monstrous. There seemed to be a ferocious and terrifying demonic soul looming on the blade. Buzz! Gu Fei shook his head, and the divine sword in his hand moved forward to block. A ring of transparent ripples immediately spread out from the divine sword, and 9 ancient characters vaguely appeared on the body of the sword. These were the 9 martial arts characters that Gu Fei had imprinted on the divine sword when he was refining the 9 heaven stars sword. These were the imprints of the Great Path. This kind of imprint allowed the 9 heaven stars sword to gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth on its own. Clang! The 9 heaven stars sword and the peerless demonic blade fiercely collided. The sword light and the blade chi tore through the void and shot out in all directions. The entire void of heaven and earth almost collapsed. Cracks in the space extended for dozens of miles. Gu Fei was sent flying backward. He only felt that his hands were numb. He almost couldn't hold the 9 heaven stars sword tightly. The divine sword almost flew out of his hand. The mysterious demon hidden in the demon chi was also forced to retreat more than 10 steps by Gu Fei's sword strike. An incomparably ferocious force came from the 9 heaven stars sword and almost sent the peerless demon saber flying with a single strike. Human martial body is not bad, but you still have to die. After the mysterious demon stabilized his body, he continued to press forward. He was like a primordial demonic mountain, giving people a strong feeling of invincibility. The immortal divine material 9 heaven stars iron was indeed worthy of its reputation. It could actually withstand the peerless demonic blade, the Sky Devil blade, without being destroyed. This made the great demon secretly shocked. Boom! Monstrous demonic chi suddenly erupted. 1,000 feet tall demonic body appeared between heaven and earth. It was like a supreme demonic ancestor had descended on the earth. The whole area was shaking. Sky Devil incarnation. The mysterious demon used a supreme demonic technique and turned into 1,000 feet tall demonic body. This demonic body exuded a terrifying demonic aura. The whole area was shrouded by demonic chi, and the sky and earth darkened. Roar! The 1,000 feet tall demonic body roared to the sky. Its voice shook the vast sky. Even the floating blood mist in the surrounding area was dispersed. The earth trembled. It was extremely terrifying. Buzz! A demonic blade soared into the sky and fell into the hand of the 1,000 feet tall demonic body. The moment the peerless demonic blade was grasped by the demonic body, the blade light soared for hundreds of feet. A pitch-black death blade appeared in the hand of the demonic body. The power of the Great Path in the peerless demonic blade seemed to have been activated. Countless demonic patterns appeared on the blade. In the dark light, countless demonic shadows could be vaguely seen. Without any words, the Sky Devil incarnation directly attacked. The Sky Devil blade in its hand shattered the void. The blade light soared into the sky, and the power of the demonic path surged in the world. Just as the 1,000 feet tall demonic body slashed out with the blade, a strange fluctuation rushed out from Gu Fei. Then, Gu Fei's body also condensed into 1,000 feet tall figure. Swish! The incarnation condensed from Gu Fei's body also slashed out with its sword. It had no intention of dodging at all. It was coming with its strongest attack. Seeing Gu Fei unleash the same grand art as him, the devil hiding in the darkness was startled. Gu Fei had the same power, but he was so weak that he was fighting against him. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao, the chaotic reversal secret art. He imitated his opponent's technique and even drew out his opponent's power to counterattack. Boom! With an earth-shattering rumble, the entire scarlet ground shattered. The 1,000 feet tall demon incarnation disappeared, and so did Gu Fei's demonic body. Without any suspense, Gu Fei was forced back again. Damn it! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps to rush out of the energy storm. His opponent was too strong, even stronger than Yao Tian. Could this guy be a super antique among the demons? 9 Secrets of the Immortal Dao. The demon incarnation reappeared, demonic patterns faintly appearing in the void. A terrifying demonic aura swept through the world, intimidating everyone. The demon could tell that Gu Fei was using a supreme secret art of the Immortal Dao that had been lost for countless years. Gu Fei was shocked. One had to know that the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao had already been incomplete since ancient times. No one had ever seen the complete 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao, and no one had ever gathered all of them. Is this an ancient demon? Gu Fei was shocked. He could tell that this demon wasn't simple. He was definitely a super antique and seemed to know many secrets of the world. Swish! A beam of divine light shot out from Gu Fei's glabella and slashed at the mysterious great demon in front of him. This was a killing light of the great Dao. It contained the power of the great Dao and could injure a half-step saint. However, the demon merely waved the peerless demonic blade in his hand and the killing light of the great Dao from Gu Fei was shattered in the void. I didn't expect you to be proficient in the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao. I will extract your soul and obtain this supreme secret art. The mysterious demon's words were extremely cold. Not only did he have his eyes on the sword made from the 9 heaven star iron in Gu Fei's hand, but he also wanted Gu Fei's 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao. Gu Fei wore the mountain and river painting and held the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand. His battle intent surged. Swish! He took the initiative and used the 8 desolation steps, displaying the extreme speed of 8 steps. He soared into the sky and stomped down on the demon below. A terrifying power surged under Gu Fei's foot. The demon punched down and the fist collided with Gu Fei's foot. The demon did not move an inch, but Gu Fei was sent flying and landed hundreds of meters away. It's useless. Your fate is sealed. The demon was very confident. It seemed that he already had Gu Fei in his grasp. The demon looked down on the world as if a supreme demon had descended. I'm invulnerable. How are you going to kill me? Gu Fei said in a low voice. As he said that, an unfathomable power surged out from his body. The rhythm of the great Dao circulated. Then, the void around Gu Fei began to ripple like water. The void was constantly changing shape under the influence of a strange power. In the face of absolute power, all immortal techniques are useless. The demon continued to press towards Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei felt a great danger enveloping him. It was as if he would die in the next moment. This made Gu Fei feel like he was being stared at by a dead man. What should I do? At this time, if he didn't use the divine weapon of Great Path, he would definitely not be able to fight against this demon. However, if he used the divine weapon of Great Path and couldn't kill this demon, he would be in great trouble. If this demon escaped, all the experts of the demons in the heaven realm would probably come after him. Once the news that he had a divine weapon of Great Path spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. The divine weapon of Great Path and the perfect imprint of the Great Path were enough to make all cultivators go crazy. Gu Fei had already thought of this. Therefore, he was not willing to use the divine weapon of Great Path until the last moment. Whatever, my life is more important. Chapter 12:25. The mysterious demon was extremely powerful. With the Sky Devil Saber, he forced Gu Fei to retreat step by step. There were signs of him being suppressed, which shocked Gu Fei. No wonder the celestial-eyed demon emperor was beheaded and died tragically on the spot. Even the Hei Tian had to escape as soon as he saw this demon. This demon was too powerful. Moreover, what made Gu Fei's heart palpitate was that this demon did not seem to have come with his real body. There was no fluctuation of life, and it seemed to be an incarnation. Even an incarnation was so powerful. Could it be that this demon was actually a demon saint? Gu Fei felt a chill just thinking about it. In this world, sages were extinct. If there was really a demon saint alive in this world, it would be a catastrophe for all living beings in the world. Demonic chi was monstrous, and there were demonic patterns circling around the body. This was the power of the Great Path. There were 3,000 great paths, and the demonic path was also a kind of great path. Rumble, a pitch-black demonic hand directly slapped down on Gu Fei from the sky. The whole sky shook under the big hand, and the demonic power came down from the big hand, sealing a part of the world. Gu Fei, who was under the big hand, only felt that the surrounding void had solidified. Endless power came down from the side, as if there was an ancient demonic mountain pressing down on his body, making him almost unable to straighten his back. This was the incarnation of a true demon. Even if a half-saint came, he was afraid that he would be defeated. Roar! Gu Fei roared to the sky, and yin and yang qi rushed out of his body. There was a thunderous sound in his body, which was produced by the rapid flow of qi and yang in his body. Every pore of his body was spewing yin and yang qi, and the yin and yang true force intertwined in his body. There seemed to be a world inside his body evolving. The human martial body is indeed extraordinary. I can't let you live. The demon spoke, and the whole world was roaring. The voice penetrated the void and spread far away, dispersing the blood fog in the nearby area. If it was not in the Red Plains, the whole area would have collapsed. This demon, as the huge hand pressed down, Gu Fei's entire body emitted the sound of his bones vibrating. Even if he circulated his yin-yang true power with all his might, it was still difficult for him to contend against the demonic power of the demonic hand. The demonic hand covered the sky, and the entire world fell into absolute darkness. This kind of power had already surpassed the half-step saint realm. Gu Fei couldn't believe that there was such a powerful existence in this world. The strength of this demon body was probably infinitely close to the saint realm. Even the void between heaven and earth was sealed by the giant hand that came crashing down from the sky. It was impossible for Gu Fei to rush out from under the giant hand of the 1,000-foot-tall demon. Damn it! Even if Gu Fei was wearing the mountain and river diagram, it was difficult for him to resist this terrifying demonic power. Buzz! A rumbling sound rang out from Gu Fei's dantian. Then, the shadow of an ancient cauldron emerged from Gu Fei's body and enveloped him within it. Rumble, the cauldron vibrated. The flowers, birds, insects, fishes, and all kinds of ancient beasts seemed to have come to life. There seemed to be a world emerging from the cauldron. The power of the mountain and river cauldron was drawn out by Gu Fei. A terrifying fluctuation that could shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths spread out from the illusory cauldron. Bang! The pitch-black hand that came crashing down from the sky was immediately repelled. Endless demonic aura dissipated, and the entire world lit up again. What? The 1,000-foot-tall demon body was shocked to the extreme. Mountain and river cauldron, how is this possible? Although the demon's eyes could see that there was a great treasure in Gu Fei's body, it would never have thought that it was the extreme sacred weapon, the mountain and river cauldron. One should know that although the extreme saints left behind the extreme sacred weapons, they were scattered across the 3 realms and 6 paths. The extreme sacred weapon was branded with the perfect Tao of the extreme ancient saint. It was the carrier of the Tao. It was publicly recognized as the strongest sacred weapon in the world, and it had the terrifying power to destroy the world. Rise to the sky. At this moment, Gu Fei let out a low roar. His body once again erupted with a shocking aura. It was as if an ancient beast had awakened in his body. Boom! The yin and yang qi in Gu Fei's body erupted like 100,000 volcanoes at the same time, shining in all directions. The true power that emanated from his body suddenly became more than 10 times stronger. He was going to fight with all his might. Buzz! A purple-gold divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body. In an instant, it strangled the demon body. The sword light fell and directly cut the demon body into 2. The purple-gold sword light turned in the void and fiercely slashed the peerless demon blade. The peerless demon blade could not resist the purple-gold sword light. Its demonic aura was dispersed, and it was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. Roar! The mysterious demon roared, and his demonic power surged through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He wanted to reform the 1,000-foot-tall demon body, but he found that it was a wound of the Tao. It was difficult to reform the demon body for a while. Another divine weapon of the Great Path? The shock of the mysterious devil was no small matter. This human martial body actually had 2 extreme Tao holy weapons. How was this possible? This was absolutely impossible. The divine weapon of the Great Path was not an ordinary instrument. It could be seen everywhere. For thousands of years, the divine weapon of the Great Path rarely appeared. Once it appeared, it would cause chaos in the world. With the appearance of the divine weapon of the Great Path, the whole world would often experience a dark and chaotic era. Gu Fei gathered all the true power in his body into this sword. After this sword strike, his whole body felt exhausted. The sword light flew backward and sank into his dantian. The 1,000-foot-tall demon body was cut in half. The mysterious demon also suffered great damage. The heavenly demon body almost collapsed, and the Taoist body was almost cut in half. Very good. I want the 9 secrets of the immortal path and the divine weapon of the Great Path. Although the mysterious demon was seriously injured and the heavenly demon body was almost cut in half, he was still extremely powerful. At this time, he could see that Gu Fei was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The extremely powerful force that erupted from Gu Fei's body was all poured into the sword. The time of the secret technique of rising to heaven had been used up in that instant. Gu Fei used the power of rising to heaven to launch an ultimate attack. Unexpectedly, the opponent was not killed. This was something that Gu Fei could never have imagined. Even a saint would not be able to withstand a single blow from the purple-gold divine sword. However, this mysterious demon had done it. Although his 1,000-foot demon body had been destroyed, the sky demon body did not dissipate. This demon still had great combat power. Swoosh! The sky demon blade flew back from afar and landed in the hands of the demonic figure. Then, without any hesitation, the demonic figure slashed at Gu Fei with the blade. Chapter 12:26. The demon's ferocious might was unparalleled. Although he had been struck by the purple-gold divine sword, he still had unparalleled combat strength. With the sky demon saber in hand, he was like the reincarnation of the war demon. He attacked Gu Fei directly, and his saber almost split the sky and earth in half. Buzz! The illusion of the mountain and river cauldron outside Gu Fei's body vibrated. Ancient Tao patterns appeared faintly, and an ancient aura like the beginning of chaos spread out. Swoosh! The peerless demonic saber light soared for thousands of miles and slashed fiercely at the illusion of the mountain and river cauldron outside Gu Fei's body. The power of the demonic way surged and shattered the void between heaven and earth. The illusion of the mountain and river cauldron enveloped Gu Fei within it. Ancient Tao patterns appeared around Gu Fei's body, intertwining with the power of the Great Path and vast Daoist rhymes. The power of the Great Path blocked the peerless saber light. The terrifying saber strike from the sky demon saber was unable to break through the power of the mountain and river cauldron. However, the demonic power from the demonic saber penetrated the illusion of the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei suffered a great impact, and he vomited blood as he flew backward. A demonic power invaded his body, causing his blood and qi to be in a mess. The circulation of his martial way true force was almost cut off. If Gu Fei had not cultivated the emperor martial body, even with the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, he would have been killed by the saber strike. Gu Fei had just used the secret technique of rising to heaven and poured all the power of rising into the purple gold divine sword. He launched a fatal attack to kill the demon. Now, Gu Fei was in a state where his old power had been exhausted and he had not yet recovered. The power of the mountain and river cauldron was very limited, and he was directly sent flying by the demon's saber. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily. He used all the power of heaven and earth in his body. Endless heaven and earth spiritual qi surged out from his dantian, between his eyebrows, and his heart, quickly nourishing his body. The aura of his body quickly became stronger. Buzz! The cauldron of mountains and rivers vibrated continuously, emitting a vast aura of the great path. Gu Fei guided the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers into his body. Within a few breaths, the demonic power that invaded Gu Fei's body was immediately obliterated inside Gu Fei's body. Kill! Vast and mighty demonic qi covered the sky. The mysterious demon was enraged. He directly summoned a demonic cloud and displayed a supreme demonic might. Holding a peerless demonic saber, he rushed towards Gu Fei. This demon, Gu Fei couldn't help being startled when he saw this. This demon was extremely powerful, and the consequences would be unimaginable if he were to descend with his true body. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and used the 8 desolate steps to quickly retreat. He used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. Even so, he was still very wary of the Sky Devil Blade. The peerless demonic blade refined by the great saint demons was not an extreme demonic weapon, but it was not something that Gu Fei could contend with because Gu Fei couldn't display the power of an extreme sacred weapon. One retreated and the other pursued. Soon, the two rushed out thousands of miles away. The black demonic cloud covered the sky and the earth. The mysterious demon was like a peerless demonic ancestor. His demonic might spread in all directions. Wherever he passed, the bloody mist floating in the scarlet plain was dispersed by the demonic qi. You can't escape. The mysterious demon was really angry. Who was he? The heavenly demon incarnation had almost been killed by a mere human martial body. This was simply a disgrace. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He used the 8 desolate steps. His speed was so fast that it was absolutely impossible to catch up with him. However, the speed of the demon was also extremely fast. He could actually catch up with Gu Fei. Undying Sky Devil Blade. The demon roared and attacked Gu Fei again. The demonic blade in his hand bloomed with tens of thousands of demonic light. Each demonic light pierced through the sky and the earth. The terrifying power of the demonic path spread between the sky and the earth. Demonic inscriptions appeared on the demonic blade, interweaving with the power of the great path. It was as if a peerless demonic beast had awakened within the demonic blade, emitting a terrifying aura that caused all life in the world to tremble. Go to hell! The demon roared. Endless demonic qi surged directly between the sky and the earth. He used all his strength to slash with the strongest blade. In an instant, countless ancient demonic lines rushed out of the demonic blade. The lines quickly interweaved and a demonic blade that was thousands of feet long appeared between the sky and the earth. It slashed towards Gu Fei in front of him. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he was shocked. This was a sign that the mark of the great path in the demonic blade had been activated. The huge demonic blade was condensed from the power of the great path. Even a half-step saint could be killed with one slash. The great path demonic blade was extremely terrifying. It was like a heavenly blade that could destroy everything. It fell from the sky. Wherever it passed, the sky and the void were silently annihilated, leaving nothing behind. The blood fog in the area of thousands of miles was dispersed. Rays of sunlight fell from the sky. The mysterious power that had enveloped the Qi Yuan for countless years was actually broken. The blade Qi covered the sky and the earth, covering Gu Fei below. In the face of this earth-shattering blade, even with the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei couldn't help but change his expression. This was the great path demonic blade. It was very difficult to resolve. Gu Fei had to mobilize the power of the mountain and river cauldron with all his strength again. He made the mountain and river cauldron vibrate with the great path heavenly melody and emit the power of the great path to resist the great path demonic blade that fell from the sky. However, with Gu Fei's current cultivation and strength, it was not easy to make the mountain and river cauldron vibrate with the power of the Great Path. Am I going to be forced to hide in the inner world by this guy today? Gu Fei cultivated martial arts. He was born to be a warrior. He didn't want to retreat, but if he didn't hide in the inner world, he would probably die here today. At this critical moment, suddenly, a pitch-black stick stretched out from the distance. It directly blocked the Great Path demonic blade that was coming down. Clang! In a deafening sound, the Great Path demonic blade that fell from the sky was blocked by the black stick. The black stick not only blocked the Great Path demonic blade, but also knocked the Great Path demonic blade away. What? Seeing someone save Gu Fei, the great demon in the demonic chi couldn't help but be shocked. The person who came was so powerful that he could knock the Great Path demonic blade away. This shocked the great demon. It should be known that the Great Path demonic blade was a blade condensed from the power of the Great Path. This was an attack of the power of the Great Path. It could kill half saints. Even saints could only retreat. The undying demon saint. A mighty silhouette appeared in the field. He was wearing black battle armor and held a black iron spear in his hand. He exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Even though he was standing there without moving, he gave off a powerful sense of oppression. You are, in the demonic chi, the demon shadow held the sky demon blade. His figure was faintly discernible. He was shocked. This expert who suddenly appeared seemed familiar. Old Turtle. Chapter 12:27. The old tortoise saved Gu Fei with the black stick and confronted the mysterious demon in the devil chi. The two were at daggers drawn and could clash at any time. Immortal devil saint? The old tortoise stared at the figure in the devil chi and said coldly. His body emitted a golden chi and blood, which was the unique aura of the immortal martial body. An avatar of the immortal martial body? Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but come to a realization. It was not the real body of the old tortoise, but the avatar of the old tortoise's indestructible martial body. However, even if it was not the real body of the old tortoise, it was no different from the real body. This avatar was refined by the old tortoise's divine thoughts into the immortal martial body. It had been refined by the old tortoise for hundreds of years. As the old tortoise's cultivation increased, the power of the immortal martial body also increased. Gu Fei felt that the aura of the immortal martial body came from the same source as his emperor martial body. This was a martial body that could be said to be immortal. Within the body of the immortal martial body, there was a vast and boundless ocean of martial way true power. This was the strongest power contained in the martial body. Even though the soul of this ancient invincible martial artist had dissipated, this martial body still survived. Old tortoise, Gu Fei wanted to say something but was stopped by the old tortoise. You step back first. It won't be too late to talk after I kill this guy. The old tortoise seemed to have figured out the origin of the opponent. Even with the black stick in hand, his face was still extremely solemn. He had already regarded the demonic figure in the devil chi opposite him as a formidable opponent. You are, strange, you are not the owner of this body. The demonic figure called the immortal devil saint by the old tortoise seemed to be very surprised. He sensed the strangeness of the old tortoise's body. He had a strong body, but the divine soul in the body was very weak, which did not match the body. Humph. Stop pretending to be a god. If your real body was here, I might have some scruples, but now. I can't keep this heavenly demon incarnation of yours. The old tortoise's words were very cold. Who are you? The incarnation of the undying devil saint sensed the murderous aura of the old turtle, but the old turtle was not here in person. Therefore, the incarnation of the undying devil saint did not recognize the old turtle as a demon expert. The chi and blood of the indestructible martial body was too strong, strong enough to cover up everything. No one could see into the body of the indestructible martial body, not even those who had cultivated the heaven's eye. The one who will kill you. Old Tortoise said no more and rushed forward with the black rod in his hand. He then smashed the demonic shadow in the devil chi. The heavy devil chi dissipated under his rod, and the golden chi and blood swept through the world. This strike shook the heavens and the earth, directly piercing through the void and shattering everything. Swoosh! The heavenly demon incarnation felt a great pressure and had no choice but to slash out with all his strength. The heavenly demon saber rushed out like a black demonic dragon rushing out of the saber. Bam! The black rod and the heavenly demon saber collided fiercely. A circle of visible ripples spread from the point of impact. Wherever the ripples passed, the void was directly annihilated. The indestructible martial body was extremely powerful, suppressing the world. Old Tortoise smashed the incarnation of the undying devil saint down from the sky with a single strike. The golden chi and blood illuminated the entire world. The incarnation of the old turtle was like a real indestructible martial body reincarnated, delivering the strongest strike. Even the powerful incarnation of the undying devil saint was completely suppressed by the incarnation of the indestructible martial body. Wow! Who the hell are you? The incarnation of the undying devil saint was enraged. He set off a monstrous devil chi and rushed up from the ground. The pitch-black devil saber silently cut through the void and slashed at the indestructible martial body. Humph! Old Tortoise sneered and smashed down with the rod again. Without any suspense, the black rod in the old turtle's hand was as heavy as an ancient sacred mountain. It once again shattered the heavenly demon saber's saber radiance and smashed the incarnation of the undying devil saint down again. Boom! The entire red land was shaking. The undying devil saint's incarnation that fell from the sky caused the ground to sink. A huge pit appeared on the cold red land. With the crater as the center, hideous cracks spread out in all directions. Nice! Gu Fei watched the battle from afar. He could not help but feel relieved when he saw the incarnation of the undying devil saint being suppressed by the old turtle. At this moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere and came to Gu Fei's side. This mysterious person was He Tian. Boss! He Tian stood behind Gu Fei. Why are you still alive? Gu Fei said impatiently when he saw He Tian. This guy would definitely run faster than anyone else when he was in danger. If it was someone else, I'm afraid they would not be able to escape. But who am I, He Tian? Even the undying devil saint would not be able to do anything to me. He Tian was very proud of himself. The undying devil saint? Gu Fei could not help but frown. A person who could be called the undying devil saint was definitely not an ordinary person. This person probably had a great background in ancient times. This undying devil saint is also an extraordinary person. Unfortunately, he is a demon, otherwise, I would be able to make friends with him. He Tian said with some regret. It turned out that this undying devil saint was a great saint of the demons in ancient times. This great saint of the demons was extremely powerful. He once used the undying devil blade to kill tens of thousands of miles. Within a day, he wiped out the 10 major tribes of untainted land, shocking the entire untainted land. Even the supreme saint of untainted land wanted to attack him. However, this undying devil saint had received the news beforehand and hid in the demon area. At that time, the demon area was guarded by the supreme demon venerable. Even the supreme saint of untainted land was not willing to step into the demon area to challenge the supreme demon venerable. During the late period of untainted land, the world changed greatly. Even the untainted land collapsed. No one knew how many powerful existences had disappeared or fallen. However, unexpectedly, this great devil had fallen. He Tian knew the origin of this undying devil saint. After he escaped, he tried to contact the old tortoise's indestructible martial body doppelganger. Then, the doppelganger of the old tortoise arrived and saved Gu Fei. The old tortoise's indestructible martial body doppelganger did not enter the peerless tomb to fight for the Dao fruit. Instead, it guarded outside. The Peerless Tomb was a great formation of heaven and earth set up by the Supreme Ancient Masters. It was protected by the Supreme Formation. Even if the Supreme Saint of Untainted Land came, it would take a lot of effort to break this tomb. Even if the Old Tortoise and the others used the Supreme Saint weapon in the Peerless Tomb, it would be difficult for them to break it. After learning about the origin of the Undying Devil Saint from He Tian, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. The Undying Devil Saint was too powerful. An existence like the Great Saint of the Demons could probably kill him with one finger. Chapter 12:28. The golden chi and blood swept across the world, and a terrifying pressure almost collapsed the sky. The old turtle's indestructible martial body doppelganger was extremely strong. The black stick in its hand swept through the void, pierced through the world, and continuously smashed down the Undying Demon Saint doppelganger that rose from the ground. The Undying Demon Saint's heavenly demon doppelganger was also extremely strong, and it also controlled the peerless heavenly demon saber, but it was still beaten by the old turtle. Roar! The heavenly demon doppelganger roared again and again, setting off endless demonic chi. The pitch-black demonic chi shrouded the earth, and the demonic power spread in all directions, making people's hearts palpitate. Gu Fei and He Tian were also shocked to see this scene from afar. Only the old turtle's indestructible martial body doppelganger could suppress this demon. Die! The black stick in the old turtle's hand turned into a destructive divine light, constantly smashing the saber radiance of the heavenly demon saber that rose from below, and the endless demonic chi dispersed. The terrifying demonic shadow was almost destroyed. I am immortal, no one in this world can kill me. The Undying Demon Saint's heavenly demon doppelganger roared. No matter how ferocious it was, it had to accept the reality at this moment. The indestructible martial body was too powerful, almost like the arrival of a martial saint. The mighty golden chi and blood of the indestructible martial body shook the heavens and earth, forming a terrifying domain. The old turtle seemed to be standing in a world formed by gold, and he was the only ruler of this world. Bang! The old turtle swept away the heavenly demon saber with his stick again, and then stretched out his hand and pressed down. A huge seal rushed out from his hand, emitting a dazzling golden light, and pressed down on the demonic shadow below. Even if you don't die, I'll still beat you to death. The old turtle used a great technique, activating the monstrous combat strength of the indestructible martial body, evolving a huge golden seal, and pressed down on the demonic shadow. Rays of golden light interweaved into mysterious and ancient Tao patterns, activating the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. This was a Tao pattern. The demonic shadow seemed to be shocked at the sight of this huge golden seal, and directly dodged to the distance, as if it had some scruples and did not dare to take it head-on. A Tao pattern created by Gu Taihuang? Which of the Grand Emperor's 9 sons are you? The demon shadow was the sky demon body created by the Undying Demon Saint. With the memories of the Undying Demon Saint, he was equivalent to another Undying Demon Saint. He could see the origin of the Tao pattern of the Golden Seal. 9 deaths devil art, 9 deaths in 100 lives, 9 lives. Today, I will take one of your lives. The Golden Seal pressed down, and the power of the great Tao spread out in all directions. The indestructible martial body used the true power of the martial way to evolve the supreme power of the Tai Huang, sealing the heavens and earth in all directions, displaying a terrifying divine might, just like the attack of the Tai Huang seal. The power of the great Tao could cut through everything. It didn't matter how many lives you had. He really is one of the 9 sons of the Grand Emperor. He deserves to die. The 9 incarnations of the Undying Demon Saint went all out. Demons and demons had been irreconcilable enemies since ancient times. During the era of Tai Huang, countless demons had died in the hands of Tai Huang. Buzz! The undying sky demon blade let out a deafening sound. Then, the pitch-black blade light shot up into the sky from the hands of the 9 incarnations of the Undying Demon Saint like a pitch-black river. Boom! The golden seal and the terrifying blade light of the sky demon blade collided instantly. It was a great destruction. The void between heaven and earth was directly shattered by the mighty power. The ground within a radius of 10 miles was shaved off by several feet, and the earth sank. Even the mysterious power that enveloped the Qi Yuan could not seal this power. This was the collision of the power of the great Tao. Terrifying waves spread out from the Qi Yuan. Seeing this, Gu Fei and He Tian had to retreat. The old tortoise was extremely powerful. The blade light of the sky demon blade could not stop him. He smashed the blade light of the 9 lives demon body with a single strike, then instantly approached the 9 lives demon body and dispersed the demonic shadow in the demon Qi with a single strike. This, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene with his martial eyes of heaven. The undying martial physique was so powerful. This undying martial physique was definitely comparable to a great saint when he was alive. The combat power of the undying martial physique was monstrous. No matter how powerful one's magic power was, one strike from the undying martial physique would break it all. The peerless demon blade floated in the demon Qi, emitting a terrifying demonic aura that could intimidate all living beings in the world. Tao patterns could be seen faintly on the blade. Although it kept clashing with the black rod, the demon blade remained undamaged. This surprised the old tortoise. It should be known that the inconspicuous black rod in his hand was a peerless divine material. The black rod contained a wisp of chaotic Qi from the beginning of the world. It was a piece of chaotic divine iron, an immortal divine material. It was a divine item exclusive to extreme saints. Even with the old tortoise's current cultivation and strength, it was still difficult to refine the black rod in his hand. Dead? The old tortoise smashed the 9 lives demon body with one strike, but he still did not relax. A pair of golden divine eyes swept in all directions. The surrounding demon Qi was dissipating. The demon shadow seemed to have been killed. However, the opponent was, after all, the 9 lives demon body cultivated by the undying great demon saint. How could it be killed so easily? It seemed too easy. It did not match the title of undying. I am undying, a faint wave of divine thought suddenly appeared in the void. The old tortoise's expression suddenly changed. The 9 lives demon body was indeed not destroyed. Without any warning, a vague figure appeared in the void. The faint and illusory demon shadow seemed to have walked out directly from the void. Humph. The old tortoise did not say anything. He directly rushed over and smashed the demon shadow with another strike. However, in just a few breaths, the demon shadow that was smashed by the old tortoise reappeared. Roar! The old tortoise's black hair danced wildly. He swung the rod with all his strength, smashing the entire void of heaven and earth. The demon shadow was directly swept into the destroyed void. However, what caused everyone to be dumbfounded was that when the shattered void was restored, the demonic figure appeared once again. The 9 lives undying demon body seemed to be truly indestructible. The demon body had some kind of undying imprint. Even if the demon body was smashed, it could still be reassembled. Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. The undying great demon saint seemed to have really cultivated a heaven-defying undying great demon technique. Damn it! I don't believe that you really can't die. The old tortoise was ruthless. He triggered the monstrous true power of the undying martial body. Golden true power erupted from his body. He used a great divine ability to support the golden battle domain of the undying martial body. The golden battle domain was a kind of combat technique of the undying martial body. There was a golden world inside. This was a great technique that opened up the void of heaven and earth. Rumble. Chapter 1229. The golden battle domain was a domain formed by the martial Tao true power of the undying martial physique. It was equivalent to opening up a world that belonged to the undying martial physique with great power. Once the battle domain was released, the undying martial physique would be the supreme god in the battle domain. It could control everything, and the Dao marks formed by the martial Dao true power could slay anything in the world. Swish! The dazzling golden Dao marks constantly flashed in the golden battle domain. The destructive power was enough to kill a sage. The demonic shadow that was sucked into the golden battle domain was directly slashed by the Dao marks without any suspense. Nothing was left. Rumble, the entire golden battle domain was shaking. The power of the Dao marks obliterated everything. The old tortoise was very careful. He used the undying martial physique to draw the power of the great Dao to support the golden battle domain and suppress everything. The demonic shadow was slashed cleanly. No one could survive such an attack. The undying demon saint's 9 lives undying demon body should also be destroyed. The old tortoise released a powerful divine sense to scan the surroundings. He couldn't sense any strange phenomenon. The undying demon saint's 9 lives undying demon body was truly destroyed. What 9 deaths demon art? What undying demon body? Aren't they all destroyed? The old tortoise was very disdainful. There was nothing in this world that was eternal. Even a powerful sage would fall. Even if the undying demon saint cultivated a heaven-defying demonic art and was known as undying, it wasn't absolute. He put away the golden battle domain. This combat skill was inadvertently triggered by him. When the golden true power of the undying martial physique operated to the peak, it would evolve into such a great technique. Although the undying martial physique was just a body, it had become an avatar of the old tortoise after being controlled by the divine sense. However, the undying martial physique would often instinctively resist when it was threatened. This was a physical instinct. The undying martial physique had experienced hundreds of battles. The instinctive protection of the physical body made the old tortoise gasp in amazement. It was hard to imagine that there was such a magical physical body in this world. In the void, the undying demon blade was floating. Amidst the lingering demonic chi, ancient demonic patterns could be vaguely seen on the blade. The devil Dao was also a type of great Dao. Devil patterns were a type of Dao pattern of the devil Dao. The sky devil saber emitted a demonic aura that could cause one's heart to palpitate. It was as if it could demonize everything that got close to it. The demonic aura could affect the minds of cultivators. The old tortoise put away the black rod, and was about to use his great technique to put away the undying Tianma blade. But at this moment, the undying sky devil saber suddenly buzzed. Then, it turned into a pitch-black blade light in the void and slashed at the old turtle. A soul fluctuation emanated from the demonic saber. What? Old tortoise was taken aback. The demonic saber's saber light was extremely fast. In just a flash, the saber chi had already attacked him. A stream of demonic power directly drilled into old tortoise's body. Boom! The golden aura suddenly erupted, and old tortoise seemed to have turned into a golden divine sun. The power of martial arts spread between heaven and earth, and the terrifying coercion made the world pale. Every pore on old tortoise's body was gushing with golden aura. The attacking demonic power was immediately dispelled by the golden aura emanating from old tortoise's body. Old tortoise directly stretched out a big golden hand and grabbed at the sky devil saber that was slashing down. Old tortoise's big hand continuously collided with the sky devil saber. The indestructible martial body was extremely strong, and it could resist the undying sky devil saber refined by the great sage of the demons with its bare hands. In the distance, Gu Fei saw this scene and was shocked. He could already feel the soul fluctuation coming from the sky devil saber. How was this possible? Although the great sage of the demons was only one step away from cultivating a perfect great Dao, it was difficult to refine a sacred weapon of the great path with soul if one was not an extreme saint. The reason why the great sage of the demons was that there was a soul in the weapon. In a sense, the sacred weapon of the great path was a sacred weapon with life. No matter how heaven-defying the undying demon saint was, it was impossible for him to refine a sacred weapon of the great path with soul. However, at this time, the soul fluctuation coming from the undying sky devil saber was real. Could it be that this demonic saber had transformed into a sacred weapon of the great path? I see. He Tian, who was beside Gu Fei, opened his yin-yang divine eyes. His left eye was pitch black, and there was a vague black moon floating in it, while his right eye emitted a bright white light, and a divine sun rose in his right eye. The power of yin and yang intertwined and generated Dao rhymes, attracting a trace of Dao power, which allowed He Tian to see a subtle detail that others could not see. Roar! You actually refined a demon's soul into this demonic saber. Old Tortoise roared. The undying demon saint had refined a demon's soul from the 9 lives demon body into the undying sky devil saber. No wonder the old tortoise could not really kill the undying demon saint's 9 lives demon body despite using all kinds of methods. The undying demon saint was an extraordinary figure among the demons. He created the 9 deaths demon technique and cultivated the 9 lives undying demon body through 100 reincarnations. This great sage devil had 9 lives, and as long as one of them survived, he would be able to cultivate another 8 lives. The 9 deaths devil art was known as the number 1 devil art, second only to the ultimate devil art. The undying sky devil saber and the old tortoise's hands collided 1,000 times in an instant. Old tortoise's hands felt bursts of pain. Although the peerless demonic saber refined by the great demons could not break the defense of the indestructible martial body, it still made the indestructible martial body feel pain. The demonic patterns of the undying sky devil saber were constantly destroyed by the old tortoise's hands, and they kept buzzing. Swoosh! After a head-on collision with the old tortoise, the pitch-black demonic saber soared into the sky, broke through the void, and rushed into the chaotic void, escaping in an instant. Where do you think you're going? The old tortoise roared angrily, and the whole world seemed to collapse because of his roar. He directly punched out, pierced through the void, and chased after the undying demon. This, Gu Fei and He Tian could not help but be dumbfounded. The old tortoise was too fierce. It actually chased into the chaotic void. If they were lost in the chaotic void, they would never be able to get out. The broken void quickly reorganized, and the aura of the indestructible martial body completely disappeared between heaven and earth. After this battle, the corpse of the celestial Eye Demon Emperor was completely destroyed, and his body and soul were destroyed. Among the demons, the celestial demon lineage could be said to have suffered a heavy blow. Just as Gu Fei and He Tian were about to leave, a mighty holy aura came from afar. Then, a figure separated the layers of blood fog, and in a few steps, came close. A semi-sage? Chapter 1230. Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of saintly might coming from afar. Let's go. Without any hesitation, He Tian threw out the formation platform and rushed up with Gu Fei. They used the platform to teleport away from this place. Boom! At this moment, a huge purplish-green hand stretched out from the sky and grabbed at them. The huge hand covered the sky and shattered the void, but even so, it couldn't stop Gu Fei and He Tian. Count yourselves lucky. With a cold snort, the huge purplish-golden hand disappeared into the void. Then, a white figure appeared high in the sky, looking down. The aura of a demonic saint filled the sky and earth, shaking the world. This was a demonic half-saint. Before the demonic saint made its move, the formation platform had already emitted rays of divine light that pierced through the void. Gu Fei and He Tian borrowed the power of the formation platform to escape into the chaotic void. Gu Fei and He Tian traveled through the void and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, their eyes lit up and they rushed out of the void. However, as soon as they emerged from the void, they were immediately dumbfounded. They saw a bloody mist all around them, making it impossible to see far. Even with the heavenly eye, they couldn't see clearly. There seemed to be an unfathomable power interfering with everything in the world. Gu Fei felt that even his divine sense was suppressed, almost unable to pass through his body. Below Gu Fei and He Tian was a bottomless crack. Blood-colored mist constantly gushed out from the crack, like blood that couldn't be dissolved, causing one's heart to palpitate. Oh no! Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. They had actually appeared at the entrance to the Land of Saints. The Land of Saints was under the crack in the ground. There were many famous danger zones in the Heaven Realm. These places were extremely dangerous and no one would easily set foot in them. One of these danger zones was the Saint Burial Ground under the Scarlet Plains. Legend had it that there were ancient saints buried there. When did the Land of the Buried Saints appear? How did it form? Did saints really die? There were many things that could no longer be investigated. The secrets of ancient times seemed to have disappeared over the endless years. Some people said that the entire Scarlet Plains was dyed red by the blood of the saints, and that the blood-colored mist was formed by the blood of the saints that hadn't dissipated since time immemorial. How did I end up here? He Tian's expression changed when he saw his surroundings. The Land of Saint Burial was a forbidden ground in the heavenly realm. It opened once every 10,000 years, and who knew how many geniuses had been buried there. He was proficient in matrices and was good at seeing the general trend of heaven and earth. However, He Tian was actually unable to see the general trend of heaven and earth in the Land of Saint Burial. It was difficult for him to determine. It was as if the power of the Great Path was interfering. No one could divine what dangers there were in the Land of Saint Burial. Boom! Just as Gu Fei and He Tian were bewildered, a terrifying aura surged up from the crack in the ground below, causing Gu Fei and He Tian's minds to tremble. They almost fell from the sky. Extreme Saint Might? He Tian was shocked to the extreme. The aura that came from below made his soul tremble. He almost wanted to kneel down. This was too terrifying. This aura that could make even heaven and earth submit beneath its feet. Apart from the extreme saint realm, there seemed to be no one who could trample the great path of heaven and earth under their feet. It's just a wisp of aura. I'm afraid that even an advanced Renhuang wouldn't be able to withstand it. Gu Fei was also shocked. He had an extreme saint weapon to protect him, but he still felt great danger. It was as if there really was an invincible saint sleeping below. He Tian also had an almighty divine weapon to protect him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this aura. The Land of Saint Burial, there might really be an extreme saint buried inside. He Tian muttered to himself. A place like this definitely hid a great secret. He couldn't help but be tempted. Don't even think about it. This isn't a place we can set foot in. Gu Fei saw He Tian's eyes glowing as he looked at the bottomless abyss below. How could he not know what this guy was planning? The Land of Saint Burial wasn't a place they could enter. Humph. We've already entered the Supreme Great Tomb. Even if there really is an extreme saint buried in the Land of Saint Burial, it might not be able to stop us. He Tian was well aware of his own capabilities. Without Gu Fei, he definitely wouldn't dare to enter the Land of Saint Burial. This was because Gu Fei had an extreme saint weapon on him. Even if he really encountered danger in the Land of Saint Burial, he would be able to protect his life. I know what you're trying to do. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and snapped. This guy must be trying to use my extreme Dao sacred weapon to barge into the Land of Saint Burial. However, Gu Fei wasn't willing to take the risk. No one knew what was inside the Land of Saint Burial. Gu Fei had already seen the Supreme Great Tomb. If it wasn't for the extreme saint weapon protecting him, he would have most likely been buried inside. The great necropolis contained boundless entities that had given birth to Dao fruits. Perhaps only the great necropolis of extreme Dao saints could compare to it. Although the dangers inside the Land of Saint Burial weren't as terrifying as the Supreme Great Tomb, they weren't far off. One could imagine how dangerous it was if even a saint had been buried inside. Boss, there must be a supreme divine treasury in the Land of Saint Burial. If we miss it, we'll have to wait another 10,000 years, said He Tian. He didn't want to miss such an opportunity. The supreme divine treasury is great, but we need to be alive to enjoy it. Gu Fei's attitude was very firm. Even if he had the extreme saint weapon to protect him, he would still encounter great danger in the land of saint burial that could bury even a saint. It would be a tragedy if he got trapped inside and couldn't get out. I never thought that the fearless boss would be afraid, said He Tian. Gu Fei couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He then said, goading me won't work on me. You'd better save it. No, boss. We can take advantage of the fact that those half-saints are fighting each other in the Supreme Great Tomb to seize the initiative. Who knows, we might really be able to obtain the Supreme Divine Treasury. He Tian couldn't help feeling a little anxious when he saw that Gu Fei was really going to leave. Gu Fei ignored He Tian and turned to leave. However, at that moment, something unforeseen happened. A huge purple hand appeared in the void without any warning and swatted at Gu Fei and He Tian. Bam! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei and He Tian were sent flying over 10,000 zhang away by the purple hand. They were both shocked and enraged by the impact. Rumble! As soon as Gu Fei and He Tian were sent flying, an unimaginably powerful immortal aura burst out, causing the entire place to tremble. A half-saint, Gu Fei and He Tian stabilized themselves, before being shocked again. The violet hand slammed towards Gu Fei and Mai Tian once again. This time, there was no longer any need for them to hide themselves. The violet golden hand exuded towering immortal power, moving through the air like an ancient divine mountain. Everywhere it passed, the space would shatter, obliterating everything. Preposterous. Gu Fei was infuriated. His long hair fluttered despite the absence of wind as a torrential battle intent gushed out from his body. He took a step forward and sent a palm strike towards the purplish golden palm in a domineering manner. The hand blotted out the sky. The entire place was covered by the shadow of Gu Fei's palm. It was a martial art battle technique, the heaven-shrouding hand. An endless amount of martial force surged from the hand and surged forward. Boom! Following a deafening explosion, Gu Fei was sent flying over 10,000 zhang away again. Even He Tian was sent flying by the destructive force. What? A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Gu Fei's mouth. His yin and yang qi surged, yet he was sent flying by a single palm. This was something that he had rarely encountered. After being sent flying twice, Gu Fei's sovereign martial physique was on the verge of shattering. It's a semi-sage. He Tian escaped immediately. A semi-sage sneak attacked Gu Fei. He was unlucky to be standing next to Gu Fei, so the semi-sage killed him as well. However, Gu Fei had the emperor martial body, which was invincible among his peers, and He Tian had the almighty divine weapon to protect him. Thus, the hidden half-step sage didn't kill Gu Fei and He Tian with a single blow, as the hidden half-step sage had expected. Yuan Gu? Gu Fei stared at the void in front of him. The purple golden hand dissipated, and a figure appeared in front of Gu Fei. It was a middle-aged man with a sage-like demeanor. This middle-aged man was tall and slender, but his face couldn't be seen. His face seemed to be covered by a layer of hazy mist. Even Gu Fei couldn't see through this mist and could only see a silhouette. Humph! I didn't expect you to walk out of the Supreme Tomb alive. The middle-aged man's body was surrounded by an immortal aura. He looked like a celestial emperor descending. Although he had a sage-like demeanor, he had a supreme majesty that gave people a great sense of oppression. Oh no! He Tian couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the conversation between Gu Fei and the semi-sage. This person was the Eastern Earth's Emperor Xian, Yuan Gu. Gu Fei and Yuan Gu had a great enmity. Gu Fei had fought with the Violet Emperor in the Eastern Earth and killed him. The Violet Emperor was the only son of the Eastern Earth's Emperor Xian. Moreover, his cultivation talent was extremely high, and he was expected to become the youngest Dao-severing emperor in the Eastern Earth. However, such a genius of the Eastern Earth had been killed by Gu Fei. It would be strange if Yuan-gu Emperor Xian didn't go crazy. The enmity of his son's death wouldn't end until one of them died. Between Gu Fei and Yuan-gu, one of them had to fall to resolve this enmity. This was an irreconcilable enmity. No one had thought that Yuan-gu Emperor Xian would appear here. This Emperor Xian was definitely not simple. He had actually given up the hope of becoming a saint to explore the place where saints were buried. Yuan-gu Emperor Xian's immortal aura surrounded him as he approached Gu Fei step by step. Gu Fei felt a great pressure as a dangerous aura had already enveloped them. Swish! Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared next to He Tian. He grabbed He Tian and rushed down into the bottomless abyss. Want to escape? Do you think you can? Chapter 1231. A wisp of an extreme Dao aura lingered below the crack, intimidating everything in the world. No one dared to approach it, let alone enter it. The aura of an extreme ancient powerhouse was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Even a wisp of extremely weak aura could stop a sovereign realm expert at the advanced level. However, Gu Fei had no choice but to drag He Tian into this dangerous place because he did not want to be killed by Yuan-gu Emperor Xian on the spot. Gu Fei and Yuan-gu had a great enmity. Yuan-gu's son, the Purple Emperor, had died at the hands of Gu Fei. Yuan-gu Emperor Xian had great luck and had obtained several secrets of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path. It could be said that he was in an invincible position and Gu Fei was no match for him. Gu Fei could use his extreme sacred weapon to fight against other semi-sage experts, but he could not do so against Yuan-gu. As long as he used the chaotic chaos secret technique, all attacks would be reversed. Of course, if Gu Fei was also an almighty expert at the severing Dao realm, he would not be afraid of Yuan-gu Emperor Xian. The problem was that Gu Fei was still a long way from the severing Dao realm. The current Gu Fei could only retreat if he encountered Yuan-gu. Where do you think you're going? Yuan-gu Emperor Xian did not hesitate. His body was shrouded in immortal light, and he swung away the bloody mist. He directly rushed down from the sky. He had no intention of letting go of his great enemy, Gu Fei. Humph. Wait until I cut my Dao. I will definitely fight you. Now is not the time. Gu Fei's voice came from below. Yuan-gu Emperor Xian's murderous intent intensified. This person would become a great threat in the future if he was not eliminated. The human race martial body was too powerful and had unparalleled combat power. If he truly matured, he would be invincible among his peers. Perhaps no one could suppress him except the descendants of extreme powerhouses. Swoosh! Yuan-gu Emperor Xian turned into a ray of immortal light and broke through the darkness like a meteor, illuminating the nearby void. His speed was so fast that even Gu Fei was shocked. This is the immortal light escape technique. Seeing this, Mahakala was also incomparably shocked. The speed of the celestial light escape art was truly frightening. The distance between the two of them was actually shrinking rapidly. Even Gu Fei's 8 desolate steps could not catch up. Damn it! Gu Fei had no choice but to use his extreme speed 8 steps to widen the distance between them once again. With every step he took, Daoist rhymes circulated beneath his feet as if he was walking on the great Dao. This, Yuan-gu, who had transformed into an immortal light, couldn't help but frown when he saw Gu Fei's extreme speed. This guy was indeed quite capable. It wasn't an injustice for my son to lose to him. Buzz! Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the body of the Yuan-gu Emperor Xian as a shocking sword chi erupted from his body. Then, a divine sword emitted thousands of sword lights and directly slashed at Gu Fei and He Tian below. Ghastly cold sword chi swept out in all directions and illuminated the entire heavens and the earth. It even sliced space apart and revealed a great might that seemed capable of slashing the heavens and the earth into two. Flying immortal sword. The sword light was extremely fast, streaking across the void in an instant. It actually caught up to Gu Fei and He Tian, causing Gu Fei to be inexplicably shocked. The Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian cultivated the immortal sword Dao and used the sword to form his Dao. This was the immortal Dao that focused on killing and had the heaviest murderous aura. It was often seen as a cultivation method that harmed the harmony of the heavens and was very different from the peaceful and inactive immortal Dao. However, the immortal sword Dao was the cultivation path with the most offensive power. Sword emperors who severed the Dao were stronger than ordinary immortal emperors. They were the warriors among the cultivators. Boss, sensing the might of this sword, He Tian's expression became very unsightly. Dao patterns appeared on the divine sword, and a trace of saintly might spread out. This was a divine sword, and it was difficult to resist. The Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian had a divine weapon. At this point, he didn't hesitate to use it to kill Gu Fei. A divine sword refined by an immortal saint? Endless sword chi came from above, causing Gu Fei to feel a chill run down his spine. He sensed a dangerous aura from the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian's sword. Gu Fei didn't stop using the 8 desolate steps. Instead, he punched out with a backhand and a dazzling golden light erupted from his fist. This punch contained the profound meaning of the supreme fist technique of the martial way. It was the metal element fist of the flawless 5 elements fist. When the punch was thrown, it drew upon the metal element power of the world. The vast metal element power on Gu Fei's fist seemed to interweave into a blurry Dao pattern. Using his body to fight a divine weapon? He Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Although he knew that Gu Fei's emperor martial body was incomparably powerful, he had never imagined that it would be strong enough to fight a divine weapon. Cultivators were really terrifying. They could cultivate their bodies to the point where they could fight a divine weapon. It was no wonder that even great accomplishment cultivators didn't have any weapons. Their bodies were the best weapons in the world. Boom! When Gu Fei's fist collided with the flying immortal sword light that pierced through from behind, the void trembled violently. The sword of the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian was blocked. The divine sword flew back, but Gu Fei felt a sharp pain in his fist. He quickly retracted his fist and saw that there was a deep sword scar on the back of his hand. The skin and flesh of the wound were split open, and the bones of his hand could be clearly seen. This was only an external wound. What really made Gu Fei's expression change was the sharp sword chi that had invaded his arm. Roar! Gu Fei shook his right arm, which immediately emitted a powerful sword chi. In the next moment, the sleeve of Gu Fei's arm was instantly turned into thousands of pieces. He used his martial path true power to force out the sword chi on his arm. On his right arm, every pore was spewing out sword chi, and the void was being slashed by these sword chi, causing transparent spatial ripples to appear. In an instant, Gu Fei expelled the sword chi from his arm. Again. Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian was ready to attack again. However, at that moment, a mournful scream suddenly came from the bottom of the pitch-black crack in the ground. No one knew what they would encounter in this place of absolute darkness. Just as the scream was heard, a ray of light appeared below. Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian's speed immediately slowed down. However, Gu Fei didn't care and continued to rush forward. A figure was wrapped in the ray of light. The person who charged out from the depths of the pitch-black rift was a tall, middle-aged cultivator. His appearance was ordinary, but his body was stained with blood. Roar! Suddenly, a roar was heard from below. One could vaguely see a demonic shadow hidden in the darkness, chasing after the man who had transformed into a ray of light. This book was first published. Chapter 1232. An almighty emperor rushed out of the bottomless abyss. He was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable, as if he had just experienced a great battle. Roar! An earth-shaking roar suddenly rang out from the pitch-black abyss. A demonic figure hidden in the darkness chased after the Almighty. Dao, save me! When the person saw Gu Fei and Yuan Gu, he immediately flew towards Gu Fei and Yuan Gu. He was panic-stricken and had completely lost the spirit that an almighty should have. It should be known that Tao-severing almighties were supreme emperors in the heaven realm. It seemed that this almighty was really frightened. It was hard to imagine what he had experienced in the bottomless abyss. Gu Fei opened his martial Tao heavenly eye and saw a demonic figure hidden in the darkness. A 10,000 zhang demonic figure rushed out from the depths of the abyss, and a gigantic demonic hand was grabbing at the fleeing supreme expert. This demonic figure used demonic magic and merged with the void. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's martial path heavenly eye, he wouldn't have been able to see any clues. The demons also have their eyes on the land of the buried saints. He Tian cultivated the yin-yang divine eye. Yin and yang rotated in his eyes, and the sun and moon descended. The power of extreme yin and extreme yang interweaved to form a trace of Tao charm. The yin-yang divine eye could see through everything because it was a Tao eye. There was nothing that could not reveal its true form under He Tian's yin-yang divine eye. The Almighty's escape light was extremely fast. He was fleeing for his life. His divine power was vast and mighty, and Tao patterns appeared on his body. The Almighty was also wearing a layer of soft armor under his clothes. The Tao patterns on the Almighty's body had appeared from this soft armor. Just as the black hand was about to grab the mighty being, a beam of divine light shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. The Tao sword formed from his primordial spirit instantly sliced apart the black hand that was hiding in the void and reaching for the mighty being. The primordial spirit Tao sword specialized in slaying the primordial spirit. The great demon below was using the primordial spirit great art, forming a demonic shadow that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword was the nemesis of this demonic supreme divine art. That supreme being didn't know that he was on the verge of death just now. Thank you for your help. The supreme being flew in front of Gu Fei and clasped his hands in thanks. Then, he did not stop and directly flew into the sky towards the crack in the ground. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sword light flashed, and a beam of dazzling divine light descended from the sky, instantly cutting the powerful being who thought he had escaped into two pieces. Roar! You! That supreme being roared in anger. He had never thought that someone would attack him at this moment. The flying immortal sword light was unbelievably fast. From the moment the sword light rose to the moment his body was sliced into two at the waist, it only took an instant. Yuan Gu, when Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but be startled. His two sword-like eyebrows were raised. He didn't expect that the primordial Emperor Xian would actually attack an almighty emperor of the human race. Primordial Emperor Xian, I'm not done with you. That supreme being roared. His lower body fell into the bottomless abyss and disappeared into the darkness. His upper body was wrapped in the escape light and shot up into the sky, trying to escape from this place. This was a god emperor with mighty divine power. His soft armor had been split open by the primordial Emperor Xian's sword. If it wasn't a divine artifact, it wouldn't be able to withstand the flying immortal sword light. Humph! You won't have a chance. Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu directly attacked. The flying celestial sword flew back like a bolt of lightning and instantly killed the mighty being again. Half of the mighty being's body was minced into a bloody mist, leaving nothing behind. This Yuan Gu, Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but be shocked when they saw Yuan Gu's decisiveness. This person's temperament was too terrifying. He killed without any scruples. It was no wonder that the primordial Emperor Xian could become an ambitious and ruthless person who dominated the Eastern Territory and became an emperor who overlooked the entire Eastern Territory. A half-step saint killing a supreme being was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. This was the gap between them. Even a supreme being was as weak as an ant in front of a half-step saint. However, Gu Fei was an exception. At this time, Gu Fei already knew why the primordial Emperor Xian had killed that human supreme being. He didn't want others to know that he had come to the Saint Burial Ground. Now that the Tao fruit nurtured in the Great Peerless Tomb had appeared, it had attracted the attention of all the powerhouses. However, the Saint Burial Ground was currently deserted with no one around. The primordial Emperor Xian didn't have the ability to fight for the Tao fruit in the Great Peerless Tomb, but he had the ability to enter the Saint Burial Ground. The Saint Burial Ground was rumored to have a saint buried there. There was most likely a peerless divine treasury inside. This was the reason why the primordial Emperor Xian had risked his life to come here. Who wouldn't be tempted by a peerless divine treasury? All of you must die too. After killing the Supreme Being, the primordial Emperor Xian once again closed in on Gu Fei and the others. However, at this time, the bloody mist that had yet to dissipate suddenly bloomed with a demonic bloody light. A soul fluctuation spread out from the bloody light. What? The primordial Emperor Xian stopped in his tracks with a look of disbelief on his face. At this time, the bloody mist of the Supreme Being killed by the primordial Emperor Xian continued to burn. Every drop of blood, bone, and flesh was blooming with bloody light. That person didn't die. Gu Fei and He Tian were a little dumbfounded. After being killed by the flying immortal sword of the primordial Emperor Xian, the human race's Supreme Being should have been destroyed in both body and soul. How could he still be alive? It must be known that the flying immortal sword was a sacred sword that was branded with the Sword Saint's Tao pattern. The condensed sword qi could cut through everything and was definitely not something that an emperor at the Almighty Realm could contend with. Although the soul power fluctuation was weak, it still existed. This meant that the Supreme Being hadn't truly died and his divine soul was still present. This is, Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu's expression suddenly became very unsightly. Then, he hurriedly attacked again. The flying immortal sword light suddenly surged and a cold sword qi shot straight towards the blood mist that was emitting a bloody light. However, at this time, the bloody mist suddenly shrank to the center and a blood-colored ancient talisman appeared in the void. Then, the ancient talisman disappeared. Swish! The sword light fell and the void was shattered. However, the blood-colored ancient talisman was nowhere to be seen. No one could see how it had escaped. This is troublesome. The primordial Emperor Xian knew that he had provoked a formidable enemy. If that Supreme Being didn't die, it would bring him a lot of trouble. The power behind that Supreme Being couldn't be underestimated. Mysterious Heaven Holy Talisman? He Tian couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene. He knew the origin of the blood-colored ancient talisman. It was a life-saving holy talisman refined by a great sage of the human race. No wonder that Supreme Being didn't die even after his body was shredded by the sacred sword. It turned out that he had such a life-saving talisman with him. This holy talisman protected the Supreme Being's divine soul and then escaped into the void. Chapter 1233. The primordial Emperor Xian had never imagined that he would offend such a powerful force in the heaven realm. He had also never expected that the other party would be able to escape from his sword. He was a half-sage, while the person who had escaped from the abyss was just an almighty at the Tao-severing realm. A half-sage and an almighty were not on the same level. A half-sage was like an immortal in the 9 heavens, while an almighty was like a mortal on earth. For a half-sage to kill an almighty was as easy as killing an ant. However, no one had expected that the mysterious Heaven Holy Talisman would not only prevent the Almighty's spiritual soul from dissipating, but also allow the talisman to protect the Almighty's spiritual soul as it escaped. Thinking of the impending revenge, the primordial Emperor Xian's face turned ugly. Damn it! The primordial Emperor Xian was both shocked and angry. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Gu Fei and He Tian below. If he had not chased after these two, he would not have met the descendant of the mysterious heaven bloodline, and there would have been no karma. I'm going to tear you into pieces. The primordial Emperor Xian was furious. His killing intent soared to the sky as he closed in on Gu Fei and He Tian. The flying deity sword transformed into a sword light that danced around his body. The divine sword emitted a trace of holy might. At this time, the great demon, who had been hiding in the void, once again rushed up from the abyss. Just now, his palm had been cut off by Gu Fei's primordial spirit Dao sword and he had been seriously injured. With the primordial Emperor Xian above and the great demon below, Gu Fei and He Tian could not help but feel a little uneasy. Boom! A huge star rose from the top of He Tian's head. The power of the stars was vast and mighty, and thousands of starlight rays fell from the star, enveloping He Tian and Gu Fei. "Let's go!" He Tian growled. He immediately used the almighty divine weapon to protect himself and rushed down. Clang! Streaks of starlight transformed into swords of starlight, blotting out the heavens and covering the earth as they pierced through the demonic shadow below. It was an incomparably vast scene. Even the great demon that rushed out of the abyss was shocked. Swoosh! A beam of purple light appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows, as if an eye had opened. Rays of light formed by his primordial spirit constantly shot out, sweeping towards the demonic figure below. This kind of Dao light formed from the primordial spirit specialized in attacking the divine soul. That great demon had no choice but to retreat. Gu Fei and He Tian rushed past it, heading deeper into the abyss. At this time, they couldn't care less. Even if it was a dangerous place in front of them, they had to go through it. Run? Where can you escape to? Yuangu Emperor Xian sneered. His entire body was shrouded in celestial light as he strode in the void like a celestial emperor on an inspection tour. His speed was so fast that it didn't seem to be any slower than Gu Fei's 8 steps. Roar! That great devil roared and stretched out his devil hand, grabbing towards Immortal Emperor Yuangu. Devil Qi filled the sky. At this time, this great devil no longer concealed his presence. "You're courting death." Yuangu Emperor Xian was incomparably powerful as he pointed his finger forward. Swoosh! The sword light of the flying celestial sword, which was dancing around his body, immediately turned into a sword rainbow that was thousands of feet long. It emitted a sword qi fluctuation that made the heavens and earth lose their color as it rushed forward. Boom! The huge hand that was directly grabbing at Yuangu Emperor Xian shook, and a pitch-black millstone appeared in the hand. A terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth spread out. This was a powerful demonic weapon that was branded with demonic patterns. The dazzling sword light collided with the pitch-black millstone. The Dao patterns were destroyed, and the sword light also dimmed. The world-exterminating millstone had blocked Yuangu Emperor Xian's flying celestial sword. The sword light that shot out in all directions directly pierced through the void. Immortal Emperor Yuangu was taken aback. His opponent was actually able to withstand his sword. This had exceeded his expectations. Could it be that this great demon was actually a demi-saint of the devil race? At this time, the world-exterminating demonic plate flew up from the great demon's hand and floated above the great demon's head. The pitch-black demonic aura that looked like a demonic dragon descended from the demonic plate and enveloped the great demon. A half-sage demons that came from the 100,000 demon mountains? Yuangu Emperor Xian had no doubt that the world-exterminating demonic plate floating above the great demon's head was definitely a sacred weapon that could compete with his flying celestial sword. No wonder that Almighty had wanted to escape just now. It seemed like there was a half-sage demons entrenched in this abyss. If he had been a little slower, he would have lost his life. There was nothing much to say. When a half-sage human race encountered a half-sage demons, they could only fight. Boom! With a loud sound, a great battle broke out. Yuangu Emperor Xian and the great demon clashed. The sword light of the flying celestial sword soared thousands of feet and split the heaven and earth. The half-sage demons was also amazing. He used the world-exterminating demonic plate in his hand to resist the flying celestial sword light of Yuangu Emperor Xian and continuously clashed with Yuangu Emperor Xian. Swish! The world-exterminating demonic plate soared high into the sky and then became as huge as a mountain. It covered the entire heaven and earth and shrouded Yuan-gu Emperor Xian. It wanted to trap Yuan-gu Emperor Xian in the demonic plate. Rumble, the world-exterminating demonic plate was like an ancient demonic mountain that pressed down from the sky. The vast and mighty demonic aura engulfed the heaven and earth as if doomsday had arrived. However, Yuan-gu Emperor Xian, who was shrouded by the world-exterminating demonic plate, did not panic. When the world-exterminating demonic plate was about to fall on Yuan-gu Emperor Xian's head, his figure suddenly became transparent and disappeared into the void. The great demon was shocked. A living person had actually disappeared under his gaze. How was this possible? Was this a special technique? At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian had already disappeared, which made Yuan-gu Emperor Xian furious. In the next moment, Yuan-gu Emperor Xian's figure silently appeared behind the great demon. He then stretched out his right hand and pressed it on the great demon's back. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the anti-void secret technique. The great demon could transform his body into the void and travel anywhere in the world. Yuan-gu Emperor Xian was in an invincible position. Bam! Kacha! Yuan-gu Emperor Xian's palm force erupted like a mountain torrent. When it pressed on the great demon, it rushed out and even broke the great demon's spine. The sound of bones breaking was hair-raising. Ah! The great demon roared as his demonic power surged. Demonic light constantly shot out from his body as the broken bones reassembled. In just a few breaths, the great demon's body was completely healed. The body of a half-step saint was incomparably strong and not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. Yuan-gu Emperor Xian and the great demon were fighting endlessly. Terrifying holy power spread in all directions, and the bright divine light illuminated the entire dark area. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian had already reached the bottom of the abyss. Both of their feet stepped on the soil. It was pitch black all around, and the silence was frightening. Chapter 1234. The cracks in the ground were spewing blood mist. There was no light here, so it was impossible to see the color of the mist. However, there was a flickering light ahead. That light seemed to be very far away from Gu Fei and He Tian. Even with their divine eyes, it was difficult for them to see what it was. The entrance to the land of buried saints? Gu Fei muttered to himself. The land of buried saints was below the Scarlet Plains. They had already gone who knew how many miles underground, but there was a trace of saintly might lingering here. This saintly might was not as faint as it was above. Here, Gu Fei and He Tian could clearly feel the supreme aura that made their hearts palpitate. If it was someone else, they might have already collapsed. This was the saint's might, the aura emitted by a saint who had proven his Tao. Just a strand of qi could crush the void. Without reaching that level, it was impossible to know how powerful a saint was. Rumble, a thunderous sound came from above. Primordial Emperor Xian and the demons were fighting. Dazzling sword lights illuminated the dark world from time to time. He Tian looked up at the sky and said, "That demon is really amazing. He actually hasn't been defeated even after fighting with that guy Yuan-gu for so long." He wasn't optimistic about the demon's chances. After all, the primordial Emperor Xian was a half-saint who mastered several of the 9 secrets of Immortal's path. Each of the 9 secrets of Immortal's path had heaven-defying power. Primordial Emperor Xian had mastered several of the 9 secrets of Immortal's path. It could be said that he was in an invincible position. Let's go. The sky was sealed by Yuan-gu. Since they couldn't leave, Gu Fei decided to go to the sacred tomb to see if there really was a legendary peerless divine treasure inside. The virtual sky world, the land where the phoenix perished and the dragon perished, the pseudo-heaven realm that used heaven and earth as a killing trap, as well as the peerless tomb, Gu Fei had definitely gone through many dangerous places. However, these perilous lands couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. He successfully broke out of them and obtained the treasures inside. Gu Fei's luck was definitely not inferior to that of the primordial Emperor Xian. This was exactly what He Tian wanted. He Tian was very tempted by this saint burial ground. However, when they walked towards the light in the distance, they had not gone far when they suddenly heard the sound of bones being crushed under their feet. Gu Fei and He Tian were both shocked. They looked down and saw that there were many bones scattered around them. A black skull had been crushed by He Tian. The sound of bones breaking just now was the sound of He Tian stepping on the black skull. Demon bone? Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but look at each other. This black skull no longer had any luster and its demonic nature had completely disappeared. This skull was almost weathered. It was unknown how long this unlucky great demon had fallen here. Even its bones were almost completely corroded by the power of time. Gu Fei noticed that there were faint traces of demonic marks on the broken bones of the skull. This guy was at least a half-step saint of the demons. He had already branded the demonic marks on his bones. His cultivation level and strength were very strong. He Tian said. He had also noticed the strangeness of the skull. A half-step saint of the demons fell here? Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned. The saint burial ground seemed to have a well-deserved reputation. They had not even entered that dangerous place, but they had already found the bones of a half-step saint. There shouldn't be any danger here, right? The space between Gu Fei's eyebrows twitched and a purple divine mark appeared on it. It was flowing with divine light as if a divine eye was about to open. A powerful divine will spread out from the purple divine mark on Gu Fei's eyebrows. He could sense all the details in the surroundings in an instant. Gu Fei noticed that there were many bones scattered around them. Some of the bones were crystal clear like the 9 heavens' divine jade. They still had their divinity. They seemed to have been formed by the decay of the corpses of those who came later. Some of the bones were clearly not the bones of humans. They were the skeletons of strange creatures. Some of the skeletons were extremely huge. They were lying on the ground like small mountains. There were also many rusty ancient weapons and fragments of magic treasures scattered on the ground. The spirituality of these things had disappeared without exception. They were not immortal divine materials. They could not withstand the erosion of time. Even a piece of divine iron would become a piece of scrap after endless years. Buzz! A ball of starlight rose from the top of He Tian's head. The power of the stars was vast and mighty. The starlight illuminated the surrounding area and dispersed the surrounding mist. It was like a resplendent star had appeared in the darkness. When Gu Fei and He Tian saw the scenery in front of them, they couldn't help but gasp. The ground before them was densely packed with skeletons. Who knew how many people had fallen here? Who knew how many lives the saint burial ground had devoured over the years to reach its current state? The path was paved with white bones. The bones of a half-step saint did not seem very conspicuous among them. The terrain before them was undulating as if there were huge dragons lying on the ground. There were no mountains, only undulating hills and slopes. The saint burial ground is indeed extraordinary. This is the layout of the 9 heavens hidden dragon. He Tian's mastery of formations was definitely at the Grandmaster level. He could tell at a glance that the undulating terrain was a rare layout of the 9 heavens hidden dragon. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the terrain before them seemed to have 9 huge dragons lying on the ground. They were inconspicuous and formed the posture of a hidden dragon. If someone were to make use of the terrain here to set up a killing trap, then this place of the 9 heavens hidden dragon would turn into an absolute killing formation. Anyone who entered would die. Gu Fei knew a little about formations because he had refined the memories of the god race patriarch Li Xuandao's primordial spirit in the purgatory realm. The god race patriarch Li Xuandao was the true successor of the supreme Dao ancestors' bloodline. He cultivated all kinds of great immortal techniques, and formations were one of them. However, Gu Fei was a cultivator and did not care to cultivate immortal techniques. Moreover, he could not cultivate them because he did not have a primordial spirit at the time. On the path of immortal cultivation, the majority of the Tao foundation was in the primordial spirit. If a cultivator did not have a primordial spirit, they would not have the foundation to reach the Tao and would find it difficult to truly cultivate immortal techniques. Now that Gu Fei had unexpectedly obtained a primordial spirit, he could truly grasp immortal techniques. He would no longer be unable to unleash the true power of immortal techniques like he had been without a primordial spirit. The Nine Heavens Hidden Dragon. I didn't think that such a terrain really existed in this world. Gu Fei was amazed. It seemed that he had already encountered the rarest terrain in the world. If such a terrain was used by someone, even a saint would be shocked. This book was first published. Chapter 1235. The Nine Heavens Land of the Hidden Dragon. Such a landscape was hard to find. 9 hidden dragons roamed the earth without revealing the terrain. This was the hidden dragon. If there were 9 dragon-shaped mountain ranges on the ground, then it wouldn't be the hidden dragon, but the rising dragon. However, regardless of whether it was the hidden dragon or the rising dragon, such a landscape was heaven-defying. The power contained within the 9 dragon veins was too great. If someone were to take advantage of it, this landscape would immediately turn into a land of death. Even a saint would find it hard to break through this heaven-defying landscape. Gu Fei was a little hesitant. Countless skeletons were scattered among the hills and slopes ahead. Among them, there were crystal-clear skeletons of gods, demonic skeletons shrouded in demonic energy. Immortals and demons had fallen here. Moreover, Gu Fei could vaguely see a huge skeleton that looked like a mountain ridge looming in the mist, which made him feel a little uneasy. However, He Tian suddenly became busy. He took out pieces of 9 heavens heavenly jade that contained a vast amount of spiritual energy and began to engrave formation runes on them. Are you trying to break through this landscape? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. The landscape of the 9 heavens hidden dragon was heaven-defying. How could it be so easily broken through? Unless an extreme saint was here. The land of the hidden dragon ahead was filled with piles of bones. It was obvious that this was an extremely dangerous place. The power of the hidden dragon had already been used by someone. These bones were the best proof. With the land of the hidden dragon blocking the way, to truly enter the land of the buried saint, one must pass through this land of the hidden dragon. Even a saint would have a headache here. Humph. Who said I want to break through this land of death? Although I can't break it, I can still open up a path of survival in this dangerous place. He Tian was very confident. So what if it was the hidden dragon of the 9 heavens? Even if they met him, they would still have to step aside. This fellow was constantly deducing, and then imprinting runes on the 9 heavens godly jade. Every rune interweaved with the Tao and Tao, drawing upon the spiritual energy contained within the 9 heavens godly jade. At this moment, a loud noise came from the sky. A demonic figure soared into the sky and instantly disappeared from the sky above the abyss. A dazzling swordlight flew towards Gu Fei and the others like a divine rainbow. The might of a saint filled the sky and the earth. The ancient Emperor Xian became one with his sword, releasing a boundless sword energy. The sword light of the flying immortal sword broke through the darkness and rushed toward Gu Fei and the others with a murderous aura. The demons were no match for the Emperor Xian of the primordial era and had no choice but to flee. Hurry up, it's too late. The flying immortal sword light of the Emperor Xian of the primordial era was extremely fast. In just a few breaths, the deep cold sword energy had already descended and attacked Gu Fei and He Tian, causing Gu Fei and He Tian to shiver uncontrollably. Go! He Tian shouted in a deep voice and then walked forward. With every step he took, a rune extended from under his feet. He actually walked into the hidden dragon of the 9 heavens. The Emperor Xian of the primordial era had already arrived. At this time, there was no time for Gu Fei to think. He quickly followed behind He Tian and entered. Want to escape? The voice of the Emperor Xian of the primordial era reverberated from the sky. The whole world shook, and a wisp of saint aura surged between the heavens and the earth. This was the aura of a half-saint, which had already begun to show the demeanor of a saint. However, in the end, he was not a saint. Although he had the saint aura, he did not have the corresponding cultivation and strength. Whoosh! The sword light traversed between the heavens and the earth. The flying immortal sword was displayed by the Emperor Xian of the primordial era. The sword light was powerful, and the sword chi was so vast that even the heavens and the earth lost their color. The most frightening thing was that this sword of the Emperor Xian of the primordial era had attracted the power of the great path of heaven and earth. On the surface of the flying immortal sword Dao runes appeared, and the sword chi that it emitted could kill a saint. This peerless sword light descended from the sky, but He Tian did not panic at all. He calmly walked forward. Runes gushed out from under his feet, and he actually opened up a path in the hidden dragon of the 9 heavens. However, after entering this dangerous place, He Tian's every step was very slow. He carefully calculated and did not dare to take a wrong step. If he took a wrong step, he was afraid that they would be trapped in this dangerous place. Courting death. Seeing that Gu Fei and He Tian did not take his sword seriously and did not even try to dodge it, the Emperor Xian of the primordial era felt strange and had a bad feeling in his heart. Whoosh! Just as the Emperor Xian of the primordial era's sword descended, a dragon-shaped divine light suddenly appeared without any warning and met the sword light head-on. What is this thing? The Emperor Xian of the primordial era was shocked. He immediately stopped high in the sky when the dragon-shaped divine light that rushed out from the hidden dragon of the 9 heavens collided with the sword light of the primordial era Emperor Xian. A strong light cut through the void, and the sword light of the Emperor Xian of the primordial era was knocked away by the dragon-shaped divine light. Even the Emperor Xian of the primordial era was affected and was sent flying thousands of feet away. Even Gu Fei was shocked by this scene. He never thought that this dangerous place would be so terrifying that the dragon-shaped divine light could knock away a saint weapon. After the dragon-shaped divine light knocked away the soaring immortal sword, it disappeared into the void as if it had never appeared, giving off a very unreal feeling. Come in if you have the ability. He Tian was extremely proud. He turned around and glanced at the Emperor Xian of the primordial era. His face was full of disdain. So what if he was a half-saint? Didn't he still not dare to enter this place? In the void, apart from He Tian's voice, they could also vaguely hear the roar of a dragon. The hidden dragon of the 9 heavens had not been activated. This place was undulating and the dragon was hidden in the ground. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see anything strange. I will destroy both your bodies and souls. The Emperor Xian of the primordial era roared. His murderous aura soared into the sky. He had already put away the soaring immortal sword that had been knocked away. It was now circling around his body. This was a spiritual saint weapon. Come on. Come and destroy us if you have the ability. We will stand here and let you destroy us. He Tian was fearless. The hidden dragon of the 9 heavens had turned into a killing trap. Even if a half-saint were to barge in, there would only be one outcome, death. The Emperor Xian of the primordial era was a half-saint of the immortal path. His cultivation was earth-shattering, and he also knew a thing or two about the Tao of formations. At this moment, his expression became very ugly. The hidden dragon pattern. How is this possible? The Emperor Xian of the primordial era also saw some clues. He did not dare to act rashly. The terrain seemed ordinary, but it contained a terrifying killing intent. It was as if a heavenly beast of the primordial era was lurking there. Anyone who barged in would be devoured by this heavenly beast. The bewildered Yuan Gu hesitated. The area ahead seemed to be very dangerous. Chapter 1236. The land of the hidden dragon in the 9th heaven was not obvious, but it was the most dangerous place and impossible to guard against. Someone had made use of this heaven-defying terrain to set up a killing trap. Hot Book Pavilion. It was just a dragon-shaped divine light, but it was enough to send the primordial Emperor Xian flying thousands of feet away. This kind of power was really frightening. Even a sage would have a headache if he were here. When Gu Fei and Erebus entered this dangerous place, they felt as though they had stepped into another world. The scenery in front of them also changed drastically. The hilly area had turned into a towering mountain ridge that pierced through the clouds. Although the 9 mountain ridges had nothing to do with the majesty and precipitousness, they were like 9 real dragons that meandered in the boundless sky and earth. The heaven and earth are in the palm. The person who set up this killing trap is not simple. He Tian was shocked to see this scene. From the outside, the land of the hidden dragon did not look very vast. It was just a few hills and slopes. However, when they walked into this place, it was as if they had walked into a vast and boundless world. The air was rising and there was a vague dragon roar lingering in the void. This was the supreme magical power of the heaven and earth in the palm. Formation patterns emerged under He Tian's feet. He did not dare to be careless. If such a killing trap were to be activated, it would be devastating. Even a sage would have to bear a grudge. This place. If you are not confident, I think it's better not to try. Gu Fei was shocked to see this scene. This terrain was too heaven-defying. Don't worry. Even if we can't get through, our lives will not be in danger. We can still try. He Tian said. Since they had entered the land of the hidden dragon in the 9th heaven, they would not be satisfied if they did not try. Gu Fei naturally knew what He Tian was thinking. He had an extreme path sacred weapon that could protect his life. Even if he were to trigger the 9 hidden dragons, he would at most be trapped. His life would not be in danger. Buzz! A vibrating sound came from Gu Fei's body, and the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared faintly on his body. At the same time, an ancient aura of primordial chaos emerged from Gu Fei's body. The cauldron of mountains and rivers could suppress the mountains and rivers of the world, intimidate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It possessed unparalleled might and was the nemesis of the dragon veins of the earth. As long as one had the cauldron, one could go anywhere in the world. Unfortunately, with Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to draw out the true power of the mountain and river cauldron. However, using the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself was something that Gu Fei could do. At this time, the primordial Emperor Xian could only watch helplessly from outside the 9 heavens hidden dragon terrain. He was an immortal Dao half-sage, so he could tell that this place was extraordinary and didn't dare act rashly. I'll stand guard here. Let's see how long you can last inside. After the primordial Emperor Xian finished speaking, he actually sat cross-legged in the void. The flying immortal sword danced around him, and he actually stood guard outside. The primordial Emperor Xian didn't know that there was another world inside the 9 heavens hidden dragon terrain. In his opinion, Gu Fei and He Tian were just walking slowly between some hills and slopes. Gu Fei and Erebus had to carefully calculate every step they took. They could not afford to make a mistake. If they made a single mistake, the entire hidden dragon land's aura would be triggered. The awakening of the hidden dragon would be a disaster for Gu Fei and He Tian. Inside the hidden dragon terrain, there were piles of white bones. It was unknown how many cultivators had fallen here. Among them, there was no lack of demonic bones and the bones of strange beasts. The hidden dragon terrain seemed to be boundless. The 9 mountain ridges were incomparably huge, and there was endless earth chi lingering above the 9 mountain ridges. It was hazy, as if a huge dragon was faintly discernible. He Tian had exhausted all his efforts to calculate the changes of the 9 heavens hidden dragon terrain. His expression was incomparably solemn. With such a heaven-defying place blocking the entrance to the saint burial ground, it was hard to imagine who would be able to break through. The demons that had been chased away by the primordial Emperor Xian had already arrived, but they were also blocked. Now, even the primordial Emperor Xian himself was blocked outside. He didn't dare to casually walk into this area. He Tian had yet to use the array diagram that he had inscribed on the 9 heavens divine jade outside the hidden dragon terrain. Array patterns constantly appeared under his feet, connecting with the earth chi and sensing the fluctuations of the earth, urging luck and avoiding calamity. Gu Fei followed behind He Tian. At this time, an ancient cauldron had already condensed on his body and was floating above the two of them. Primordial chaos chi fell from the ancient cauldron and enveloped the two of them. He Tian had already put away his divine weapon. The 9 heavens hidden dragon terrain was different from the outside world. Although it wasn't as bright as day inside, it wasn't much different. However, the light in the hidden dragon terrain couldn't reach the outside world. It seemed to be blocked by some kind of power. The outside world was still pitch black, and even if one looked in from the outside, they would only be able to see the outline of the terrain. Neither Gu Fei nor He Tian had imagined that there would be such an area under the crack in the earth. Perhaps even the primordial Emperor Xian hadn't expected it. However, some of the ancient powers probably knew that the Saint Burial Ground wouldn't be easy to enter. Therefore, no one came. The Saint Burial Ground was much more deserted than the Peerless Tomb. The mountain ridges rose and fell endlessly. Only a formation master like He Tian could walk in such a dangerous place. He Tian was also very impressive. Although they were advancing very slowly, they were still heading towards the center of the hidden dragon terrain. This hidden dragon terrain might have given birth to some heaven-defying item. With the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, there was nothing for Gu Fei and He Tian to be afraid of. They had already passed through the peerless danger zone. Could this hidden dragon terrain be even more terrifying than that peerless danger zone? This is, as Gu Fei and He Tian gradually approached the depths of the hidden dragon terrain, the skeletons they saw along the way gradually became sparse. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them in the hazy earth chi. There was still someone alive in the hidden dragon terrain? Gu Fei and He Tian were both startled, and their heartbeats quickened. To be able to enter the land of hidden dragon, this person was definitely not simple. They were both in a daze. Swoosh! He Tian's eyes emitted black and white divine light. The power of yin and yang interweaved in his eyes. He activated the yin-yang godly eyes and saw through all illusions. There is no breath of life. It seems to be a dead person. The yin-yang godly eyes in He Tian's eyes disappeared. He then walked forward. The earth chi in front of him dissipated, and they saw a person sitting on the ground with his legs crossed. The place where that person was sitting was right next to the path of survival that He Tian had deduced. He was less than 1 foot away from the path of survival. However, it was this distance of less than 1 foot that caused this person to lose his life. Ancient clothes, dried and waxy skin that tightly stuck to the bones. His eye sockets were sunken as if there were no pupils. This was a dried corpse, and an ancient dried corpse at that. This, Gu Fei and He Tian were secretly shocked. This person actually still had skin and flesh and didn't turn into a pile of dry bones. This was really unbelievable. One should know that along the way, all they saw were dried bones. Naturally, there were some divine bones that still had some divinity. However, there were very few of them. Could this person be a sage? This book will be published first. Even if your comment is just *******, it will become the author's motivation. Please work hard to support the author. Chapter 1237. A dried-up corpse was sitting cross-legged on the side of the path of life. This caused Gu Fei and Erebus to be indescribably shocked. This person had clearly been dead for countless years, but his corpse had not decomposed and had turned into a dried-up corpse. Hot Book Pavilion. The clothes on the dried corpse were very old, and they were still flowing with spiritual light. This was a divine robe made from the silk of a divine silkworm. Divine silkworms had long been extinct, and they were rare even in ancient times. Legend has it that divine clothes made from this kind of silk could last for a long time and would not decay. It seemed that the legend was not groundless after all. This thing is a treasure. He Tian stared at the clothes on the dried corpse, as if he wanted to get his hands on it in some way. His eyes were shining. A divine robe made from the silk of ancient divine silkworms could be worn to resist sorcery attacks. It had a certain defensive ability against sorcery and divine abilities. However, although it was very close, He Tian did not dare to make a move. The place where the dried corpse was sitting was beside the path of survival that he had calculated. This ancient person was not bad. He had also calculated this path of survival, but he seemed to be quite unlucky. He actually deviated from the path of survival. Perhaps this was the reason why he lost his life. Boss, look, He Tian looked up at the mountain and river cauldron floating above his head, then said to Gu Fei. Only the power of an extreme holy weapon could withstand the power of the land of hidden dragon. It was less than a foot away, but He Tian felt that there was an insurmountable moat in front of him. He could only watch, but he could not make a move. You're really too greedy. Even if a wild goose flew over your head, you would probably claw off a handful of hair, Gu Fei said. He Tian and Old Tortoise had the same character. Their eyes lit up when they saw a treasure. They were both people who wanted to collect all the treasures in the world. The mountain and river cauldron could not be moved, but Gu Fei had other extreme Dao sacred weapons. With a thought, a purple gold sword light rushed out of his dantian and entered his right arm. This was a martial arts battle technique that fused weapons into the body. Man and weapon as one, cultivated to the highest level, would be a sacred weapon, and the sacred weapon would be a man, inseparable. It was even more wondrous than the immortal Dao's man and sword as one. Gu Fei's entire arm immediately turned purplish gold. Every single pore on his body spewed with purplish gold light as a cold ripple of sword chi spread out from his arm. This was an obscure ripple of sword chi. It did not spread out in all directions, or the entire hidden dragon sect would have been triggered by this sword chi. Gu Fei cautiously reached out his hand. Just as Gu Fei's right hand reached a safe zone, a dragon-shaped divine light suddenly appeared without warning, and then directly twisted around Gu Fei's right arm. Gu Fei felt his arm shake, and then a heart-wrenching pain spread from his arm to his brain. His entire arm felt like it was about to shatter. He grabbed the corpse in front of him with lightning speed and pulled it into the path of life. Then, he looked down and saw that there was actually a dragon-shaped wound on his arm. Gu Fei gasped. His right arm was actually injured. The dragon-shaped wound was branded on his arm, and blood kept seeping out. Even the purple gold divine sword bracer was injured. The dragon-shaped divine light disappeared into the void without a sound. Is this the divine light that sent the primordial era flying? He Tian was extremely shocked. He faintly felt uneasy. This hidden dragon death trap of the 9 heavens seemed to be much more terrifying than he had imagined. Swoosh! The purple gold divine sword condensed on Gu Fei's right arm and then entered Gu Fei's dantian. Gu Fei's combat power immediately surged toward his right arm. The injury on his right arm immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, Gu Fei's right arm was as good as new. He Tian did not stand on ceremony and directly stripped the clothes of the corpse. During this process, Gu Fei stared at He Tian. Boss, don't look like that. These clothes can still be worn after washing. He Tian said proudly. The divine silkworm divine clothing was a rare item even in ancient times. When Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but feel disgusted. This guy was so happy to strip the clothes of a dead person. He was really different. Just as Erebus was about to put away the godly silk robe, he suddenly felt something heavy in his hand. He didn't manage to pick up the godly silk robe at once. He exerted some strength, and a black object suddenly rolled out of the godly silk robe. What is this? Gu Fei and He Tian could not help but be stunned. This object was black and only the size of a man's fist. There seemed to be a black aura lingering on it. He Tian bent down to pick up this object. However, when his hand touched this object, He Tian immediately showed a look of surprise and joy. This is, He Tian's voice trembled. This made Gu Fei feel a little surprised. One should know that he had never seen this guy so excited before. This was only a black stone. Gu Fei did not feel any spiritual energy fluctuations. However, this black stone was a little strange. There was actually a black aura lingering on it. This is this. I can't believe I actually obtained this thing in this place. He Tian carefully held the black stone and observed it carefully. He saw that there seemed to be clouds surging on this black stone. Then, the black aura actually separated. A trace of white aura began to appear on the stone. Then, black and white aura began to circulate on the black head, unexpectedly forming a yin-yang diagram. How can this be? The change on the stone was definitely not man-made. It was a natural formation. This made Gu Fei feel that it was unbelievable. He could not feel any spiritual energy fluctuations at all. Then, on the stone, the yin-yang diagram formed by the black and white aura gradually faded. Then, the black and white aura gradually merged together again. Seeing all these changes, even Gu Fei could not help but be moved. Just what was this stone? How could there be such a mysterious change? Chaos into yin and yang into chaos. Is this the legendary chaotic yin-yang stone? He Tian muttered to himself. Even he could not believe what he was seeing. Although this stone was only the size of an adult's fist, when He Tian held it in his hand, he felt like he was holding a huge mountain. The black stone was extremely heavy. Immortal material, chaotic yin-yang stone. Hearing this, Gu Fei was shocked. No wonder he could not feel any aura on this stone. All immortal materials had the instinct to restrain their own essence. Because immortal materials only gathered essence energy and did not release essence energy, the essence energy contained in the divine materials would not be lost and could exist for a long time. This book is first published. Even if your comment is only *******, it will become the author's motivation to create. Please work hard to support the author. Chapter 1238. No one would have thought that a dried corpse would have such a heaven-defying treasure. He Tian was so happy that his grin extended all the way to his ears. Back in the day, old He, was poor in the 9 heavens and went to the Yellow Springs. I almost ran all over the 3 realms and 6 paths, but I didn't even see a shadow of the chaotic yin-yang stone. I didn't expect to find it here. He Tian's excitement was indescribable. Back in the day? Gu Fei couldn't help but glance at He Tian. Could this guy be a famous figure in the ancient times? Otherwise, why would he search all over the world for immortal treasures that only extreme path experts could have? Immortal treasures were exclusive to extreme path experts in the ancient times. Even if others obtained them, it was difficult to refine them. Only extreme path experts had the ability to refine them into extreme path sacred weapons. This. Erebus was beside himself with joy. At this moment, he also realized that he had made a slip of the tongue. He quickly stopped talking and carefully put away the black stone that was the size of an adult's fist. Gu Fei already had the 9 heaven stars sword. Although immortal treasures were rare, this chaotic yin-yang stone was not very useful to him. Let's bury this senior. Gu Fei looked at the dried corpse that He Tian had thrown aside. This guy really dared to do anything. This was blasphemy against the ancient sages. Gu Fei no longer had any doubts. This dried corpse's flesh and bones had not melted after so many years. Perhaps only the legendary sages could have such a phenomenon. Erebus hesitated for a moment before saying, "This. Boss, don't you think that this mummy is also a treasure?" "What?" Gu Fei was startled. This guy, it was not enough to take off his clothes. Now he also wanted his corpse. This guy was too thorough. He was a little speechless. Swoosh! He Tian flicked his finger, and a beam of divine light instantly chopped down on the mummy. The divine light was as sharp as a divine weapon, but it couldn't even leave a mark on the mummy. Such a physical body. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. One must know that He Tian was already a half-step almighty. He was only half a step away from severing his path and becoming an almighty. The attack of a half-step almighty was no small matter, but He Tian's finger wind couldn't penetrate the corpse, which surprised Gu Fei. Legend had it that the physical bodies of the ancient sages were incomparably powerful. A single drop of their blood or even a strand of their hair could slay immortals and destroy gods. They contained the terrifying power of the sages. This mummy no longer had any divinity in it. Even if it was an ancient sage, at this time, the essence of this corporeal body was almost completely drained. Day and night, the power of the hidden dragon ground had been eroding the profound chi contained in this mummy. After thousands of years, this mummy would become a pile of dry bones just like the white bones around it. Erebus was truly a person who didn't leave any feathers behind. He actually kept the dried corpse. This caused Gu Fei to be dumbfounded. What was the use of a dried corpse that had lost all its spirituality? Could it be that this guy wanted to learn from the old tortoise and refine a saint-level avatar? He Tian had obtained a great harvest. He worked even harder to deduce the terrain of the hidden dragon ground. 9 mountain ridges meandered on the ground. Gu Fei and the others didn't dare to cross these 9 mountain ridges directly. They could only advance carefully between the mountain ridges. They walked slower and slower because they saw what seemed to be the remains of a sage. How could someone who possessed an immortal material like the chaotic yin-yang stone be an ordinary person? Even if it wasn't a sage, it was probably a half-step sage. His cultivation and strength were extremely terrifying. Even such a person fell here. Gu Fei and the others had to be careful. In the hidden dragon ground, the earth energy rose. The vegetation here wasn't lush, but with the endless nourishment of the earth energy, many spirit herbs grew. Above the 9 mountain ridges that looked like real dragons, a soothing medicinal fragrance wafted over from time to time. This made He Tian extremely tempted. 10,000-year-old spirit herbs could be seen from time to time, but these spirit herbs didn't grow on the life path that He Tian had deduced. They could be seen but couldn't be reached. This almost drove He Tian crazy. Spirit herbs. Boss, look, He Tian had his eyes on Gu Fei again. Only Gu Fei had the ability to harvest these spirit herbs. Other than Gu Fei, even a sage couldn't harvest these spirit herbs. Don't even think about it. Gu Fei didn't lack spirit herbs. He had as many as he wanted in his inner world. Beside the divine spring in his inner world, there was also the immortal ancestral dragon herb rooted there. Apart from the immortal divine herb, there weren't many divine herbs that could tempt Gu Fei. Suddenly, He Tian stopped. On the mountain wall in front of him, there was an immortal herb gently swaying in the breeze. It was a jade-green divine herb that looked like an immortal divine material. It was only a foot tall, but the surrounding spirit energy rippled and shrouded the surrounding area in a clear halo. It contained a vast amount of spirit energy. Could this be the legendary Blue Fall divine herb that can bring people back from the dead? When Gu Fei saw the divine herb on the opposite mountain wall, he couldn't help but be moved. Blue Fall divine herb was a legendary divine herb that could give people an extra life. It was incomparably precious. Whether it was a cultivator or a mortal, as long as there was a strand of divine sense that hadn't dissipated, they could use this divine herb to reform their souls and regenerate their flesh and blood. How could there be such a thing in this place? Blue Fall Divine Herb was an immortal divine herb that was hard to find in the world. Just like immortal divine materials, it was a divine herb exclusive to Supreme Saints. Supreme Saints had 2 lives. Even if they suffered a fatal injury, they could use the immortal divine herb to save their lives. Of course, not all Supreme Saints could obtain an immortal divine herb. Boss, He Tian was excited again. His eyes were shining and his saliva almost dripped down. Who wouldn't want an immortal divine herb? This time, He Tian was really going crazy. Say no more, Gu Fei said. His expression was incomparably grave. No way, this is an immortal divine herb. He Tian looked at Gu Fei in disbelief. For the sake of an immortal divine herb, even if it was a sinkhole that could devour everything, he would still jump. He Tian couldn't help but want to try. It was worth the risk. Humph. It's mine. Gu Fei's next word stunned He Tian. He immediately realized that it wasn't that Gu Fei didn't want it, but that he wanted it for himself. This. Boss, everyone who sees it has a share. He Tian said carefully. Chapter 1239. Gu Fei and He Tian were pleasantly surprised to see the immortal divine herb, the Blue Descent divine herb, in the land of Hidden Dragon. They had never imagined that they would see it in a place like this. The undying divine grass is exclusive to Supreme Saints. Could it be that an Supreme Saint was buried here? He Tian muttered to himself. He couldn't help but shiver at the thought. Supreme Saints were said to be invincible throughout the ages, but it didn't seem to be absolute. Even the heavens and earth could be destroyed and the Grand Tao could collapse, let alone a saint. This 9 heavens hidden dragon grid was priceless beyond words. If 9 dragons could ascend to the heavens, it would be a heaven-defying miracle. Could it be that an Supreme Saint wanted to take another step forward and ended up being buried here? He Tian was proficient in formations. The more he thought about it, the more apprehensive he became. However, this 9 heavens hidden dragon grid was much smaller compared to the Peerless Tomb, which used the heavens and earth as the tomb and the 49 earth ancestral veins as the formation. This is the Saint Burial Ground, nothing is impossible. Gu Fei was also shocked to hear He Tian's words. The Saint Burial Ground was a legend passed down from generation to generation, but no one had actually seen the corpse of a saint. The Blue Descent divine grass swayed in the wind as a hazy green divine light enveloped the entire area. The divine light flickered continuously as the undying divine grass absorbed spiritual energy. It can't be like the ancestral dragon immortal herb, where this divine grass gained sentience, right? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. If that was the case, then their chances of catching this divine grass were minuscule. Who cares? Boss, what are we waiting for? He Tian was a little anxious. This was the Blue Descent divine grass. If it appeared in the heavenly world, the entire heavenly world would be shaken. Having an undying divine grass was equivalent to having an extra life. The path of survival that He Tian had deduced was to pass under the cliff in front of them. If they wanted to obtain the azure divine grass, they had to leave the safe zone. That dragon-shaped killing light was no joke. It could even send a half-step sage flying. It was comparable to a holy weapon. It had even injured Gu Fei's arm, which was protected by the power of the purple gold divine sword. Such lethality was definitely at the saint level. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. The mountain and river cauldron floated above his head. Primordial chaos energy fell down from the mountain and river cauldron like giant chaos dragons that enveloped him. This was the heaven and earth ancestral energy. At this time, Gu Fei was absolutely invulnerable to all techniques. There were no magical techniques or supernatural powers that could penetrate the primordial chaos energy. Even so, Gu Fei still used the purple gold divine sword. The extreme path holy weapon rushed out of his dantian and was then integrated into his body. The moment the purple gold divine sword was integrated into Gu Fei's body, Gu Fei's aura suddenly changed. His entire body seemed to have become an unsheathed peerless divine sword. The frigid sword energy forced Erebus to take a few steps back. This was the result of Gu Fei withdrawing the sword qi in his body. At this time, his skin had turned purple gold, as if it had turned into metal. Every pore on his body was spewing sword light, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. It made He Tian feel as if he was being pointed at by countless peerless divine weapons. His entire body shivered. This was the aura of the Extreme Path holy weapon. Even if it was not awakened, even if it was only a trace of aura, it was still not something that ordinary people could withstand. Only someone with a physique like Gu Fei's could integrate the Extreme Path holy weapon into his body. If it was anyone else, they would probably have exploded from the Extreme Path holy weapon. Gu Fei only dared to walk out of the safe zone after he was fully prepared. Boom! Just as Gu Fei took his first step, his entire body sank. There was an enormous pressure outside the safe zone. He was almost unable to straighten his back due to this pressure. The ground under his feet cracked under his feet. Buzz! The cauldron of mountain and river vibrated and primordial chaos energy poured down. Gu Fei immediately felt his body relax and the pressure on him was greatly reduced. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. However, at this time, a dazzling divine light in the shape of a dragon appeared in the distant sky. Like a real dragon, it charged towards Gu Fei. A vast wave of dragon qi filled the sky. It was as if a real dragon had appeared in the sky. The dragon's might shook the heavens and earth. This, Gu Fei, who had seen the power of the dragon-shaped killing light, was shocked. This killing light was extremely terrifying. This was definitely the absolute divine light of annihilation. This made Gu Fei's hair stand on end. The divine light arrived in a flash. It was so fast that Gu Fei could not react at all. He was knocked away by an extremely powerful force. Boom! Gu Fei crashed into the mountain wall in front of him. A huge pit immediately appeared in the mountain wall. Broken rocks rolled down from the top. Boss! He Tian was stunned. He never thought that the dragon-shaped divine light would be so powerful. It could actually knock away Gu Fei, who was protected by the cauldron of mountain and river. The dragon-shaped divine light could actually penetrate the primordial chaos energy and hit Gu Fei's body. Bam! The huge pit in the mountain wall exploded. A figure with an ancient cauldron on his head rushed out. Gu Fei felt as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. If he had not used the power of the purple gold sword to protect himself, he would have been pierced by the dragon-shaped divine light. What is this? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Even with the protection of the holy weapon, he still felt danger. The dragon-shaped killing light was not simple. It seemed to be a form of power in the land of hidden dragons. The dragon qi was vast and mighty. The killing light soared in the sky like a real dragon. It rushed towards Gu Fei from afar. This time, the killing light was even more powerful. The dragon qi in this part of the world was attracted by the killing light. There seemed to be tens of thousands of dragons roaring in the sky. This caused Gu Fei's soul to tremble. He was extremely shocked. I don't care if you're a dragon or an insect. Before the cauldron of mountain and river, even a dragon has to coil up. Gu Fei's battle intent was unparalleled. His long hair danced in the wind and his entire body radiated with unparalleled sword qi. The cauldron of mountain and river spun above his head, emitting divine might that suppressed the surroundings. A circle of visible ripples spread from the cauldron of mountain and river. Bam! The dragon-shaped divine light seemed to collide with a transparent wall. It was actually sent flying by the power that spread from the cauldron of mountain and river. Rumble! The cauldron of mountain and river shot into the sky, suppressing the dragon-shaped divine light. Chaotic primordial qi surged and a boundless and ancient aura immediately spread from the cauldron of mountain and river. Just as Gu Fei activated the cauldron of mountain and river, the mountain ridge next to him suddenly trembled. A dragon's roar rang out and the entire mountain ridge shook. Endless dragon chi seeped out from the mountain, as if a real dragon had been awakened from its slumber. The Lay of Dragons is Awakening? Chapter 1240. Rumble, rumble, the entire mountain ridge was shaking as if a huge dragon was turning over. Boulders kept rolling down from the mountain ridge, and an extremely terrifying shockwave spread out from the mountain ridge. Is the dragon vein awakening? He Tian was extremely shocked. The power of the mountain and river cauldron seemed to have awakened the dragon vein. One had to know that the mountain and river cauldron could suppress the mountains and rivers of the world, and it was the nemesis of the dragon vein. Once the aura of the mountain and river cauldron spread out, the dragon vein would definitely sense it and react. This was the land of hidden dragons of the 9 heavens. If the dragon vein awakened, the entire area would immediately become a land of death. The vast and mighty dragon chi of the earth could obliterate everything. The 9 hidden dragons were definitely saint-level existences. If the 9 hidden dragons awakened, even a saint-level existence would only have one ending, and that was the destruction of both body and soul. Boss, quickly put away the mountain and river cauldron. He Tian shouted anxiously. This was a critical moment. Once the land of hidden dragons awakened, it would be a disaster. What's happening inside? At this time, the Yuangu Emperor Xian, who was guarding outside the land of hidden dragons, also felt the strange movement inside the land of hidden dragons. An aura that made his heart palpitate spread out from the land of hidden dragons. Swoosh! Yuangu Emperor Xian opened his divine eyes and wanted to see into the land of hidden dragons. However, he found that the area in front of him was actually hazy and blurry. Even his divine eyes could not see through it. In the land of hidden dragons, there was a force that disturbed the heaven's secrets. In the depths of the land of hidden dragons, the strange movement of the dragon vein caused Gu Fei and He Tian to turn pale with fright. A dragon vein actually showed signs of awakening, which made He Tian a little flustered. At this time, Gu Fei did not dare to be negligent. He quickly operated his Xian Qi and withdrew the mountain and river cauldron that was suppressing the dragon-shaped divine light. The terrifying aura from the mountain and river cauldron quickly disappeared into the mountain and river cauldron. The ancient cauldron floated above Gu Fei's head, emitting strands of primordial chaos qi that enveloped Gu Fei. However, the aura that could intimidate the 9 heavens and 10 earths was hidden. As the aura of the mountain and river cauldron receded, the winding mountain ridge that resembled a real dragon actually calmed down. This caused Gu Fei and He Tian to be dumbfounded. The whole area gradually calmed down, but danger was approaching Gu Fei. That dragon-shaped god light seemed to have a spirit. It was afraid of the cauldron of mountain and river. But now that the cauldron of mountain and river had retracted its aura, the dragon-shaped god light rushed towards Gu Fei again. Buzz! A buzzing sound came from Gu Fei's right arm. Then, a violet gold divine sword appeared in his hand. He swung the divine sword and slashed at the incoming dragon-shaped divine light. Swoosh! The violet gold sword radiance rushed out from Gu Fei's hand. It directly cut through the void and rushed towards the dragon-shaped god light. This was a strand of sword chi from an extreme divine weapon. The cold sword chi caused the temperature of the surrounding area to drop. The dragon-shaped god light and the violet gold sword chi collided in an instant. The violet gold sword chi was dispersed, but the dragon-shaped god light was not extinguished. It broke through the violet gold sword chi and continued to rush towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei was not willing to be entangled with this peerless killing light. He soared into the sky and directly flew towards the blue divine herb on the mountain wall. However, just as Gu Fei approached the blue divine herb actually burrowed into the mountain wall with a whoosh and hid. The divine herb was indeed intelligent. This made Gu Fei and He Tian very disappointed. This was the layout of the hidden dragon of the 9 heavens. It was very likely that the blue divine herb had already escaped into the dragon's vein. If it really did escape into the dragon's vein, then even a saint would not be able to catch it. Although he had already thought that the immortal herb might have already gained intelligence and would be difficult to catch, Gu Fei was still a little disappointed to see the divine herb disappear into the mountain wall. Gu Fei activated the power of the violet gold divine sword and used the 8 desolate steps. It was as if he was walking in the void. His speed was extremely fast. Before the dragon-shaped god light reached him, he had already returned to the safe zone. The dragon-shaped god light seemed to have gained intelligence as well. It seemed to know the power of the mountain and river cauldron. It was not as fierce and unstoppable as it had been when it first appeared. When Gu Fei returned to the safe zone, the dragon-shaped god light actually disappeared into the void just like that. It was as if it had never appeared. What the hell is that thing? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This dragon-shaped god light was too terrifying. It came and went without a trace. It was impossible to sense where this god light would appear. It was impossible to guard against it. The hidden dragon of the 9 heavens. Could it be a killing intent born from this terrain? He Tian seemed to have thought of something. Yes, this is the 9 dragons' killing intent. If my guess is correct, there should be 9 of such god lights. Now, only one has appeared. This was what Erebus said. 9 dragons' killing intent? Gu Fei was shocked. What was that? He had seen the killing intent of a supreme saint before. A new danger zone in the eastern lands had been created by the killing intent of a saint. Could it be that the 9 dragon veins of the land of hidden dragon had given birth to a dragon soul? If that was the case, then this land of hidden dragon was too heaven-defying. 9 dragon veins with a soul. What kind of concept was that? These were 9 dragon veins that could transform into real dragons. They had unlimited potential. One day, they might be able to soar into the sky and become a real heavenly dragon. Even if the person who set up this trap is not a supreme saint, he is probably a great saint. He Tian judged. An ordinary saint might not have the ability to set up such a trap. Gu Fei withdrew from the state of weapon fusion. The purple gold divine sword condensed on his body and was put into his dantian. The mountain and river cauldron floated above Gu Fei and He Tian's heads. He Tian continued to deduce the various changes of the hidden dragon of the 9 heavens. Matrix patterns kept surging under his feet. He sensed the movement of the dragon chi of the earth. He could sense all the subtle changes in the surrounding area. Under the guidance of the aura, Erebus accurately found a way out of this predicament. Gu Fei had never seen the technique that He Tian displayed. With this technique, wouldn't He Tian be able to come and go freely in any trap? This guy was too mysterious. He seemed to know everything. However, this guy hid very well. He did not mention a word about his past. This made Gu Fei speechless. As they got closer to the central area of the land of hidden dragon, Gu Fei found that the surrounding dragon chi gradually became thicker. Spiritual herbs emitted a medicinal fragrance and dotted the stone mountains. Some of the spiritual herbs had grown for many years. They could actually absorb spiritual chi on their own. This made He Tian very jealous. These were all rare king herbs in the world. Gu Fei and He Tian did not know how long they had been in this land of hidden dragon. Suddenly, they found that on the dragon-shaped ridge, there were traces of man-made excavation. That is. Chapter 1241. There were actually hanging coffins on the ridge, which made Gu Fei and He Tian dumbfounded. How was this possible? Who could have buried these people here? This was too dreamy. It must be known that the 9 dragons killing will was a saint-level divine will that could kill a saint. Could this be the work of an extreme saint? The hanging coffins were distributed on both sides of the ridge. Some of the coffins had decayed and were scattered on the ground, but some were as good as new. Hot Book Pavilion. In today's world, saints are extinct. No one can be buried here. He Tian muttered to himself. The seemingly new coffins had actually existed for countless years, but no one knew why they hadn't decayed. After careful observation, such hanging coffins were distributed on the 9 mountain ridges. There were actually more than 1,000 hanging coffins on the 9 hidden dragon mountains. These thousands of hanging coffins shouldn't have been buried in the land of Hidden Dragon at the same time. Could this be the tomb of some great ancient force? To use the land of Hidden Dragon as a tomb, such a force must have been extremely powerful even in ancient times, and there might have been saints among them. I'm afraid there's something strange here. He Tian stopped outside and continued to make deductions with a solemn expression. After a long time, sweat seeped from He Tian's forehead. This time, he took out the 9 heavens divine jade formation pattern that he had prepared outside the land of Hidden Dragon. There's no way out here. It seems that I can only force my way through. He Tian finally stopped. This place was very terrifying. There was actually no way out. It seemed that the person who set up this killing trap didn't even leave any way out. What's going on? Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Could this place be a land of certain death? How could they break through? Would they still rush in knowing that it was a dead end? There seems to be a glimmer of hope. He Tian said. This time, even he did not have much confidence. It was no wonder that no one had ever been able to enter the land of the buried saints despite it having existed for countless years. With the 9 heavens hidden dragon trap blocking the entrance to the land of Saint Burial, who would be able to easily break through such a deadly trap? The consequences of using the mountain river cauldron are unimaginable. Gu Fei said. They couldn't really use the mountain and river cauldron here, as it would awaken the land of Hidden Dragon. If the land of the Hidden Dragon were to awaken, then it wouldn't just be one dragon-shaped killing intent. At that time, 9 dragon-shaped killing intents would arrive at the same time. Even with the protection of the Extreme Path sacred weapon, Gu Fei and the others would most likely be in danger of losing their lives. We're already here. Are we going to retreat? He Tian was extremely unwilling. After all, there was the immortal blue descent divine grass here. Furthermore, the central region of the Hidden Dragon region was most likely filled with inconceivable things. Then what do we do? Are we really going to walk in even if we know it's a dead end? Gu Fei said. Using the mountain and river cauldron here would lead to catastrophic consequences. Other sacred weapons were unable to pose a threat to the 9 dragons' killing intents. This made Gu Fei very depressed. He had an Extreme Path sacred weapon, but it was difficult for him to fully activate its power. This was like possessing a supreme divine treasure trove, but being unable to use anything within. Gu Fei was at a loss as to where to start and what to do. It seemed that the best plan now was to retreat. Gu Fei was also very unwilling, but he had no other choice. This place was not a place he could recklessly enter. If he were to fall here, he would most likely be trapped here forever. Looks like I have no choice but to use my true strength. He Tian thought for a moment, then took out even more divine jades and a large pile of divine materials. Every single divine material was a rare item in the world, and every single one of them contained an enormous amount of spiritual energy. What star stone, 5 elements earth, 9 een true water, etc., He Tian began to use these divine materials to set up a formation. This time, he had spent a lot of money. These things were all very difficult to find, and he had no idea where He Tian had found them. Seeing that He Tian did not give up and still wanted to charge into the danger zone, Gu Fei couldn't help but be incomparably shocked. Could it be that this guy still had a backup plan? I want to set up a corner of the Extreme Path sacred formation. He Tian said with incomparable seriousness. What? Hearing that, Gu Fei was truly shocked. Extreme Path sacred formation? This guy actually knew about Extreme Path sacred formation. This was truly too unbelievable. Could it be that He Tian had actually obtained the inheritance of an extreme path saint? Even if he had obtained the inheritance of an extreme path saint, it was still impossible to set up an extreme path sacred formation. Unless this guy had obtained the true inheritance of an extreme path saint. Thinking of this, Gu Fei was even more interested in He Tian's background. Just who was this guy? Was he someone who had followed an extreme path saint? If that was really the case, then He Tian was definitely a super antique, comparable to the old tortoise crown prince. The formation runes of the extreme path sacred formation, unless it was an immortal divine material, otherwise, no divine material could bear this kind of formation runes, because this kind of formation runes contain Tao energy. He Tian did not imprint the formation runes on these divine materials. He smelted all the divine materials in front of him like a small mountain, then used the endless spiritual energy contained in the divine materials to condense the formation runes. Every formation rune was a Tao rune, containing the Tao and principles of heaven and earth, interweaving into a mysterious and ancient pattern, and the Tao energy was condensing. The extreme path array runes condensed in the void, then shot up into the sky, not imprinted in the void, but hidden in the mountain and river cauldron above the two of them. The various divine materials that were like a small mountain all rushed out with dazzling lights, overflowing with color. The spiritual energy of the divine materials was quickly extracted by He Tian, and some of the divine materials began to dim. He Tian did not dare to relax at all. He was fully focused, using all his strength to mobilize the endless spiritual energy, condensing the extreme path array runes, and imprinting them on the mountain and river cauldron. An extreme path aura was emitted from the mountain and river cauldron. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei had already vaguely guessed what He Tian was doing. After a full 6 hours, He Tian finally imprinted a corner of the extreme path array runes on the mountain and river cauldron, and the pile of divine materials in front of him also turned into a pile of powder. A gust of wind blew, and the pile of powder in front of He Tian immediately dispersed with the wind. Phew! He Tian let out a long breath, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and then stood up from the ground. He looked a little tired, as if condensing the extreme path array runes had consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. Alright, I can only use a corner of the extreme path array to change the sky and earth, so that this part of the world cannot sense the aura of the mountain and river cauldron. You can use the mountain and river cauldron as much as you want, said He Tian. In that case, I have nothing else to say, then I will accompany you into this deadly place. Gu Fei nodded. Since he could use the mountain and river cauldron, it was still possible to enter this place. At least his life was guaranteed, and even if he could not enter, he could escape unscathed. But we only have 2 hours, said He Tian. 2 hours? Hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but be stunned, but then he understood. Nothing could be imprinted on the mountain and river cauldron forever, not even the extreme path array runes. This book is first published. Even if your comment is only *********, it will become the author's motivation, so please work hard for the author. Chapter 1242. He Tian was getting serious. He used countless divine materials to condense the extreme Tao rune and actually set up a corner of the extreme Tao sacred array. The extreme Tao rune was imprinted on the mountain and river cauldron, temporarily blocking the aura of the mountain and river cauldron. We only have 2 hours, He Tian said solemnly. The corner of the extreme Tao sacred array could only block the aura of the mountain and river cauldron for 2 hours. The mountain and river cauldron was an extreme Tao sacred weapon. It had once nurtured a chaotic origin embryo. If this ancient cauldron was completely awakened, even a complete extreme Tao rune would not be able to be imprinted on the body of the cauldron. Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. He began to activate the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The primordial chaos chi descended from the mountain and river cauldron, enveloping him and He Tian. The surrounding dragon vein did not move, which made Gu Fei heave a sigh of relief. On the mountain and river cauldron, the extreme Tao rune appeared, blocking the aura of the mountain and river cauldron. "Let's go." Gu Fei took the first step forward. With this step, the scenery in front of them immediately changed. Black mist rose from the ground, as if something was about to drill out of the ground. He had only taken the first step into the dangerous place, but it had already caused the dangerous place to change. Gu Fei and He Tian could not help but be moved. Soon, the hazy black qi grew thicker and thicker, obstructing Gu Fei's and Erebus's vision. They could no longer see their surroundings clearly. Death qi? He Tian followed behind Gu Fei. When he saw this scene, he could not help but frown. He felt the aura of death, as if he had walked into hell. It really is a graveyard. The cold death qi rose from the ground, darkening the sky. Within the black death qi, there seemed to be a ghostly shadow. It was eerie and terrifying. Bang! Gu Fei and He Tian had not entered the dangerous place for more than 300 meters when a loud sound came from the mountain wall. A coffin exploded. Boom! A cloud of black fog rushed out from the mountain, covering half the sky. A terrifying death aura spread from the sky to the ground, and a terrifying figure appeared in the black fog. Two blood-red eyes shot out from the black mist, sweeping towards Gu Fei and He Tian. "It's a zombie." Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help being shocked by this scene. Although they had already anticipated that they would encounter many dangers in this danger zone, they hadn't expected that their corpses would come back to life as soon as they entered. The existences buried in the land of the hidden dragon had turned into evil beings that were like corpses. These evil beings were ferocious and terrifying. They only knew how to kill, and the aura of living people would attract these evil beings. Like an unparalleled demon, the zombie soared into the sky, exuding a monstrous aura of death, directly pouncing towards Gu Fei and the others. Humph! Gu Fei stopped and directly punched upwards. A fiery divine light rushed out from his fist, illuminating the entire dusky world. The power of the fire element was vast and mighty. Gu Fei's fiery fist energy shook the world. This was the release of the martial path's true power, direct and unstoppable. The endless aura of death was instantly dispersed by Gu Fei's fist energy. A skinny figure appeared in the sky. It was an ancient corpse clad in black divine armor, surrounded by the aura of death. Bang! Gu Fei's punch sent the ancient corpse flying. What surprised him was that this ancient corpse wasn't smashed into pieces by his own punch. Incredible! Even the body of a peak sovereign realm expert couldn't withstand your punch. He Tian exclaimed. This ancient corpse was most likely in almighty existence when it was alive. If the ones buried in the outermost area were almighty ancient existences, then wouldn't the ones buried in the innermost area be even more terrifying? Could it be that there was also an extreme saint buried here? Although the 9 heavens hidden dragon grounds was a heaven-defying treasure ground, it couldn't be compared to the layout of the 49 great earth ancestral veins in the Great Tomb. There shouldn't be a saint corpse here, right? Gu Fei was a little scared. The ones buried in the outermost area were almighty ancient existences. It was hard to imagine what kind of tomb this was. Hard to say, be careful. Erebus was still running his deductions. Even the person who had set up this trap hadn't left a way out for himself. This was a trap that would only allow one to enter but not leave. However, nothing was absolute. Even if it was a death trap with no way out, there would still be a weak spot. What Erebus was doing now was to find the weak spot of this perilous land. The ancient corpse was blown away by Gu Fei's punch, but it immediately rushed towards them again. This ancient corpse was only relying on its instincts to attack. It couldn't use all kinds of great techniques from when it was alive again. Gu Fei attacked again. This time, his fist turned into a golden sun, blooming with endless golden light. The power of the metal element in the world was attracted by him. He struck out with the most powerful attack, the golden element fist. The golden light was like a golden stormy wave, sweeping up against the sky. Even the void cracked under his fist, forming a dark spatial crack. Bam! The golden fist dispersed the death energy in the sky. Gu Fei's fist fiercely hit the ancient corpse's chest. A burst of bone-cracking sounds came from the ancient corpse's body. The entire body of the ancient corpse collapsed. A circle of golden ripples, visible to the naked eye, spread out from the ancient corpse's fist. It was unknown how many bones in the ancient corpse's body were broken. This ancient corpse was like a broken bag. It was sent flying thousands of meters away by Gu Fei's fist. Then, with a boom sound, it exploded. So what if it was the body of an ancient powerhouse? Under the fist of the human race's emperor martial physique, it would still explode. After Gu Fei blew up the corpse of the ancient powerhouse, he and He Tian continued to move forward. They only had 1 hour. It had to be said that Erebus was simply a genius in the field of formations. His cultivation in formations had definitely reached the level of perfection. Right now, what restricted He Tian was his cultivation and strength. If he had enough cultivation and strength, he would probably be able to set up a complete extreme Dao sacred formation. He Tian successfully found the weak point of this dangerous place. They followed this path for another 300 meters, but the hanging coffins on both sides of the mountain walls did not move at all. This guy could already see that in ancient times, someone wanted to use this layout to cultivate to become an undead immortal. This was a heaven-defying method that could allow corpses to regenerate intelligence and cultivate to become immortals. In ancient times, there was a sect that everyone loathed and hated. It was considered an evil sect. This sect was the corpse refining sect. The corpse refining sect was an evil sect. The reason why people hated it was because the people of this sect searched for corpses everywhere. They even secretly dug up people's ancestral graves. The people of this sect could refine corpses into zombie corpses and control them at will. If this sect's cultivation technique was cultivated to the highest level, they could even become one with corpses. Back then, the graveyards of various major forces were visited by people from this sect. The people of this sect really did find a holy corpse and refined it into the sect's ultimate killing weapon. It was precisely because the people of the corpse refining sect dug up people's ancestral graves everywhere that they incurred the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. Therefore, on a dark night, the experts of various major forces from ancient times joined forces to break through the mountain gate of this sect and slaughter everyone in this sect. In that battle, blood flowed like a river. No one knew how many people died. The holy corpse of the corpse refining sect showed its might and killed no less than 10 powerful existences. In the end, it was a human race saint who took action to suppress the holy corpse. In the end, the battle ended with the destruction of the corpse refinement faction. This can't be the place where the corpse refining sect nurtures corpses, right? The more Erebus thought about it, the more shocked he became. To use the 9 heavens hidden dragon grounds as a graveyard, this kind of extravagance was already unbelievable. It should be known that the 9 heavens hidden dragon grounds was a peerless treasure ground. No one would be willing to turn a peerless treasure ground into a place of death and use the hidden dragon chi to nourish the corpses, causing the aura of death here to be vast and mighty. The corpse refining sect. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. This was the first time he had heard of such a sect. Although he had refined Li Xuandao's soul memory, he didn't remember all of Li Xuandao's memories. Moreover, the corpse refinement sect was an ancient sect that had been destroyed since ancient times. It had disappeared for countless years. Even if there were people who managed to escape, the foundation of the sect had already been destroyed. There was no way for them to make a comeback. This is an evil sect from the ancient times. They cultivated the so-called Supreme Corpse Dao. This sect has long been destroyed, and I suspect that this is their place to nurture corpses. Erebus pondered for a moment, then said in an incomparably solemn tone. Place to nurture corpses? Gu Fei was very surprised. There was actually someone who used the 9th heaven hidden dragon as a place to nurture corpses? It can't be, right? This is too much of a waste of God's gifts. This is like destroying a peerlessly precious place. Boom! Bang! The coffins on the mountain walls suddenly exploded. 2 corpses with monstrous aura of death rushed out from the coffins. The aura emitted by these 2 corpses was even stronger than the previous one. There was nothing much to say. These evil creatures had no intelligence and only knew how to kill. As long as they sensed the aura of a living person, they would directly pounce on them. These corpses were synonymous with death. They could devour the life essence of any living being. If these corpses were to rush out, the entire heavenly world would be in chaos. Gu Fei made his move. The flawless 5 elements fist displayed its great power. With just a few punches, he blew these 2 corpses apart. Perhaps only Gu Fei had the ability to destroy the corpses of ancient almighty existences with his bare hands. However, Gu Fei and Erebus noticed that these 2 ghouls seemed to be even more powerful than the previous one. Their aura of death was even more intense. It was as if they were 2 ghost emperors that had charged out of hell. Chapter 1243. The dangers of the hidden dragon ground exceeded the expectations of Gu Fei and He Tian. On the mountain walls of the 9 mountain ridges, there were dead experts buried. These ancient corpses that had been dead for countless years, but under the nourishment of the hidden dragon earth energy, they turned into corpse devils. 1*1*. This was very similar to the method of an evil sect from the ancient times. This was an ancient corpse-raising technique, using the hidden dragon earth energy to nourish the corpses of the fallen experts. After countless years, some of the corpses along with the coffins had decayed, but the majority of the corpses remained and turned into corpse devils that killed all the living beings that dared to intrude into this tomb. This type of corpse devil could sense all life auras, and then it would instinctively attack, devouring the life essence to strengthen its own death energy. Even though He Tian found the weak point of this tomb, this path was still full of danger. On the mountain walls on both sides, there were coffins exploding from time to time, and corpse devils with monstrous death energy jumped out. These corpse devils were mostly human cultivators, ancient corpses that had fallen for an unknown number of years. Some of the ancient corpses' clothes had already decayed. Some of the spirit energy contained in the ancient corpses' divine treasures had also completely disappeared, turning into scrap metal. If they were not immortal materials, they wouldn't be able to survive in this world. Gu Fei didn't show mercy. He killed his way in, and the corpse devils of the ancient almighty existences were all crushed by his fist. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. The surroundings were filled with a vast death energy. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian had only traveled 1,000 feet into this tomb. The deeper they went, the more ancient the coffins on the mountain walls became. It was unknown when these coffins were buried here, but one thing was certain, they were all from the ancient era. Someone used the power of the hidden dragon ground to make these coffins immortal. Of course, this was not absolute. Gu Fei found that the cave on the mountain wall was empty. Bam! Gu Fei punched out, smashing another corpse fiend into pieces. Black corpse liquid splashed in all directions and stained the soil. The soil was corroded by the corpse liquid and small holes appeared on the ground. These holes were all emitting black smoke. With a single glance, one could tell that this black corpse water definitely contained extreme poison. This type of corpse water that was produced from the corporeal body of an ancient great figure was incomparably tyrannical. A single drop could destroy an immortal god. We can't go on like this. We haven't even made it through this graveyard before our time limit is up, Gu Fei said. They had only covered a distance of 1,000 zhang in less than 1 hour. That was simply too slow. One should know that they only had 2 hours. Once the time was up, the array pattern imprinted on the cauldron of mountain and river would crumble. Then, the 9 hidden dragon earth veins would sense the cauldron's presence and awaken. At that time, even if Gu Fei and the others had heaven-defying means, they would still be in danger. The place of hidden dragon of the 9 heavens was a place that could be said to be heaven-defying to begin with. It was probably impossible to find another place like this in the entire world. After all these years, the 9 dragon earth veins had already given birth to a dragon soul. It was hard to imagine how much energy the 9 dragon earth veins contained. Once such energy exploded, it would definitely be able to destroy the world. Seems like I'll have to use my ultimate move again. He Tian nodded his head. At this speed, they definitely wouldn't be able to make it through the graveyard in time. By now, even though they were already close to the 9 dragons' convergency, they still hadn't seen the heads of the 9 hidden dragons. Once the dragon earth veins had given birth to a dragon soul, the dragon earth veins would gradually transform into the shape of a dragon. The 9 mountain ridges were like 9 giant dragons lying on the ground. The hidden dragon of the 9 heavens. 9 giant dragons. The dragon tail was on the outside, while the head was in the middle. In the middle was the place where the 9 earth dragon chi gathered. If this holy ground had really given birth to something heaven-defying, it would definitely be at the 9 dragons' convergency. The graveyard blocked their way. Anyone who wanted to enter the hidden dragon land would first have to pass through this graveyard if they wanted to enter the 9 dragons' convergency. There were no shortcuts. The person who had set up this trap didn't leave any way out. It was obvious that the 9 dragons' convergency was a forbidden area that no one could enter. What other ultimate moves do you have? Hurry up and use them. Gu Fei was getting impatient. He hadn't agreed to enter the Saint Burial Ground in the first place. However, the primordial Emperor Xian was guarding outside. He hadn't fully recovered from the previous battles, so he hadn't returned to his peak condition yet. The primordial Emperor Xian was a half-step immortal sage who cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Even if he used an extreme path sacred weapon, Gu Fei wasn't confident that he could kill primordial Emperor Xian. He Tian didn't dare to be negligent. He took out the 9 heavens divine jades that had been engraved with formation patterns. 9 pieces of divine jades danced around him. Formation patterns appeared on each piece of divine jade. The 9 pieces of divine jade emitted a dazzling divine light. The 9 pieces of divine jade were frantically devouring the surrounding spiritual chi. The hidden dragon land chi was attracted and gathered from all directions. The condensed powerful spiritual energy made the 9 pieces of divine jade seem like they were on fire. The divine jade was melting, and only the formation patterns were imprinted in the void. The formation patterns on the 9 pieces of divine jade didn't dissipate. Instead, they turned into 9 beams of divine light of the great path that circled around He Tian. Each beam of divine light emitted terrifying fluctuations. The aura of the great path was vast and mighty. Gu Fei couldn't help but change his expression when he sensed the powerful power on the 9 beams of divine light of the great path. He Tian was really amazing. He could actually create such a killing light. This was borrowing the power of the great path of heaven and earth. Such a divine light of the great path could kill a saint. This was the means of a saint, but it was displayed by He Tian with a matrix. Go! He Tian pointed forward with his finger, and the divine light of the great path around him immediately rushed forward. In the divine light, there were looming patterns of the great path. Wherever it passed, there was nothing that could stop it. Go! He Tian rushed forward first. He quickly flew forward along the path opened by the divine light of the great path. How can this work? Gu Fei hurriedly chased after him. The divine light of the great path did not rush far before it dissipated in the void. It was obliterated by the death aura of this great tomb. They had only rushed for a dozen miles. In the process, the hanging coffins on both sides of the mountain wall kept exploding, and terrifying corpse devils rushed out. At this time, behind Gu Fei and the others, ghostly shadows flickered, and a monstrous death aura surged from behind them. The whole world became gloomy and terrifying, as if it had turned into a part of the hell. The death aura was vast and mighty. Behind Gu Fei and the others, there were hundreds of corpse devils rushing toward them. This was the true night of 100 ghosts. The sky and the earth darkened, and pairs of blood-red eyes flashed in the darkness. Boom! The heavens and the earth shook as a corpse that looked like a phoenix charged down from the sky. A powerful aura of death caused visible ripples to form in the void. Swoosh! A second divine light of the great path rushed out from He Tian's hand, opening up another dozen miles of path. Wherever the divine light passed, in the void and on the ground, there were patterns of the great path appearing, and then they were all destroyed by the divine light of the great path. He Tian was forcibly breaking the matrix. In the whole graveyard, countless shrill and terrifying roars sounded. He Tian's method seemed to have alarmed all the ancient corpse devils buried here. At this time, not only the hanging coffins on the ridges on both sides of Gu Fei and the others almost all exploded, but the hanging coffins on the other 7 dragon veins were also shaking, as if there would be corpse devils breaking out of the coffins at any time. Gu Fei and He Tian rushed for another dozen miles, and the divine light of the great path disappeared in the void again. This graveyard was not simple. The void and the ground were all imprinted with matrix patterns by masters. Therefore, no matter where Gu Fei and He Tian walked, they would touch these matrix patterns and alarm the corpse devils on both sides of the mountain wall. The death aura behind them was vast and mighty, and there were hundreds of corpse devils rushing toward Gu Fei and He Tian, making Gu Fei and He Tian's scalp tingle. A huge black shadow rushed out from the black fog behind them, and a gust of wind blew from behind them, causing them to feel an eerie chill. Both Gu Fei and He Tian felt danger. This is, a strange beast that looked like a phoenix and was shrouded in death chi pounced at them from behind. Powerful death chi spread out from the strange beast's body, shaking the void. Damn! This is definitely a corpse devil at the half-saint level. He Tian's expression changed on the spot. The strange beast that looked like a phoenix was extremely powerful, and it seemed to have some vague consciousness. Gu Fei and He Tian both sensed an extremely weak soul fluctuation from this corpse devil, which made Gu Fei and He Tian feel incredulous. This corpse devil that looked like a phoenix seemed to have signs of reforming its spiritual soul. This is really nature-defying. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. At this moment, the zombie had already rushed over. He quickly made a move and pressed his palm forward. A huge golden palm condensed in the void. Bam! Gu Fei's huge hand collided with the corpse devil's claws, and the corpse devil was sent flying into the black fog. Gu Fei also felt a strong force coming from his hand, and he actually took a step back. Seeing this, He Tian could not help but be shocked. It should be known that Gu Fei's physical body was so strong that it was absolutely invincible among those at the same level. With a punch, even the physical body of a mighty figure would be destroyed. This strange beast that looked like a phoenix seemed to have an extremely strong physical body, and it could fight against Gu Fei head-on. Could it be that this corpse fiend is a real divine beast phoenix? Gu Fei was also very surprised, but there was no time for him to think too much, because at this time, terrifying corpse devils had already surrounded them from all directions. He Tian did not dare to hesitate. He shot out the third divine light of the great path, and at this time, a figure appeared in front of him. Then, the figure blasted out a punch, and directly shattered He Tian's indestructible divine light of the great path. Chapter 1244. The third beam of divine light of the great path that Mahakala had unleashed was actually dispersed by a single punch. This caused both Gu Fei and Mahakala to suck in a breath of cold air. A powerful aura surged toward them from the front. The figure in the black fog was like an ancient mountain, standing in front of them, blocking the way of Gu Fei and He Tian. What is this? He Tian's voice trembled. He dared to use his body to resist the divine light of the great path. Such an existence must have a saint-level body, which was unbelievably strong. Gu Fei felt a familiar fluctuation. The figure in front of him seemed to have some connection with him, which made his body produce a trace of the same feeling. What's going on? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel incredulous. He felt the same power and aura. Could it be that the figure in front of him was actually an indestructible martial body? Bang! 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 The sound of heavy footsteps could be heard. Gu Fei and the rest could feel the ground beneath their feet trembling along with the sound of the footsteps, giving them an extremely strong sense of oppression. The zombies approaching Gu Fei and He Tian from all directions seemed to feel the aura of the existence in front of them and didn't dare to come closer. Roar! Shrill and terrifying roars sounded from the surrounding black fog. Terrifying figures loomed in the black fog, revealing a heart-palpitating aura of death. Could it be a corpse emperor? He Tian's expression changed. The land of Hidden Dragon was used as a graveyard, and the dragon chi of the earth was used to nourish the corpses. It was not strange at all for a corpse emperor to appear in such a place. The black fog that was condensed by the death chi was rolling, and a figure walked out of the black fog. When they saw the zombie walking out of the black fog, Gu Fei and He Tian's hearts beat wildly. This was a very strange ancient corpse. Half of the ancient corpse's body was shining with a golden light, as if it was cast from pure gold. The golden blood energy was vast and mighty, it was actually the purest golden true power, while the other half was as black as ink, with a vast deathly aura. How could this be? Gu Fei and He Tian were both dumbstruck. This ancient corpse was truly too strange. His fleshly body still retained the gold true power contained within. However, half of the corpse's body had been corroded by the power of death. Immortal body? As soon as He Tian saw this ancient corpse, his entire body became cold. This was the legendary immortal martial body that had been cultivated to the great accomplishment realm. Where did the corpse refining faction find such an ancient corpse? Wasn't this too heaven-defying? Gu Fei and He Tian were both dumbfounded. No wonder this ancient corpse could disperse the divine light of the great path with a single punch. This ancient corpse itself was a divine weapon in human form. The saint-level immortal martial body could be said to be indestructible and difficult to be buried. Even if the divine soul had been destroyed, the flesh was still preserved, almost undamaged. What should we do? Gu Fei said in a deep voice, his face extremely solemn. This was really an immortal martial body, and the immortal martial body had the power of the martial path, which made Gu Fei's martial body produce a strange reaction. Although countless years had passed, and the martial path source of the immortal martial body was only half corroded by the power of death, there was still a vast power of the martial path source inside the immortal martial body. What else can we do? We can only escape. He Tian began to move backward, but the immortal body in front of him took a step forward and directly pressed forward. The mighty aura emitted from its body caused the void to tremble. This was a divine weapon in human form. How could they still fight? The left eye of the ancient corpse emperor flickered with golden light, but the right eye was pitch black, and the pupil could not be seen. It was like a bottomless devil's cave. Just a glance was enough to make one's mind tremble, and their divine soul was almost sucked into that black hole. The nearby zombies all retreated to the distance and did not dare to come close. Roar! The ancient corpse emperor roared to the sky, and his voice shook the vast sky. The entire area shook. Golden true power surged out from half of the body, dispersing all the black fog and death aura outside of the left side of the body. However, the right side of the ancient corpse emperor was filled with a mighty death aura, and the black fog and death aura swept out, covering half of the sky. Such a scene, Gu Fei and He Tian had never seen or heard of it before, and they were extremely shocked. Martial path true power and the power of death were in the same body, it was too incredible. Go! Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself and He Tian. He immediately used the 8 desolate steps and turned around to escape. This ancient corpse emperor was going to be powerful, and if they didn't leave now, it would be a tragedy. However, at this time, it was not the time for them to escape. Bang! The ancient corpse emperor blasted out a fist, and the entire heaven and earth shook. The unparalleled fist energy instantly shrouded the entire sky and sealed Gu Fei and He Tian inside. Damn it! Gu Fei couldn't help but change his expression. This ancient corpse emperor seemed to be much more powerful than he had imagined. Moreover, the martial path source contained within the immortal martial body was too powerful. The ancient corpse emperor's fist made Gu Fei feel as if the entire world was going to be destroyed. This kind of power, he simply couldn't contend against it. However, Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron to protect him. Buzz! Gu Fei activated the mountain and river cauldron, and with a rumbling sound, a visible ripple spread out from the mountain and river cauldron, directly breaking the ancient corpse emperor's fist energy. The primal chaos aura fell from the mountain and river cauldron and wrapped around Gu Fei and He Tian. They escaped from the ancient corpse emperor's fist energy and escaped this calamity. Boom! The ancient corpse emperor's fist fell, and the place where Gu Fei and He Tian were just now was immediately penetrated by this fist. The void collapsed, and this side of the world turned into a mass of chaos. Swish! He Tian raised his hand and shot out the fourth divine light of the great path at the ancient corpse emperor behind him. The divine light soared for thousands of feet like a peerless heavenly sword. It broke through the void of heaven and earth and penetrated the ancient corpse emperor. The ancient corpse emperor instinctively pressed his palm forward. Bang! There was a loud sound, and the ancient corpse emperor's palm directly collided with the divine light of the great path. The divine light of the great path that was powerful enough to slay a saint was actually blocked by a palm. If it was any other time, Gu Fei and He Tian would never have thought that there would be someone with a physical body that could directly confront the power of the great path. The immortal martial body of this ancient corpse emperor was too powerful. On the path of martial arts, cultivating to the highest realm, was it to trample the great path of heaven and earth under one's feet? The immortal martial body could actually ignore the power of the great path, which made Gu Fei dumbfounded. The mountain and river cauldron wrapped Gu Fei and He Tian and quickly rushed back the way they came. The appearance of the immortal martial body had already made it impossible for Gu Fei and He Tian to enter this dangerous place again. Gu Fei's extreme 8 steps was absolutely unrivaled in the world. However, what made Gu Fei's heart cold was that the ancient corpse emperor actually took large strides to catch up. The speed of the ancient corpse emperor was actually not slower than Gu Fei's extreme 8 steps. Moreover, the gap between the two was rapidly shrinking, and the ancient corpse emperor was getting closer and closer. Too abnormal. It has been dead for so many years, but it is still so terrifying. He Tian saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim. A saint-level warrior was so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate. Being invincible within the same realm wasn't a legend, nor was it a lie. As a saint, the immortal martial body was absolutely an invincible existence, and its battle strength could be said to be number 1 in the saint realm. A distance of several dozen miles was a distance that Gu Fei could cross in an instant, but the corpse devils in front of him were constantly pouncing at him, causing Gu Fei's speed to slow down by quite a bit. Especially that corpse devil that looked like a phoenix. Its 2 wings flapped, causing a sudden gale, and sand and stones to fly everywhere. From time to time, it would pounce down from the sky, its sharp claws constantly tearing at Gu Fei and He Tian. The mountain and river cauldron shook, and that corpse devil that looked like a phoenix was constantly being shaken away. However, it had to be said that this corpse devil's physical body was also incomparably powerful. It was being shaken away by the mountain and river cauldron, but its physical realm wasn't broken into pieces. The physical body of a divine beast was probably only at this level. Among all the corpse devils, besides the corpse devil that looked like a phoenix, there were also many incomparably powerful corpse devils. Several corpse devils formed from the corpses of half-saints also appeared nearby. Bang! Just as Gu Fei and He Tian were about to rush out of this graveyard, the ancient corpse emperor behind them also caught up. A golden hand descended from the sky and directly slammed down on Gu Fei and He Tian. Rumble, the golden hand was like a golden mountain descending from the sky, shaking heaven and earth. The void below the hand was filled with pitch-black spatial cracks. This wasn't a divine ability, nor was it a grand art of the immortal Tao. This was the purest gold martial Tao true force. Just one palm had already surpassed those so-called divine ability-killing arts. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron was shaking. The ancient corpse emperor's palm actually shook the mountain and river cauldron. The primal chaos energy was vast, and the ancient runes on the mountain and river cauldron began to condense. The martial Tao true force in Gu Fei's body was unceasingly being absorbed by the mountain and river cauldron. Activating the mountain and river cauldron required a huge amount of true force. Even Gu Fei felt a wave of exhaustion. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron soared into the sky and collided with the descending golden hand. The golden hand dissipated in the void, and the mountain and river cauldron smashed it into pieces. Just like this, Gu Fei and He Tian were able to rush out of the graveyard. Roar! The ancient corpse emperor was roaring, but it seemed like it couldn't leave the graveyard. It was only roaring inside and didn't rush out. This made Gu Fei and He Tian secretly sigh in relief. Other than being shocked, Gu Fei and He Tian were very curious. How was this ancient corpse emperor bound to this graveyard and couldn't leave? There was no doubt now. This corpse-nurturing ground was most likely the corpse-nurturing ground of the ancient evil sect, the corpse-refining sect. In the ancient era, the various sects worked together to break through the corpse-refining sect's mountain gate and annihilate its Tao teachings. However, the experts of the ancient sects couldn't find the corpse-nurturing ground. However, no one could have imagined that the corpse-refining sect's corpse-nurturing grounds would actually appear outside the land of Saint Burial, blocking the entrance to it. Did someone use a great divine ability to move the corpse-refining sect's corpse-nurturing ground here, or did someone from the corpse-refining sect move their corpse-nurturing ground here? No one knows the great secret of the ancient times. Chapter 1245. Roar! The ancient corpse emperor's roar shook the entire area. Countless corpses that escaped from the coffins were kneeling, and even the Phoenix Corpse Emperor was no exception. Countless corpses were kneeling to their emperor. This scene made one's scalp go numb. Gu Fei and He Tian were flabbergasted. The corpses that didn't have any intelligence were instinctively afraid of the ancient corpse emperor. The corpse emperor was incomparably powerful. The left side of its body shone with a resplendent golden light like a vast and mighty golden ocean, emitting endless martial Tao true force. Golden true force. This is a supreme martial artist that cultivated the metal element Grand Tao. Gu Fei had obtained the inheritance of the martial ancestor, and he was very clear that the Tao passed down by the martial ancestor was not a single Tao. What kind of Tao one could comprehend at the final juncture would depend on the person's luck. 5 elements, yin and yang, all of them could achieve the Tao. This is an indestructible golden body. He Tian's eyes flickered. The corpse emperor in front of him was truly terrifying. The martial Tao source contained in its body was actually still so powerful after countless years of wear and tear. It was truly hard to imagine how the corpse refinement sect obtained this indestructible golden body. In the ancient era, there was no news of a supreme martial artist that had cultivated the indestructible golden body falling. Even in the ancient era, there weren't many martial artists that were successful in their cultivation. The cultivation path opened by the martial ancestor was truly too difficult. Breaking all divine abilities with one's strength and achieving the sage realm with one's body, how many people in this world could achieve this? If I can obtain the martial Tao source in this indestructible golden body. Gu Fei's heart trembled. The indestructible martial body contained boundless martial Tao true force, and it was of the same origin as the martial Tao true force he cultivated. If he could draw out such power from the indestructible golden body and absorb it, then his cultivation would definitely make a breakthrough. Power of the same origin could be used without any deliberate refinement. Gu Fei was very clear that if he could obtain the martial Dao source in this indestructible golden body, he would most likely be able to break through to the almighty realm. It doesn't seem impossible to suppress this corpse emperor. He Tian seemed to be deep in thought, and then said something like this. His background was mysterious, and he seemed to have mastered many great techniques. Even Gu Fei couldn't see through him after spending so much time with him. What? You have a way? Gu Fei was overjoyed when he heard this. After a series of battles, his cultivation showed signs of breaking through. If he could obtain the martial Dao source energy in this corpse emperor's body, he might be able to attract the heavenly tribulation to temper his martial body and break through his current cultivation shackles. The cauldron of mountain and river can suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. If the cauldron of mountain and river can display a trace of the power of an extreme saint, let alone an indestructible golden body, even an indestructible martial saint can be suppressed. He Tian stared at the mountain and river cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head, his eyes glistening. Humph, even I can't activate the mountain and river cauldron to display the power of an extreme saint. It seems that this path won't work. Gu Fei said. He was very clear about the consequences of activating the mountain and river cauldron to display the power of an extreme saint. Unless it was a life and death situation, Gu Fei would never do this because it was too dangerous. If he was not careful, his own power would be forcibly devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. With my help, nothing is impossible. He Tian was very confident. There were 5 divine lights of the great path dancing around him. He was like a 9-heaven celestial emperor with a trace of an otherworldly aura. 4 of the 9 divine lights of the great path were used, and there were still 5 divine lights circling around He Tian. These were divine lights of the great path condensed from countless divine materials and the essence of heaven and earth. They could kill saints. This guy could even use the power of the great path to activate the formation. It seemed that he could really use this guy to revive the extreme saint weapon and suppress the ancient corpse emperor inside. Thinking of this, Gu Fei's breathing couldn't help but quicken. Once the mountain and river cauldron is revived, let alone the 9 heavens hidden dragon grid, even the 9 true ancient heavenly dragons will be suppressed. If that happens, wouldn't the things inside the hidden dragon land be easy to obtain? He Tian's eyes were shining. You're really unreliable. If you had such a method, would we still have needed to take the risk to enter the corpse-nurturing land? Gu Fei couldn't help being a bit irritated. Boss, I'm really sorry. I just had a sudden inspiration and thought of this method, laughed He Tian. Gu Fei was a bit speechless. This guy was really asking for a beating. At this time, there was still less than an hour before the corner of the extreme Dao formation that He Tian had imprinted on the mountain and river cauldron would dissipate. Boss, bring out some divine materials, said He Tian to Gu Fei. As a miser, He Tian had already used up a huge pile of divine materials before entering this tomb. Even if he still had more, he wouldn't be willing to bring them out. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and didn't say anything. He directly reached out and slashed at the void in front of him. A spatial crack immediately appeared in front of him. Whoosh! A huge pile of divine materials poured out of the spatial crack. The surrounding area was immediately filled with spiritual qi and treasure light. All sorts of divine materials were piled up into a small mountain. 5-colored stone, chaotic earth, God King blood jade, 9 heavens pure gold. I've struck it rich. He Tian was drooling when he saw this pile of divine materials. He forcefully swallowed a few times, his voice trembling as he spoke. These divine materials were all extremely rare. Usually, it was hard to even see a single one of them. They were incomparably precious. But to Gu Fei, he had quite a few of these divine materials. He had refined Li Xuandao's inner world and received all of Li Xuandao's belongings, including countless rare divine materials. My ass! These things aren't for you. Gu Fei said angrily. Li Xuandao was an inheritor of the immortal Dao who was trapped in the Hell Dao during the great changes of the world in the late Desolate Era. The divine materials he had collected over the years could be described as piling up like a mountain. Just the pile of divine materials in front of He Tian was already comparable to a peerless divine treasury. "Huh, boss, since you're so generous, then I'll do it." He Tian was very excited. With the help of these divine materials, he was absolutely confident that he could revive the mountain and river cauldron. At this time, the ancient corpse emperor was still guarding inside the tomb like an insurmountable mountain, giving off a powerful sense of oppression. It seemed that the ancient corpse emperor couldn't come out of the corpse breeding ground. Otherwise, Gu Fei's group would have already escaped without a trace. How would they dare to stay outside the corpse breeding ground? He Tian was inexplicably excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He immediately began to brand formation runes on the ground and in the void. As He Tian laid down more and more formation runes, the pile of divine materials began to emit a dazzling divine light that dispersed the black mist of death in the surroundings. The spiritual energy emitted from the divine materials gradually converged into a wave of psionic energy. The energy fluctuations grew stronger and stronger, forming a ball of divine light above the pile of divine materials. Countless streams of spirit energy were drawn from the pile of divine materials below, forming beams of colorful spirit light that constantly merged with the divine light above. That ball of divine light was like a bright moon, and it seemed to be nurturing a Dao charm. This made Gu Fei feel a bit incredulous. It seemed that only immortal divine materials contained Dao fragments. Could it be that ordinary divine materials also contained Dao fragments? In Gu Fei's view, as long as it wasn't an immortal divine material, it was an ordinary divine material. He Tian was using the power of the formation to refine the vast spiritual energy contained in this large pile of divine materials. The divine light soared into the sky. In the end, that ball of divine light was like a divine sun that appeared in the sky, illuminating the dark world. What is that? Outside the hidden dragon land, the ancient Emperor Xian sensed a wave of psionic energy that made his face change. It came from the depths of the area in front of him. After half an hour, a ball of divine light rose from the ground in front of him and illuminated the surroundings. This shocked the ancient Emperor Xian. It was a ball of divine light condensed from endless spiritual energy. What is going on inside? The ancient Emperor Xian was bewildered. He had vaguely guessed that those two brats must have entered the depths of this area and touched something, causing some kind of change in this area. The ancient Emperor Xian would never have thought that all of this was because of He Tian. He wanted to condense endless psionic energy to awaken the mountain and river cauldron and display the extreme divine might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Rumble, the divine sun shone in all directions, and the entire region shook. Each of the rare divine materials contained a huge amount of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy formed by the gathering of the spiritual energy of a large pile of rare divine materials was absolutely terrifying and powerful. Even a half-saint would be annihilated by this ball of divine light. The 9 huge mountain ridges were shaking, and the sleeping dragon soul seemed to show signs of awakening under the impact of the energy ball of light. A dragon-shaped killing light rushed over from a distance. The 9 dragons' killing intent appeared. This was the saint-level killing intent that condensed the killing intent of the 9 dragons. It flashed and was about to slash at the ball of divine light in the sky. At this time, Gu Fei made his move. Swish! A purple-gold divine light rushed out from his dantian and clashed with the killing intent of the 9 dragons. The 2 divine lights instantly tangled together. Boss, it's up to you. He Tian sat cross-legged in a large array, and his clothes were already soaked in sweat. Countless array patterns were flickering on the ground and in the void. The pile of divine materials in the center of the array had all turned into dust, and all the spiritual energy had been sucked out. All right. At this time, Gu Fei didn't hesitate and activated the mountain and river cauldron. An ancient cauldron soared into the sky and emitted boundless primordial chaos chi. During this process, the cauldron grew to the size of a small mountain, and the mouth of the cauldron produced a heaven-devouring power that devoured the ball of divine light in the sky. Without any suspense, the ball of divine light in the sky was devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz! The moment the mountain and river cauldron devoured the ball of divine light, there was a sudden tremor from the mountain and river cauldron, and an extremely terrifying fluctuation came from the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron has awakened? Chapter 1246. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook. The ancient runes on the cauldron all lit up. The ancient beasts seemed to be coming to life. These were the souls of the ancient beasts that the cauldron had been suppressing for countless years. Terrifying waves spread in all directions, causing the world to lose its color. A terrifying power that could suppress the world began to awaken from the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! The group of corpses roared. All the ancient corpses in the corpse-nurturing ground were alarmed. The entire corpse-nurturing ground was instantly filled with the howling of tigers and black fog. The aura of death was extremely strong. Even the ancient corpse king was roaring anxiously. Swoosh! 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 Rays of dragon-shaped divine light rushed out from the depths of the hidden dragon ground. The 9 murderous intents of the 9 dragons erupted. The dragon souls were almost awakened. The aura of the mountain and river cauldron made the 9 hidden dragons feel threatened. The purple-gold godly sword blocked the dragon-shaped divine light. The sword was knocked away and slashed towards the mountain and river cauldron. This was the power of a saint. Even the void was silently torn apart. 9 murderous intents. Hei Tian saw this scene and was extremely nervous. The 9 dragon-shaped divine lights broke through the void and rushed towards the mountain and river cauldron. This was equivalent to an advanced saint attacking. Each of the 9 dragon-shaped divine lights contained Tao laws and fragments of the great Tao. Even if a saint came, facing this extreme murderous intent, they would have to retreat. However, this murderous intent was nothing in front of the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron only shook slightly and the 9 murderous intents were knocked away, almost dissipating in the void. Gu Fei soared into the sky and landed on top of the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! The primordial chaos chi erupted from the mountain river cauldron. Each strand of primordial chaos chi that fell from the mountain river cauldron was like a primordial chaos dragon. If it fell from the sky, each strand could destroy a mountain range. After the mountain and river cauldron swallowed the divine light, it showed signs of awakening. The ancient beasts on the body of the cauldron could almost rush out. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, the 4 innate godly beasts' divine souls appeared above the mountain river cauldron, emanating terrifying soul power waves. They were the 4 most powerful beast souls among all the beast souls that were sealed in the mountain river cauldron. If the 4 beast souls were fully awakened, they could flatten the 9 heavens hidden dragon region with just the help of the 4 beast souls. The beast souls of the 4 innate divine beasts did not rush out from the mountain and river cauldron. Even so, the aura emitted by the cauldron of mountain and river almost caused the entire void to collapse. The entire world was shaking. The 9 huge mountain ridges looked like they were about to rise into the sky. The dragon chi of the earth was vast and mighty. The hidden dragon was awakened from its slumber, and there was a vague dragon roar in the void. At this moment, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on top of the mountain and river cauldron. His entire body was filled with true power. Between his eyebrows, there was a flash of divine light. Then, a small figure rushed out from between his eyebrows. This was Gu Fei's primordial spirit. After Gu Fei's primordial spirit rushed out from his Naiwan palace, it immediately entered into the mountain and river cauldron. He connected with the soul of the mountain and river cauldron, causing the mountain and river cauldron to awaken. The interior of the mountain and river cauldron was like a boundless world. Many of the most important things were kept by Gu Fei in this ancient cauldron. Very quickly, Gu Fei felt the soul energy ripple of the mountain and river cauldron's soul. Buzz! The void shook, and the void was like a layer of transparent water rippling. A wave of energy ripple that could shock the 9 heavens and 10 earths was emitted from the mountain and river cauldron. The land of Hidden Dragon was immediately impacted. It was as if there was a huge earthquake. Huge rocks rolled down from the 9 mountain ridges. It was actually showing signs of collapsing. Only the deepest part of the land of Hidden Dragon, where the 9 dragons converged, was considered peaceful. The unimaginable pressure from the mountain and river cauldron engulfed the entire land of Hidden Dragon in an instant. Nothing could resist it, not even the heaven-defying pattern of heaven and earth. Not to mention the 9 hidden dragons. Even if the 9-headed real dragons were here, they would be suppressed. On the ground, He Tian felt his soul trembling. He could not help but kneel down. This was completely involuntary. It was as if he was facing a supreme god. He was filled with natural reverence. Even the zombies in the corpse-nurturing ground quietened down. Divine power of the extreme path. Only the divine power of the extreme path could have such power. He Tian was stunned. He was tongue-tied and could not say a word. His lips were even trembling. An ancient cauldron became the only thing in the world. No one could resist this extremely terrifying divine power. Even the physical body of an advanced-level warrior could not withstand it. The supreme power of the extreme path saints of the ancient path was evident. One should know that this was only their weapon. An extreme path saint weapon could not be compared to an extreme path saint. The terrifying power of the mountain and river cauldron has not been fully displayed. Gu Fei was truly stunned. He could not imagine how powerful an extreme path saint weapon was. He was very clear, and no one knew better than him, that only a small part of the power of the mountain and river cauldron had been activated. But this kind of power was enough. The mountain and river cauldron shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Chaotic primordial chi descended from it, stabilizing a part of the void. The 9 huge mountain ridges were also gradually suppressed. An extreme path saint weapon could break the sky and destroy everything. Gu Fei thought it was an exaggeration. But looking at it now, it was not an exaggeration. An extreme path saint weapon really had supreme power. It was hard to estimate. If the extreme path saint weapon did not awaken, it was just a dead object. Only a true saint could awaken it. And to unleash the power of the extreme path, an even greater amount of spiritual energy was needed. Gu Fei was a little absent-minded. If a saint-level figure were to wield such a weapon, he would indeed be able to move unhindered throughout the world and fear no one. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron pressed down from the sky, and the 9 huge mountain ridges began to be completely suppressed. The 9 hidden dragon veins gradually calmed down, and the 9 dragon-shaped killing intents also dissipated in the void. Although it did not truly display the ultimate extreme path saint weapon, this 9 heaven hidden dragon killing formation was still suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron. The 9 hidden dragon veins could no longer create any waves. Bang! The mountain and river cauldron pressed down on the ground. An ancient symbol with the mountain and river cauldron as the center spread out in all directions, imprinting itself into the void. The entire world became quiet. In the corpse breeding ground, the corpses seemed to have lost all their power and fell to the ground. The death aura that enveloped the corpse breeding ground had already been dispersed by the aura of the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! The ancient corpse emperor was still roaring. The left side of his body was shining with a golden light, surging with golden true power. The right side of his body was as black as ink with a vast death aura. Although it had been dead for countless years, this indestructible martial physique instinctively displayed the unyielding will of a supreme martial artist. This made Gu Fei and He Tian feel inconceivable. Worthy of being a saint-level indestructible martial physique, it still hasn't fallen. Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but exclaim. At this time, the ancient corpse emperor was half kneeling on the ground, enduring the endless pressure from the mountain and river cauldron, and could no longer stand up. Bang! Chapter 1247. It had to be said that He Tian's formation mastery had reached an extraordinary level. He actually managed to awaken the mountain and river cauldron. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron, which was suppressing the earth, shook as countless Dao runes appeared in the void. The ancient cauldron shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths as if it was suppressing the grand Dao of the heaven and earth. The heaven-defying 9 heavens hidden dragon was immediately suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron. The 9 earth dragon veins became completely silent as the 9 hidden dragon's murderous intents dissipated in the void. The mountain and river cauldron could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was the nemesis of all earth dragon veins. Even the earth's ancestral veins would be suppressed by this extreme sacred cauldron. Without any suspense, the awakened mountain and river cauldron was absolutely terrifying. The 9 hidden dragon veins could no longer cause any trouble at this time. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on top of the mountain and river cauldron. With a thought, he guided the cauldron's unstoppable power to blow away the immortal corpse king inside the corpse breeding ground. After the hidden dragon ground was suppressed, all the corpses in the corpse breeding ground seemed to have lost their strength and fell to the ground in disorder as if they had turned into motionless corpses. Only the immortal corpse king was still roaring and struggling, unwilling to yield to the extreme divine power of the mountain and river cauldron. However, the immortal corpse king was as weak as an ant in front of the mountain and river cauldron. It was suppressed by the divine power of the mountain and river cauldron to the point that it could not stand up. Bam! The mountain and river cauldron shook as an even more powerful force spread out from the cauldron. This part of the void seemed to solidify as everything was suppressed. No matter how powerful the ancient corpse king was and how strong its body was, it was suppressed to the ground and couldn't stand up. What is happening inside? Outside the hidden dragon ground, Yuangu Emperor Xian sensed an aura that made his heart palpitate. Even his soul was trembling. This was an aura that was even more terrifying than a sacred aura. Could it be that an extreme sacred weapon has appeared inside? Yuangu was bewildered and did not dare to rashly enter the area ahead. He could see that this inconspicuous area was actually the legendary hidden dragon ground. Someone used a supreme technique to move the hidden dragon ground here to block the entrance to the saint burial ground, causing cultivators below the saint realm to shrink back. The hidden dragon ground could be said to be heaven-defying. Only a saint existence would have the ability to explore it. Immortal Emperor Yuangu knew his own limits. Even though he had the saint artifact, the flying immortal sword, this place was still not something he could enter. If he was not careful, he would die inside. Although Immortal Emperor Yuangu was tempted, he had his reservations and did not dare to take the risk. He never imagined that all of this was caused by Gu Fei and Mai Tian. At this moment, Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to suppress the surroundings. In the entire land of Hidden Dragon, apart from himself and He Tian, everything else was suppressed. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook from time to time. Ancient runes appeared on it. This was a complete Grand Dao. The entire world was almost crushed by the power of this Grand Dao. Swoosh! Gu Fei flew up from the mountain and river cauldron and directly stepped into the void. He arrived next to the ancient corpse king in the corpse breeding ground. Roar! The ancient corpse king roared and struggled. This corpse king was different. The other corpses had been completely suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron, but this corpse king was still unyielding. This was the instinct of a supreme warrior. They did not respect the heavens or the earth, they only respected themselves. Although the divine soul had dissipated for countless years, leaving behind only an indestructible body, the unyielding instinct of a supreme warrior was still reflected in this indestructible body. How terrifying! This indestructible golden body must have been an invincible warrior when it was alive. It was definitely a king among the saints. He Tian also arrived in front of the corpse king at this time. Unyielding in front of an extreme sacred weapon, what kind of invincible will was this? It was really hard to imagine. The golden battle power on the left side of the ancient corpse king was surging, causing Gu Fei and He Tian to feel a strong pressure. It was as if they were facing a volcano that could erupt at any time, causing their hearts to palpitate. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, a small figure rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron and entered the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows. His origin spirit returned to his body. He Tian knew that Gu Fei wanted to seize the ancient corpse king's martial Dao source, so he retreated and directly headed towards the depths of the hidden dragon ground. The place where the 9 dragons converged would definitely give birth to something heaven-defying. Perhaps that immortal herb, the blue descent godly grass, had escaped to that place. Thinking of that, Erebus couldn't help but get excited. This guy, Gu Fei, saw He Tian heading towards the center of the hidden dragon ground. How could he not know what this guy wanted to do? But at this time, Gu Fei couldn't care less. The most important thing right now was to draw out the martial Dao source from the immortal martial physique and let it be absorbed by his own martial physique. This way, he would be reborn and his martial physique would reach another level. Gu Fei channeled the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. His entire being suddenly became transcendent like an immortal king from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world with a mighty immortal aura. Swoosh! The space between Gu Fei's eyebrows lit up again. A small figure slowly walked out from Gu Fei's forehead. This was a little person that looked exactly like Gu Fei. Divine Snatch. Gu Fei directly used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, Divine Snatch. The primordial spirit that came out from the Naiwan palace immediately turned into a divine light and entered the ancient corpse emperor's body. The moment Gu Fei's primordial spirit entered the body, the ancient corpse emperor immediately stopped roaring and calmed down. Then, the left side of the ancient corpse emperor's body seemed to be burning. The martial Dao source contained in half of the body was evaporating. Strands of golden light escaped from the left side of the ancient corpse emperor's body and entered Gu Fei's body. He was using the God-seizing secret technique to refine this indestructible martial body, refining the martial Dao source power contained within it. The God-seizing secret technique could not only seize one's divine soul, but it could also refine one's physical body and seize its power. Metal true power continuously rose from the immortal martial physique and entered Gu Fei's body. It made Gu Fei feel as if his whole body was bathed in sunlight. His whole body felt warm. The martial Dao source didn't need to be refined. Gu Fei's martial physique could completely absorb it. As this power continued to flow into Gu Fei's body, Gu Fei's martial physique began to change. Gu Fei felt that all the bones in his body were vibrating, and his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were vibrating. There seemed to be muffled thunder rumbling inside his body, and every pore on his body was gushing with golden light. Chapter 1248. Rumble. The rumbling sounds coming from Gu Fei's body were getting louder and louder. It was as if there was an angry thunder roaring inside his body, and his entire body was emitting a dazzling divine light. So novel. 1. The yin and yang true force in Gu Fei's body was vast and mighty. His blood and qi soared to the sky, and the yin and yang forces intertwined. Black and white lights gradually formed a yin and yang tai chi diagram above his head. The metal true force that rushed out from the immortal corpse emperor constantly entered Gu Fei's body and was transformed by Gu Fei's martial arts cultivation technique into yin and yang essence qi. Yin and yang could be transformed into the 5 elements, and the 5 elements could also be transformed into yin and yang. The martial Dao source in Gu Fei's body and the ancient corpse emperor's martial Dao source came from the same source. Gu Fei didn't spend much effort to transform the ancient corpse emperor's martial Dao source into his own power. Too powerful. Gu Fei used the godly seizing secret technique to refine the immortal holy corpse emperor, but the martial Dao true force contained in the immortal martial body was too vast, as if it was endless. For Gu Fei, the martial Tao source power in the immortal martial body was a peerless divine treasury. This divine treasury was being refined by him bit by bit. In less than half an hour, Gu Fei felt that his body seemed to swell up from the continuous flow of the immortal martial body's power. Under the impact of the martial path true force, Gu Fei's blood, flesh, tendons, and bones began to show signs of metamorphosis. His bones were shattering and then reforming as the martial path true force washed over Gu Fei's martial physique. The impurities in his bones and flesh were further refined. Gu Fei's bone body began to transform into a flawless bone body, and the power from his flesh and blood became even greater. When the power that the flesh and bones could hold reached the peak, the flesh and bones would not be able to withstand the strong pressure brought by the martial Tao true force and began to collapse. It was as if Gu Fei's body was being smashed by a divine hammer. Then, his shattered flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were reformed by his exuberant vitality. The bone-chilling sound of bones breaking could be heard from Gu Fei's body. The martial Tao true power was vast and mighty, and Gu Fei's body was gradually enveloped by a ball of yin-yang divine light. As the yin and yang true force intertwined, Gu Fei's body started to emit the aura of a Tao charm. Roar! Gu Fei's roar came from within the yin-yang energy mass. The pain of tempering one's flesh, blood, tendons, and bones was not something an ordinary person could endure. At this moment, even Gu Fei couldn't help but roar. Half of the indestructible martial body's body seemed to be burning at this time, emitting a bright golden aura, like a golden divine fire burning. The martial Tao source of the indestructible martial body was constantly being refined. The black death qi on the right side of the martial body gradually moved towards the left side. The balance of power in the indestructible corpse emperor's body was being broken. The death qi in the indestructible corpse emperor's body was very powerful. Even Gu Fei's primordial spirit that entered the corpse emperor's body felt great danger. If his primordial spirit was contaminated by this death qi, it would most likely be seriously injured. Gu Fei sensed that there seemed to be something strange in the death qi of the ancient corpse emperor that was controlling the ancient corpse emperor. There was a trace of evil aura in the death qi. However, the martial Tao source of the ancient corpse emperor contained a fragment of the grand Tao, which shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. This was an incomplete grand Tao. Within the golden martial Tao true power, there were Tao runes looming, which was the manifestation of the grand Tao fragment. This is, when Gu Fei sensed the Tao runes in the indestructible martial body, he couldn't help but be surprised and happy. On the left side of the corpse emperor's body, every bone was branded with Tao runes. The Tao is me, I am the Tao is with me. In Gu Fei's ears, there seemed to be someone whispering. It was as if someone was explaining some kind of grand Tao in his ears, giving him a feeling of dispelling the clouds and seeing the clear blue sky. Who cares about the 3,000 grand Taos? I only cultivate my own Tao and walk my own path. Gu Fei somewhat understood. He evolved his martial Tao cultivation method to capture the grand Tao runes in the ancient corpse emperor's body and to comprehend the mysterious grand Tao of heaven and earth. This was not evolving and recreating the Tao of others. The Tao runes in the indestructible corpse emperor's body were only a reference to guide Gu Fei, allowing Gu Fei's heart to sense the grand Tao. Tao, what is Tao? Gu Fei's thoughts began to enter a wonderful state, as if he was detached from the world. The sounds around him seemed to have become extremely distant, as if they were coming from beyond the heavens. His mind wandered, comprehending the heaven and earth. Faintly, Gu Fei felt that he had grasped something, but he didn't seem to have grasped anything. Time seemed to have stopped, but the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were still operating. The martial Tao origin in the indestructible corpse emperor's body was constantly being refined by Gu Fei. The yin-yang true force was vast and mighty, and the black and white energies were lingering. After an unknown amount of time, it felt like thousands of years, but it also felt like only a moment. Gu Fei woke up from his state of mind wandering. Boom! The yin-yang true force in his body, the moment Gu Fei woke up, swept out in all directions. The yin-yang true force intertwined, and blurry traces appeared in the void. Each blurry trace emitted a trace of Tao rhyme, seemingly able to attract the power of the Grand Tao. Swish! Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes. 2 bolts of lightning flashed in the void, and the dazzling divine light disappeared into his eyes. The moment Gu Fei opened his eyes, the yin-yang true force intertwined, condensing all the blurry traces, and flew back towards Gu Fei, entering Gu Fei's body. At the same time, Gu Fei's Yuan spirit also completely refined the martial Tao origin in the indestructible corpse emperor's body. A dazzling golden light, like a golden sun, rose from the left side of the indestructible corpse emperor's body. A tiny figure was sitting cross-legged in that ball of golden light. The pitch-black deathly aura finally completely occupied the indestructible golden body. The indestructible corpse emperor roared again and struggled again. Although it was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron, it was still ferocious. The martial Tao origin rose from the indestructible corpse emperor's body, and then flew towards Gu Fei. The dazzling golden divine light emitted a dazzling golden light, illuminating this part of the world. A terrifying fluctuation spread out from the divine light, causing Gu Fei's heart to palpitate. This was an invincible power. As long as he obtained this power, Gu Fei's cultivation could make a breakthrough. On the martial Tao origin, there were faint traces of the Grand Tao. This was the power of a sage. At this time, the blurry traces that Gu Fei evolved with the yin-yang true force were imprinted into his body. Each blurry trace was imprinted on Gu Fei's bones. The martial Tao origin divine light that rose from the indestructible martial body wrapped around Gu Fei's Yuan spirit and descended towards the top of Gu Fei's head. Then, it entered Gu Fei's body. Boom! Chapter 1249. The martial source of the indestructible martial body was too powerful. Even Gu Fei's emperor martial body was unable to withstand it. The instant the martial source of the indestructible martial body entered his body, his flesh exploded into a bloody mist. Even the sovereign bone body on Gu Fei's body began to crack like a spider web. This horrified Gu Fei. He never imagined that the martial Tao source of the indestructible martial body would be so powerful. It was too frightening. If it weren't for the vague Tao marks that he had condensed and branded on his bones, even his sovereign bone body would have collapsed. Gu Fei's mind wandered as he comprehended heaven and earth. He successfully used the great Tao fragments contained in the martial Tao source of the indestructible martial body to gain enlightenment and condense his own Tao marks. However, these weren't Tao marks because they were too vague. They were branded on his bones and were almost indistinct. They were difficult to grasp, but there were still Tao charms circulating around them. It was this indistinct mark of the great Tao that prevented Gu Fei's body from shattering. Roar! Gu Fei's divine sense was like the sea. He used all his strength to guide this vast martial Tao source power to flow through his bones. The vague Tao marks that were branded on his bones gradually began to emit a faint light. The great Tao marks condensed the martial Tao source power. Gu Fei's cracked bones began to gradually repair, and the cracks on his bones slowly disappeared. Tao charms began to circulate on Gu Fei's bones. Imprinting the great Tao into his body, Gu Fei's bones were transforming into saint bones. Only a saint could imprint the great Tao that they had comprehended into their flesh, bones, and blood, allowing them to coexist with the great Tao, becoming immortal and indestructible. Endless divine light bloomed from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. A tiny figure sat cross-legged on his forehead, exuding a vast and mighty immortal Tao aura. This was Gu Fei's primordial spirit. The current Gu Fei was no longer an ordinary cultivator. He was more powerful and frightening than the average cultivator since he had mastered the divine arts of the immortal path. Since ancient times, there had never been a precedent of a martial artist cultivating a primordial spirit. This was because there was no need to cultivate a primordial spirit on the path of martial arts. A martial artist who had succeeded in cultivating a primordial spirit would have their life imprint spread throughout their entire body. Every strand of hair, every drop of blood, would have life. It didn't matter if such an existence had a primordial spirit or not. The martial Tao source that he had seized from the indestructible martial body was constantly being refined by Gu Fei into his bones. His entire body was blooming with a dull golden light, as if he were cast from pure gold. An extremely powerful aura was emitted from the bone and spread in all directions, filling the entire land of Hidden Dragon. Boss succeeded? In the depths of the land of Hidden Dragon, He Tian suddenly turned his head, his face filled with shock. He hadn't entered the Nine Dragons congregation grounds yet because it was simply too heaven-defying. The entire land of Hidden Dragon was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron. This caused He Tian to be wild with joy. Who knew how many years of divine herbs had been growing in the land of Hidden Dragon for him to pluck? Especially the divine herbs that grew in the depths of the land of Hidden Dragon. Each stalk was a king herb, and the medicinal power of several king herbs was comparable to a small portion of the immortal divine herbs. He Tian's harvest was undoubtedly bountiful. This fellow didn't stop and directly walked forward. After a series of twists and turns, the front suddenly widened. Then, He Tian saw an incomparably shocking scene. 9 giant dragon heads appeared in front of He Tian. Each dragon head was like an unscalable mountain, giving off a strong sense of oppression. This was the origin of the land of Hidden Dragon in the 9 heavens. The 9 earth dragon veins originated from here and spread outwards, with the dragon heads inside and the dragon tails outside. This arrangement was very similar to the 49 earth ancestor veins in the Great Peerless Tomb. However, there were only 9 earth dragon veins here, while the Great Peerless Tomb had 49 earth ancestor veins. The earth dragon veins and the earth ancestor veins couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. At this time, outside the land of Hidden Dragon, the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian also sensed the powerful aura from Gu Fei. His expression changed because he recognized that it was Gu Fei's aura. That kid, the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian, was bewildered. Gu Fei seemed to have obtained a great opportunity in the land of Hidden Dragon. He could feel that Gu Fei's aura was rapidly increasing. He broke through. The aura coming from the land of Hidden Dragon made his heart palpitate. There was an extremely powerful force condensing, and this force made his expression change. At this time, a vague figure suddenly appeared near the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian. It stood quietly in the void like a gust of wind, not causing any fluctuations. Who is it? Celestial Emperor Yuan-Gu's expression suddenly changed. Then, he waved his hand at the blurry figure. The flying celestial sword that was flying around him immediately emitted a dazzling divine light. It turned into a divine rainbow and slashed towards the figure. Who was the Eastern Land Emperor Xian? Someone had appeared near him, where he wouldn't be able to discover him. Swish! The divine rainbow-like sword light was not blocked at all. It directly chopped down on that figure. There was no point of force. It was as if it was chopping down on the air. The Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian was shocked. The illusory figure was slashed in half by the sword light of the flying immortal sword, but then it reformed. Bam! The person didn't say anything and directly slapped at the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian. Whoosh! Astral winds rose as that silhouette blasted out with a palm strike, bringing forth endless astral winds. Each and every gust of astral wind was like a transparent divine weapon, slicing apart the void, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the air. Buzz! The flying immortal sword let out a deafening sound that resounded through the 9 heavens. The sword light soared thousands of feet, and an unparalleled sword chi suddenly erupted. The sword chi soared to the 9 heavens, displaying the great power of the flying immortal sword. It reversed in the air and slashed at the figure. The Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian cultivated the supreme way of the sword. The speed and power of the sword light instantly soared 10 times. Wherever the sword light passed, the world seemed to be split in half. At the same time, the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian opened his mouth and spat out a sword light that looked like the Milky Way. This was the natal sword energy that he had cultivated for countless years. The sword qi was mighty in the sky and on the ground. The Yuangu Emperor Xian attacked the mysterious figure from both the front and the back. Anyone who could come here was definitely not weak. This person was like the wind. Although he could be seen with the naked eye, he didn't leave any traces. There were no fluctuations coming from his body. The sword light spat out by the Yuangu Emperor Xian dispersed the terrifying astral winds and broke the palm of the mysterious figure. However, the mysterious figure walked in the endless sword light. His body was like a gentle breeze, and it was difficult for the sword light to hit him. It was as if no technique could touch him. What? Chapter 1250. Volume I page 1256. The mysterious strong man. Page 11. The indestructible martial body's martial source energy was far too powerful. Even Gu Fei's emperor martial body found it hard to withstand it. His flesh and blood exploded the moment the martial source energy entered his body, turning into a bloody mist. Even the sovereign skeletal body on Gu Fei's body began to crack like a spider web. This caused Gu Fei to be incomparably shocked. He had never imagined that the martial Dao source of the indestructible martial body would be this powerful. It was too frightening. If he hadn't condensed a vague Dao mark on his bone body, even his emperor bone body would have collapsed. Gu Fei's mind wandered as he comprehended heaven and earth. He successfully drew upon the great Dao fragments contained within the indestructible martial body's martial arts source. He gained some comprehension and condensed his own Dao marks. However, this still couldn't be considered a Dao imprint, because it was too indistinct. It was engraved on the bone body, almost impossible to see clearly, difficult to grasp. However, there were Dao auras swirling about. It was precisely this indistinct brand of the Grand Dao that prevented Gu Fei's body from collapsing. Roar! Gu Fei's divine sense was as vast as the ocean. He used all his strength to guide this extremely vast martial origin energy to flow through his bones. The blurry marks branded on his bones gradually began to glow. The Dao marks of the great Dao were condensing the power of the martial Dao source. Gu Fei's cracked bones began to gradually repair, and the cracks on his bones slowly disappeared. Dao runes began to circulate on Gu Fei's bone body. Imprinting the great path on his own body, Gu Fei's bone body was transforming into a saint bone. Only a saint could imprint the great path that he had comprehended into his own flesh, bones, and blood, so that his flesh, bones, and blood could coexist with the great path and become immortal. Boundless divine light shone from the center of Gu Fei's brows. A small figure sat on his forehead. The aura of the immortal Dao was vast and mighty. That was Gu Fei's primordial spirit. The current Gu Fei was no longer an ordinary cultivator. He was more powerful and frightening than the average cultivator since he had mastered the divine arts of the immortal path. Since ancient times, there had never been a precedent of a martial artist cultivating a primordial spirit. This was because there was no need to cultivate a primordial spirit on the path of martial arts. A martial artist who had succeeded in cultivating a primordial spirit would have their life imprint spread throughout their entire body. Every strand of hair, every drop of blood, would have life. It didn't matter if such an existence had a primordial spirit or not. The martial Dao source that he had seized from the indestructible martial body was constantly being refined by Gu Fei into his bones. His entire body was blooming with a dull golden light, as if he were cast from pure gold. An extremely powerful aura was emitted from the bone and spread in all directions, filling the entire land of Hidden Dragon. Boss succeeded? In the depths of the land of Hidden Dragon, He Tian suddenly turned his head. His face was filled with shock. He hadn't entered the Nine Dragons congregation grounds yet. This was because the Nine Dragons congregation grounds was simply too heaven-defying. The entire land of Hidden Dragon was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron. This made He Tian wild with joy. Who knew how many years of divine herbs had been growing in the land of Hidden Dragon for him to pluck? Especially the divine herbs that grew in the depths of the land of Hidden Dragon. Each stalk was a king herb. The medicinal power of several king herbs was enough to match a small portion of an immortal divine herb's efficacy. He Tian's harvest was undoubtedly bountiful. This fellow didn't stop and directly walked forward. After a series of twists and turns, the front suddenly widened. Then, He Tian saw an incomparably shocking scene. 9 giant dragon heads appeared in front of He Tian. Each dragon head was like an unscalable mountain, giving off a strong sense of oppression. This was the origin of the land of hidden dragon in the 9 heavens. The 9 earth dragon veins originated from here and spread outwards. The dragon heads were inside and the dragon tails were outside. This arrangement was very similar to the 49 earth ancestor veins in the Great Tomb. However, there were only 9 earth dragon veins here, while the Great Tomb had 49 earth ancestor veins. The earth dragon veins and the earth ancestor veins couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. At this time, outside the land of hidden dragon, the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian also sensed the powerful aura coming from Gu Fei. His expression changed because he recognized that it was Gu Fei's aura. That kid, the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian, was bewildered. Gu Fei seemed to have obtained a great opportunity in the land of hidden dragon. He could feel that Gu Fei's aura was rapidly increasing. He broke through. The aura coming from the land of hidden dragon made his heart palpitate. There was an extremely powerful force condensing, and this force made his expression change. At this time, a vague figure suddenly appeared near the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian. It stood quietly in the void like a gust of wind, not causing any fluctuations. Who is it? Celestial Emperor Yuan-Gu's expression suddenly changed. Then, he waved his hand at the blurry figure. The flying celestial sword that was flying around him immediately emitted a dazzling divine light. It turned into a divine rainbow and slashed towards the figure. Who was the Eastern Land's Emperor Xian? Someone had appeared near him, where he wouldn't be able to discover him. Swish! The divine rainbow-like sword light was not blocked at all. It directly chopped down on that figure. There was no point of force. It was as if it was chopping down on the air. This, the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian was shocked. The illusory figure was slashed in half by the sword light of the flying immortal sword, but then it reformed. Bam! The figure didn't say anything and directly slapped at the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian. Whoosh! Astral winds rose as that silhouette blasted out with a palm strike, bringing forth endless astral winds. Each and every gust of astral wind was like a transparent divine weapon, slicing apart the void, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the air. Buzz! The flying immortal sword let out a deafening sound that resounded through the 9 heavens. The sword light soared for thousands of feet, and an unparalleled sword chi suddenly erupted. The sword chi rushed up to the 9 heavens, displaying the great power of the flying immortal sword. It reversed in the air and slashed at the figure. The Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian cultivated the supreme way of the sword. The speed and power of the sword light instantly soared 10 times. Wherever the sword light passed, the world seemed to be split in half. At the same time, the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian opened his mouth and spat out a sword light that looked like the Milky Way. This was the natal sword energy that he had cultivated for countless years. The sword chi was mighty in the sky and on the ground. The Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian attacked the mysterious figure from the front and the back. Anyone who could come here was definitely not weak. This person was like the wind. Although he could be seen with the naked eye, he didn't leave any traces, and there were no fluctuations coming from his body. The sword light spat out by the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian dispersed the terrifying astral winds and broke the palm of the mysterious figure. However, the mysterious figure walked in the endless sword light. His body was like a gentle breeze, and it was difficult for the sword light to hit him. It was as if no technique could touch him. What? Chapter 1251. Chapter 1257, Wind Mystic Arts page 11. The mysterious expert's figure was faint and illusory as if he didn't have a physical body. Dao runes would appear under his feet with every step he took, as if he was walking on the Grand Dao. In just a few steps, the figure had already rushed out of the endless sword light. He then stretched out his right hand and slashed at the ancient Emperor Xian. The ancient Emperor Xian instantly felt a dangerous aura, and his hair stood on end. He didn't even think about it before disappearing without a trace. The moment the ancient Emperor Xian disappeared, a pitch-black spatial crack silently appeared in the void where he was. The spatial crack was thousands of meters long, and the void had actually been torn apart. The next moment, the ancient Emperor Xian's figure appeared several miles away. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright when he saw this scene. This person could casually tear apart the void with a single slash. He was truly abnormally powerful. Who the hell are you? The ancient Emperor Xian was shaken. Such a character and such a method made him feel threatened. The opponent's attack was simply untraceable. This seemed to be a counter to the chaotic secret art, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. It was invisible and traceless, making it very difficult to reverse. Even though the ancient Emperor Xian possessed an unbeatable immortal Dao killing art, he couldn't help but be shocked. This mysterious person couldn't be a legendary character, right? In ancient times, there were brilliant people who wanted to create a great art that could restrain the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, but no one succeeded. No one claimed to have created a supreme art that could restrain the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. However, there were many talented people in the immemorial era, and no one knew if there were any who could create a supreme art that could counter the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. This mysterious expert gave the ancient Emperor Xian a feeling that he didn't know how to deal with him. That person strode through the void and approached the ancient Emperor Xian. He was like a gentle breeze that didn't emit any aura, just like air. It was too terrifying. Flying immortal sword, Yuangu Emperor Xian pointed his sword finger and the flying celestial sword immediately issued a deafening roar. The dazzling sword light turned into a supreme immortal light that fell from the sky and strangled the figure. Under the sword light, the void was annihilated. The primordial Emperor Xian was going all out. However, that person remained calm under the peerless sword light. He merely took one step forward and dodged the terrifying sword light that was descending from the sky. Swoosh! This part of the void was destroyed by this sword light, nothing existed anymore. This was the might of a saint-tier sword light, a trace of saint-tier might lingered in the world. That person took strange steps, and Dao patterns appeared under his feet. He gave off the feeling that he was stepping on the great Dao and looking down on the world. Even the primordial Emperor Xian felt his heart palpitate. The mysterious powerhouse's movement technique was extremely fast. After avoiding the peerless sword light that fell from the sky, he instantly arrived in front of Emperor Xian and pressed his palm against Emperor Xian's chest. The primordial Emperor Xian was shocked. The opponent's speed was absolutely rare and seemed to be even better than Gu Fei's 8 desolation steps. Chaotic reversal. The primordial Emperor Xian roared, and a wave of celestial force rushed out of his body. The void around him rippled like transparent water. The void around him was reversed by the celestial force. However, a scene that left the primordial Emperor Xian dumbfounded appeared. The mysterious powerhouse's palm actually penetrated the layer of transparent ripples around him and pressed against his chest. How is this possible? Bam! The primordial Emperor Xian was blasted thousands of feet away. His shirt was shattered by an extremely powerful palm force, revealing his jade-white skin. There was a bloody palm print in the middle of his chest. His sternum was broken, and a trace of scarlet blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The body of a half-step sage was very strong, so the primordial Emperor Xian's body was not destroyed by the mysterious powerhouse. However, the palm of the mysterious powerhouse still caused a great impact on the primordial Emperor Xian. The person did not say a word from beginning to end, nor did he emit any murderous aura. He was calm and indifferent, as if he did not exist in this world. The celestial force in the primordial Emperor Xian's body was vast and mighty. 9 rays of celestial light surrounded his body, and the flying immortal sword was hovering above his head. He stared coldly at the figure in front of him. How is this possible? How could you break this supreme killing technique? The primordial Emperor Xian's face revealed a look of disbelief. It should be known that the 9 secrets of the immortal path was a supreme killing technique created by the supreme Dao ancestor. The chaotic reversal secret technique was known as an invincible supreme technique, but now it had been easily broken by someone. This shocked the primordial Emperor Xian to the extreme. The mysterious person still did not speak. Instead, he pointed with his finger. The primordial Emperor Xian felt the airflow around his body move. Then, without any warning, a speck of divine light appeared in front of him and shot toward the space between his eyebrows. This speck of divine light appeared very suddenly and was very close to the primordial Emperor Xian. The primordial Emperor Xian only had time to tilt his head. The speck of divine light brushed past the primordial Emperor Xian's face and left a bloody mark on it. This is the power of wind? The primordial Emperor Xian quickly retreated. He finally understood how the mysterious person had attacked him. The mysterious person was actually using the power of wind. The mysterious person was able to control the airflow in this part of the world without leaving a trace. He had used the power of wind to its peak, and even a half-step saint had been injured by him. The nature of heaven and earth, as well as all kinds of living things, all contained the truth of heaven and earth that could help people comprehend the Tao. Earth, water, wind, and fire were the 4 powers that had appeared when the primordial chaos created the world. Didn't the primordial wind divine sect perish long ago? How could there be someone who knows about the primordial wind divine sect? The primordial Emperor Xian was shocked to the extreme. No wonder the mysterious person's speed was so terrifying. No wonder he could control the power of wind. It seemed that this person cultivated the primordial wind divine sect, one of the great sects of the human race. The first sect master of the primordial wind divine sect was the primordial wind divine. This primordial wind divine was the fastest in the world and could come and go without a trace. He was an extraordinary figure even in ancient times. At this time, the primordial Emperor Xian's injuries had completely healed. His aura had risen to its peak state as if he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Legend had it that the primordial wind divine sect was an affectionate person. He had offended many people because of his love affairs, which had led to a lot of trouble for the primordial wind divine sect. Chapter 1252. Chapter 1258, Demonic Manifestation. Page 11. The blurry Tao pattern was only in its embryonic form. There were only vague traces and it had yet to take shape. But even so, Gu Fei's bones still had Tao rhymes circulating around them. Blurry traces were branded on his bones, containing endless origin energy. This was the purest energy in the world. At this moment, Gu Fei had refined it into his own origin energy and fused it with his own origin energy. Around Gu Fei's body, the flesh and blood that had exploded also bloomed with dazzling divine light. Every drop of blood flickered with a powerful aura. The origin energy of martial arts that had been seized from the indestructible martial body continued to be refined into his bones. The blurry marks on his bones gradually became clearer. These were the Tao marks that Gu Fei had comprehended and belonged to himself. It was not the Tao of the indestructible martial body, nor was it the Tao of the supreme martial ancestor who had created the path of martial arts. It was the Tao that belonged to Gu Fei alone. The reason why Tao severing experts were so powerful was because they had walked their own Tao, severed the Tao of others, and condensed their own Tao energy. Roar! The primordial spirit sitting between Gu Fei's eyebrows roared to the sky. A terrifying divine scent spread out in all directions, and a circle of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the void. The immortal Tao aura on the primordial spirit grew stronger. 9 divine lights circled around the small figure, like a supreme immortal emperor sitting above the 9 heavens. Strands of origin energy of martial arts gathered between his eyebrows and entered the primordial spirit. It refined the origin energy and made the primordial spirit even more powerful. The light ball formed by the origin energy of martial arts bloomed in Gu Fei's Mud Pill Palace, almost illuminating the entire Mud Pill Palace. Endless origin energy spread out from Gu Fei's Mud Pill Palace again and again, flowing into Gu Fei's bones. The Dao rhymes were condensing, and vague Dao marks were constantly branded into Gu Fei's bones. Then, they appeared on his bones. The origin energy of martial arts that had spread out from Gu Fei's Mud Pill Palace was mostly absorbed by his bones. Gu Fei's entire bones were like a sacred weapon branded with Dao marks, giving off an extremely powerful feeling. His martial body had once again transformed. The origin energy of martial arts that had sunk into Gu Fei's Naiwen Palace gradually dimmed, while Gu Fei's Naiwen Palace became as bright as immortal jade, surrounded by divine light. Finally, veins reappeared on Gu Fei's body. Then, veins appeared on his bones. Then, the origin energy of Gu Fei's Gu blood is. The Dao marks were condensing, and his flesh and blood were reborn. In an instant, Gu Fei was no longer a set of bones. This time, the origin energy of martial arts had completely refined his martial body from the inside out. At this time, Gu Fei still did not stop. Although his flesh and blood had been reborn, the origin energy of martial arts that had spread out from his body once again caused Gu Fei's newly reborn flesh and blood to collapse. Gu Fei's flesh and blood still could not withstand the extremely powerful origin energy of martial arts that had seeped out from his body, which made him secretly surprised. This body of martial arts was definitely advancing towards the sacred bone. Only the flesh and blood that had been tempered could withstand such power. Gu Fei began to refine his flesh and blood. The vague Dao marks on his body of martial arts also gradually began to be branded into his flesh and blood. Branding Dao marks on one's flesh and blood, tendons, and bones was a unique method of refining one's body on the martial path. Almighties at the severing path could condense their own Dao marks and draw on the power of the Dao to strengthen their body. Only those at the severing path could use this method and truly embark on the path of an expert. At this time, outside the land of hidden dragons, the Emperor Xian of the primordial era encountered the earth that he had rarely seen in his life. The vague figure seemed to have merged with the great Tao of heaven and earth, completely untraceable. What shocked Celestial Emperor Yuangu even more was that this mysterious person was able to break his chaotic secret art. One should know that the 9 esoteric arts of immortal Tao were the ultimate arts created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. From the ancient Divine Wind sect. As the Emperor of the Eastern Land, the Emperor Xian of the primordial era naturally knew many ancient secrets. Moreover, the Divine Wind sect had not been a small sect in ancient times. The founder of the Divine Wind sect, the Divine Wind sect, had also been a powerhouse in ancient times. However, the Divine Wind sect had not existed for a long time. It seemed that the people of the Divine Wind sect had disappeared overnight. Even the sect master of the Divine Wind sect, who possessed the fastest speed in the world, had disappeared. This matter had caused a huge uproar in the primordial era. A great sect of the human race had actually disappeared, almost causing a great war between the human race, the demons, and the demon race. The mysterious person had not said a word since he had appeared. Could it be a clone? The Emperor Xian of the primordial era was even more shocked. If a clone was already so powerful, wouldn't the main body be able to kill him with a single finger? Swoosh! After a brief confrontation, the Emperor Xian of the primordial era chose to retreat. He and his sword became one, turning into a divine rainbow that soared into the sky and flew directly into the abyss above the earth. The vague figure did not chase after the Emperor Xian of the primordial era and allowed the Emperor Xian of the primordial era to leave. Divine Wind? Just as the sword light of the Emperor Xian of the primordial era disappeared into the dusky sky and earth, a wave of divine consciousness came from nearby. Then, a figure silently floated out of the darkness. A heart-palpitating demonic aura immediately filled the void. Demonic chi curled around the figure, and a pair of blood-red eyes flickered in the demonic chi. Demon. The figure that had chased away the Emperor Xian of the primordial era spat out a single word. Then, the mysterious powerhouse directly made a move. Endless astral winds rushed out of his hands like countless invisible divine weapons that blotted out the sky and earth as they slashed towards the demonic figure. From time to time, hair-thin spatial cracks silently appeared in the void. True demon purgatory. The demonic figure shouted loudly. A black whirlpool immediately appeared in front of the demonic figure and absorbed all the invisible astral winds that were slashing towards him. Bam! The void shook and the black whirlpool suddenly enlarged several times. The vast and mighty demonic chi rushed towards the mysterious powerhouse, wanting to swallow him into the black whirlpool. Demons were the greatest enemies of the world. When cultivators encountered demons, they would immediately attack them without any hesitation. The mysterious powerhouse that had chased away the Emperor Xian of the primordial era was also the first one to attack. Boom! The mysterious powerhouse only threw a punch at the killing move of the demonic figure. Although it was just a punch, the entire void shook because of this punch. Then, the black whirlpool in front of the demonic figure dissipated. The endless demonic chi was completely obliterated by the power of the mysterious powerhouse's punch and the demonic figure was sent flying. It's really you, old ghost. Chapter 1253. Volume II Chapter 1259 Embodiment of Perversion Page 11 The mysterious expert had chased away the primordial Emperor Xian and displayed his unparalleled battle prowess. He had even broken through the demonic shadow's great technique with a single punch and sent him flying. Wind God, is it really this old ghost? Mo-ing was shocked and angry. He seemed to be very afraid of the mysterious expert. However, the mysterious expert didn't say anything and directly rushed towards Mo-ing. An extremely powerful aura burst forth from the mysterious expert's body, and the demonic shadow was once again forced back by this aura. The mysterious expert hadn't even attacked, but he was already so terrifying. It's just a clone, but it's already this powerful. This time, Mo-ing was truly afraid. When the mysterious powerhouse and the primordial Emperor Xian had exchanged blows, he had been hiding nearby and had witnessed the battle. But from the looks of it now, the wind god had not displayed his true strength in that battle earlier on. This was something that sent chills down Mo-ying's spine. Rumble, the entire world trembled with the footsteps of the mysterious expert, as if it could collapse at any time. This was the aura of invincibility, looking down on the world. Swoosh! The demonic shadow didn't dare to fight and directly retreated. Its body almost collapsed, and the demonic chi on its body scattered. This demonic shadow didn't have a physical body, it was just an illusion. This was the incarnation of an incomparably powerful demon. However, the demonic clone did not manage to escape very far. The mysterious expert merely pointed with a finger and the demonic clone exploded, destroyed in the void. Such strength, in the pitch-black sky far away, a figure seemed to have fused with the surrounding world. He stood in the air and watched the scene unfold before him in extreme shock. This person was the primordial Emperor Xian. He used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-emptiness secret art. His aura completely merged with the void of heaven and earth, so no one could discover his existence. Even the mysterious expert in the distance couldn't sense the existence of the Emperor Xian. No one thought that the Emperor Xian hadn't gone far. After the mysterious expert killed the incarnation of the Tao Mo, he arrived outside the land of Hidden Dragon. He seemed to hesitate for a moment, but in the end, he still walked into the land of Hidden Dragon. The cauldron of mountain and river emitted a trace of extreme saint might that suppressed the surroundings. Everything in the Hidden Dragon grounds was sealed. No living creatures could walk around, as they were all suppressed to the ground. Even the immortal godly medicine was suppressed there. However, the mysterious expert ignored the extreme power of the mountain river cauldron and walked straight into the land of Hidden Dragon. Moreover, the mysterious expert walked directly in the direction of the mountain river cauldron's aura. At this time, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Terrifying cracks were constantly appearing on his body. He didn't know how many times his body had collapsed. Even now, it was still difficult for his body to withstand the formidable power of the martial Tao, source of the indestructible martial body. As Gu Fei circulated his origin energy to refine his body, a figure silently appeared before Gu Fei without any warning. When Gu Fei saw this figure, he was so scared that he nearly went berserk. He nearly leaped up from the ground. To think that someone would appear right before him. How could this be possible? The mountain river cauldron suppressed the surroundings. Not to mention a supreme expert, even a half-saint would not be able to withstand the extreme power emitted by the mountain river cauldron. The person silently stood in front of Gu Fei. He didn't say anything, nor did he do anything. The faint figure was like a wisp of smoke that could dissipate at any time. Gu Fei's heart trembled. This person was too terrifying. Could it be that he was a saint? In the current world, saints were extinct. In the 3 realms and 6 Daoists, there shouldn't be any saints. Whoosh! A purple divine light emerged from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. A strange fluctuation spread out from between his eyebrows. He had used the martial Tao heavenly eye. An incarnation? When he saw the state of the mysterious person in front of him, Gu Fei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It was only an incarnation. An incarnation was able to withstand the extreme power emitted by the mountain river cauldron. What kind of person's incarnation was this? It was so monstrous that it was unbelievable. The person in front of him made Gu Fei feel uneasy. He was at the most crucial moment of refining the martial Tao origin. If he was affected, it would not be a joke. However, it was impossible for Gu Fei to stop now because he couldn't. His martial Tao was circulating, his flesh and bones were trembling. A vast amount of qi and blood came out from the top of Gu Fei's head. It was like a huge dragon that soared into the sky. His qi and blood were like a dragon. Gu Fei's aura was extremely powerful. Gu Fei wanted to connect with the mountain river cauldron and suppress the mysterious person in front of him. However, at this time, the mysterious person who had been standing still suddenly moved. The person's hands moved and he was performing a great technique. A divine aura of the great Tao spread out from the mysterious person's hands. Then, strands of Tao power shot towards Gu Fei and entered Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's body trembled. He felt as if an invisible hand had reached into his body. The flow of his qi and blood was immediately out of his control. His shock was no small matter. His life was in the hands of the mysterious person. This made Gu Fei extremely shocked. The mysterious person could kill him with a single thought. All the martial Tao true force in his body broke away from Gu Fei's control. It was guided by the Tao power that the mysterious person had reached into his body and was circulating in a mysterious way. Martial Tao, how could he? To Gu Fei's disbelief, the mysterious person had actually evolved a supreme martial Tao in his body. This was also recorded in the martial ancestors' true scripture. However, with Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to cultivate such a supreme technique. Rumble, a muffled sound like thunder came from Gu Fei's body. He felt as if his body was about to explode. An extremely powerful force was generated in his body. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking came from Gu Fei's body. The powerful force crushed all the bones in his body into pieces. His entire body was instantly covered in blood and flesh. Even his skull was broken. His primordial spirit flew out and floated above the broken flesh. The Tao light lingered around it and it looked solemn. It was like a 9 heavens immortal descending to the mortal world. Once this supreme technique was activated, even Gu Fei's body could not withstand it. However, the mysterious person used Tao power to control everything. Chapter 1254. The mysterious man displayed a supreme technique and evolved the power of the Tao. This made Gu Fei feel great danger, but at the same time, he saw the hope of advancing. 1*1*, there was no such thing as reaping without sowing. In order to improve one's cultivation and strength, cultivators had to cultivate day and night. In the process of cultivation, they would also encounter all kinds of dangers. However, these dangers were not the most terrifying. The most terrifying thing was when a person lost his confidence. Once he lost confidence, all kinds of negative emotions would emerge. If one's Tao heart was unstable, there was no hope of proving the Tao. One could imagine that a person's state of mind had already determined how far this person could go on the road of cultivation. Gu Fei's state of mind was extremely firm. He firmly believed that man could conquer nature. Therefore, he always maintained a state of mind that was invincible. He pressed forward on the road of cultivation and went further than people of the same level. Only after experiencing wind and rain could a rainbow be seen. Hardships could train a person's will. Gu Fei's primordial spirit sat in the void and watched as his body turned into a pile of flesh. It was a shocking sight, but he still did not move. Even his bones, which were branded with vague traces of the great Tao, had shattered at this moment. However, with Gu Fei's current cultivation base, as long as he had a strand of hair or a drop of blood, he would be able to reconstruct his body. The mysterious man evolved the supreme Tao. Traces of Tao power seeped out from his hands. Like invisible silk threads, they wrapped around Gu Fei. Under the stimulation of the Tao power, the vague imprint of the Tao that Gu Fei had comprehended began to emit traces of divine light. His bones were quickly condensed, and every bone had Tao rhymes circulating above it. His flesh and bones were rapidly reconstructing, but just as the reconstruction was completed, the mysterious man mercilessly smashed Gu Fei's body into pieces. Roar! Gu Fei roared. Since ancient times, he was probably the only person who had such an unforgettable experience of such a tragic method of refining his body. The cycle of destruction and rebirth changed again and again. Every time Gu Fei's flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were destroyed, his qi and blood would grow stronger, and the power he could refine into his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones would be even greater. All the impurities in Gu Fei's body were gradually refined. His body was transforming into a flawless saint body. Every piece of his flesh, even every drop of his blood, contained a tremendous amount of power. A single strand of hair might be able to kill immortals and deities. This was a divine physique that was even more powerful and terrifying than the physical body of great figures. Tao patterns were imprinted on the flesh and blood, achieving the goal of coexisting with the great Tao of heaven and earth. This mysterious person seemed to be refining Gu Fei's body as a peerless divine material, wanting to forge a human-shaped saint artifact. The power of the Tao was vast and mighty. Every ray of divine light that was emitted from the hands of the mysterious man could crush the ages. What kind of power was this? The magical power displayed by the mysterious man was too incredible. This was a supreme sacred technique that only the sages of ancient times could master. This mysterious man could actually display it so easily. Gu Fei was already convinced that the original body of this mysterious man was definitely a sage. Why did sages still exist in this world? Gu Fei was puzzled. His qi, blood, and true force were completely controlled by the other party. Gu Fei could only use his heart to comprehend the fluctuations of this great technique. Chaotic yin and yang into chaos. Gu Fei felt that the true force of yin and yang in his body, under the guidance of the mysterious man's Tao power, had actually transformed into a trace of the power of the origin of chaos. This was a sign that the martial body was about to transform. The 5 elements turned into yin and yang turned into chaos. Gu Fei's martial body was transforming towards the path of the supreme martial body. The indestructible golden body was only a martial body of the sage level. This was a martial body that was condensed by a supreme martial artist who had cultivated the great Tao of metal. The chaotic martial body. This kind of physique was probably already heaven-defying. Legend had it that the supreme martial ancestor had cultivated an invincible great Tao with the chaotic martial body. His own martial body was actually showing signs of transforming into the chaotic martial body. This made it difficult for Gu Fei to remain calm. Even the primordial spirit that was sitting cross-legged in the void opened its eyes and swept its gaze towards the original body below. The immortal Tao primordial spirit possessed the immortal Tao divine ability. After opening the heavenly eye, everything in Gu Fei's body was sensed by the immortal Tao primordial spirit. It did not miss even the slightest detail. He saw traces of Tao power passing through his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones. The true force of yin and yang seemed to be burning. The power of yin and yang was vast and mighty. Gu Fei felt as if his soul was about to shatter. He wanted to scream hysterically, but he could not make any sound. This was a terrifying torment. No one could help him. He could only endure it by himself. If he could endure it, his cultivation and strength would rise to the next level. If he could not endure it, then even if he did not die, he would completely lose the hope of becoming a paragon. The mysterious person was building the Tao foundation for Gu Fei, the foundation of the great Tao, the foundation of the Tao. For martial artists, power came from the body, and the body needed the support of the bone body. The bone body became extremely important. Tao marks were branded on the bone body to ensure that the body would not collapse. The trace of martial Tao chaotic origin that was derived from the yin and yang true force was absorbed by the bone body. The Tao marks on the bone body gradually became clear. The Tao marks condensed Tao power and were branded on the bone body, allowing the bone body to achieve eternity. After an unknown amount of time, just when Gu Fei felt that he was about to go crazy, he suddenly felt his body relax. Then, he felt endless spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathering from all directions and entering his body. It made all the pores on his body relax, and it was extremely comfortable. The Tao power that the mysterious person had injected into his body disappeared. Looking inside, Gu Fei found that the blurry Tao marks that he had comprehended had been completely consolidated. On the bone body, there was a trace of chaotic power circulating densely. It was covered with blurry marks. This was the embryonic state of the great Tao divine pattern. It was impossible to condense the great Tao divine pattern in one go. As Gu Fei's understanding of the great Tao became deeper and deeper, the Tao marks would gradually take shape and finally transform into a true flawless Tao pattern. I'm going to cut my way. Gu Fei felt the Tao power growing in his body, but his cultivation did not seem to have broken through to the almighty realm. Now, he was already standing on the 9th step of the celestial being realm. He was only one step away from ascending to the heavens. At this time, only then did Gu Fei realize that the mysterious person had disappeared. He did not know when the mountain and river cauldron had flown back and was floating above his head. Boom! At this time, an earth-shattering sound came from the depths of the hidden dragon grounds. Then, a dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. Dragon chi filled the 9 heavens, and the entire hidden dragon grounds shook violently. Shocking cracks appeared on the ground, and the 9 huge mountain ridges looked like they were about to collapse. What happened? Chapter 1255. The mysterious cultivator helped Gu Fei reach the foundation building realm, allowing Gu Fei to completely consolidate his realm. Gu Fei received great benefits. The yin and yang qi in his body evolved and actually gave birth to a sliver of chaotic qi. On his bones, a blurry mark of the great path was imprinted. His entire body was transforming into the legendary chaotic martial body. This was a supreme physique of the human race. According to the legends, the physique of the supreme martial ancestor who created the path of martial arts was the chaotic martial body. Since the martial ancestor, no one had cultivated such a heaven-defying martial physique. After Gu Fei woke up, he realized that there was a huge change in the depths of the hidden dragon ground. A dragon's roar resounded from the depths of the hidden dragon ground. Rumble, 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 the 9 huge mountain ridges were shaking. The entire world seemed like it was about to collapse. The ground was cracking, as if the end of the world had suddenly arrived. It was extremely terrifying. Gu Fei realized that the hidden dragon ground seemed to have been broken by someone. All the killing formations were on the verge of collapsing. This extremely dangerous place seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Is that him? Gu Fei thought of the mysterious cultivator who helped him reach the foundation building realm. It seemed like only someone like him could break through the hidden dragon ground. That freak, he's really despicable. Just then, a figure stumbled out from the front. This person's clothes were tattered, and his face was covered in dirt. He looked extremely pathetic. Hey Tian. Gu Fei was overjoyed when he saw this person. This guy had taken advantage of the mountain and river cauldron suppressing the hidden dragon ground to enter the depths of the hidden dragon ground. He had definitely obtained great benefits. Boss. At this time, He Tian also saw Gu Fei. Huh. Boss, you. He Tian felt the aura on Gu Fei's body and couldn't help but be shocked. Gu Fei's body emitted a formless aura that made his heart tremble. Half-step Almighty? He Tian was shocked to discover that Gu Fei had already taken one step into the realm of mighty beings. Moreover, Gu Fei seemed to be able to trigger the Dao-severing heavenly tribulation at any time. Cutting the way was like an insurmountable chasm that lay in front of every ninth layer of the celestial being realm. Half-step almighty beings were not almighty beings after all. It was too difficult to take that step. There were many emperors, but not many almighty experts. This was because in the current world, severing the Dao had already become an incomparably difficult thing. For thousands of years, no one in the heaven realm had been able to severing the Dao to become an almighty expert. If Gu Fei were to slash his Dao, it would definitely be a huge event that would shake the entire heaven realm. What happened inside? Gu Fei asked. Right now, he had to figure out the situation inside. Inside the nine heavens hidden dragon land, there must be something that could not be born. 9 dragons returning to one, hidden dragon ascending to the heavens, incredible. When He Tian heard this, he recalled the scene he had seen in the depths of the hidden dragon grounds, and his expression instantly turned ugly. What? Hearing this, Gu Fei was also startled. He did not expect that the 9 hidden dragons would actually gather together and give birth to a new life. Hidden dragon ascending to the heavens, could it be that a heavenly dragon was born? If that was really the case, then it was truly heaven-defying. In the current world, there was actually an innate divine beast born from heaven and earth. The entire heaven realm would probably be thrown into chaos. Roar! Another earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the hidden dragon land. Then, the 9 dragon-shaped mountain ridges began to crack. Rocks rolled down from the mountain ridges, and dust filled the air. The cracks on the mountain ridges began to emit traces of dragon chi. These dragon chi gathered towards the depths of the hidden dragon land, and the dragon chi contained in the 9 mountain ridges quickly dissipated. A terrifying draconic might condensed in the depths of the hidden dragon land, as if there really was a terrifying heavenly dragon gathering the endless dragon chi of the earth, condensing the body of a true dragon. Boss, let's go. He Tian did not say much and directly rushed out of the hidden dragon land. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura surged from the depths of the hidden dragon land, and the 9 dragon-shaped mountain ridges finally collapsed. Endless dragon chi was drawn out, and like 9 huge dragons, they rushed into the depths of the hidden dragon land. The 9 dragons gathered together, and a huge dragon silhouette tens of thousands of meters long appeared between heaven and earth. This scene was absolutely shocking. The tens of thousands of meters long dragon silhouette circled high in the sky, and the mighty draconic might of the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook the entire saint burial ground. Spiritual chi gathered from all directions, and an extremely terrifying power condensed. This power was definitely at the level of a saint, and even Gu Fei felt his soul tremble. Too powerful. Gu Fei did not hesitate and also rushed out of the hidden dragon land. This kind of power was not something he could withstand, and if he did not leave, his life would most likely be in danger. Even though his martial body was marked with vague traces of the Great Path, it could not truly withstand the impact of the power of a saint. Saints had already transcended beyond the 3 realms, and were no longer within the 5 elements. They had comprehended their own great path, and were supreme existences between heaven and earth, able to look down on the entire world. Roar! Earth-shattering dragon roars rang out continuously, and the heavens and earth shook. The hidden dragon land completely collapsed, and the earth sank. Even the saint burial ground was affected by the impact. The entrance to the saint burial ground began to collapse. The tens of thousands of meters long dragon silhouette circled in the endless spiritual light, swallowing the spiritual chi of the world. It was not the true body of a true dragon, but only an illusion. However, the fluctuations it emitted were definitely at the saint burial ground. This true dragon was a saint burial ground existence as soon as it was born. This true dragon was truly terrifying. The birth of an innate divine beast caused the weather to change, and the heavens and earth sensed it. Thunder rumbled faintly in the sky, and a terrifying heavenly might that seemed capable of destroying the world descended. Heavenly tribulation, Gu Fei and He Tian only dared to stop after rushing thousands of kilometers away. Gu Fei and He Tian could not be more familiar with the fluctuations of heavenly tribulations. The life that had been born in the depths of the hidden dragon land had actually triggered a heavenly tribulation. This was far too extraordinary. In the current world, it was very rare to trigger a heavenly tribulation. Only those who defied the natural order would trigger a heavenly tribulation when they were making a breakthrough. Gu Fei was one of them. Gu Fei activated his martial path heavenly eye and saw an unbelievable scene. The mysterious person who had helped him reach the Foundation establishment realm had actually appeared in front of the tens of thousands of meters long dragon silhouette. Compared to the tens of thousands of meters long dragon, the figure of the mysterious expert was as small as an ant. However, although he was as small as an ant, it did not mean that he was as weak as an ant. The tens of thousands of meters long dragon had a dazzling dragon pearl in its mouth. The dragon pearl emitted a dazzling divine light that illuminated the world. The dragon chi in the world originated from this dragon pearl. An uneasy fluctuation was emitted from the dragon pearl that was enveloped by endless dragon chi. Rumble, terrifying bolts of lightning began to appear in the pitch-black sky. Each bolt of lightning tore through the darkness of the world and descended from the endless depths of the sky. The world had sensed it and sent down a lightning tribulation. This was a terrifying tribulation that could not be avoided. The only thing that could be done was to face it head-on. However, no one could remain calm in the face of a heavenly tribulation. Even the connate divine beast that was about to be born was no exception. A dragon silhouette could be vaguely seen within the dragon pearl in the dragon's mouth. The might of the heavens was so vast that everyone had to retreat. The heavenly tribulation was extremely dangerous for those who were going through it. However, it was also a kind of opportunity. As long as one could survive this tribulation, they would be considered weak and would be recognized by the world. The destructive aura that descended from the sky made Gu Fei restless. He could have triggered his own cutting path heavenly tribulation at any time. Now, under the influence of the aura, Gu Fei felt a vague threat. He knew that if he did not take action, his own heavenly tribulation would be triggered. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron that floated above Gu Fei's head vibrated. Chaotic primordial chi descended from the mountain and river cauldron like chaotic dragons and enveloped Gu Fei. The chaotic primordial chi was the ancestral chi of the world. It could isolate all auras. The strange fluctuations on Gu Fei's body immediately calmed down. He could no longer feel the threat from the world. The mysterious man did not take action. He only looked at the dragon pearl in the dragon's mouth. At this moment, the entire sky seemed to be pressing down on them. Flashes of lightning kept appearing, and the terrifying lightning was already closing in on the 10,000 zhang tall dragon shadow. Swoosh! A bolt of purple lightning struck down from the sky, tearing through the void. It swept across the body of the 10,000-foot-long dragon, almost splitting it into two. The essence of the 9 heavens hidden dragon is all gathered in the dragon pearl. The hidden dragon rises to the sky. A real dragon is about to be born. He Tian said to himself. Such a thing rarely happened, even in the ancient times. A dragon was about to be born. Moreover, it was born from the world. It was a congenital real dragon that had been created by the world. It had not even been born yet, but it had already attracted the lightning tribulation. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Endless lightning appeared in the sky without warning. This part of the world turned into a sea of lightning. Terrifying lightning raged in all directions. Without any suspense, the sea of lightning came crashing down from the sky, enveloping the massive dragon silhouette and the mysterious man. The glaring lightning cut through the void and illuminated the world. A terrifying aura that could destroy the world spread in the sky and on the ground. Wherever the lightning passed, nothing was left. The void had turned into the most primitive state of chaos. Even if a true saint were to come, his expression would change. The lightning tribulation that was descending from the heavens and earth was too frightening and vast. No one dared to get too close. They did not want to be caught in the crossfire. At the same time, huge lightning struck down from the sky from time to time. Such lightning contained a terrifying power of destruction. Even a semi-sage would be turned into ashes if they were hit by such lightning. At this time, several mysterious figures appeared in the nearby area. These people were watching from afar. They seemed to have some scruples and did not want to come forward. Chapter 1256. Boom! The sound of thunder was deafening as blinding lightning struck down from the depths of the endless sky like mountain ridges. Every single bolt of lightning seemed capable of destroying an entire world. 1*1*, that's a saint-level heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei and He Tian were both extremely shocked. A lightning tribulation of this level was simply too terrifying. If it had been any other place, the entire area would have been destroyed and the earth would have sunk. However, this was the entrance to the land of buried saints. This part of the world seemed to have been refined by someone and was extremely sturdy. Under the impact of the heavenly tribulation, Dao patterns could be faintly seen in the void. Even so, the land of the hidden dragon of the 9 heavens still collapsed. This heaven-defying pattern of heaven and earth had condensed an endless amount of dragon chi of the earth and ultimately nurtured a life comparable to a saint. A divine beast nurtured by heaven and earth was no small matter. It had even attracted a saint-level heavenly tribulation, shocking the entire area and attracting a few big shots. Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't deal with such a person. They quietly retreated into the distance, trying their best not to be discovered by these old fogies. However, no matter how careful Gu Fei and He Tian were, they were still targeted. Bam! Gu Fei and He Tian were just about to leave when the sky above them suddenly shook violently. A large golden hand, like the hand of heaven, broke through the void and reached out to grab the ancient cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head. Whoosh! The moment the large golden hand appeared, Gu Fei grabbed He Tian and used the 8 desolate steps to instantly disappear. The large hand only managed to grab 2 afterimages. Boom! The place where Gu Fei and He Tian had been standing was immediately crushed by the large golden hand. The void was instantly shattered into a chaotic mess. Gu Fei and He Tian appeared 10 miles away. This was the power of the metal element. Gu Fei sensed a familiar fluctuation. The person who attacked seemed to have a great grudge against him. The person in the dark wanted to kill Gu Fei in an instant, but he failed to injure Gu Fei. Even so, Gu Fei broke out in a cold sweat. A burly figure appeared in the distance, closing in on Gu Fei and He Tian step by step. It was as if a primordial divine mountain was moving, giving off an incomparably powerful feeling. That person approached. When Gu Fei saw this person, his pupils involuntarily contracted. This person's golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were like cold stars, flashing with a cold divine light. He was staring at Gu Fei. This person was none other than the little Peng Emperor, whom he had once crippled. So it's you. Gu Fei looked at the little Peng Emperor expressionlessly and said indifferently. He keenly sensed that the current little Peng Emperor was somewhat different. There seemed to be some changes in his body. The little Peng Emperor actually appeared here. This made Gu Fei feel extremely surprised. It should be known that the little Peng Emperor was almost killed by him just now. The current little Peng Emperor no longer had the domineering attitude of the past, nor did he have an arrogant expression. He seemed to have matured a lot, causing Gu Fei to have a whole new level of respect for him. Humph. This time, I'll trample you under my feet. The little Peng Emperor's eyes shot out two sharp gazes that were like divine weapons. They swept towards Gu Fei. If gazes could kill, Gu Fei would probably have died countless times already. Being defeated by Gu Fei was a great humiliation for him. He constantly thought about how to avenge his humiliation and trample Gu Fei, this great enemy, under his feet. Let's go. Gu Fei did not say anything else. He directly soared into the sky with He Tian and flew above the abyss. At this time, there were many powerful figures rushing over. Gu Fei did not want others to know that the Extreme Path's sacred weapon, the Mountain River Cauldron, was in his hands. Where do you think you're going? The little Peng Emperor also soared into the sky at the first instant. A pair of golden wings appeared on his back. He turned into a golden rainbow and used the extreme speed of a sky peng to chase after them. Gu Fei also grabbed He Tian and used the extreme speed of 8 steps to instantly disappear into the distance. Gu Fei and the little Peng Emperor, one in front and one behind, quickly disappeared in the dusky world. They were far away from the place where the heavenly tribulation had descended. After Gu Fei and the others left, a figure appeared at their original location. This person was none other than the primordial era Emperor Xian, who had been hiding nearby. The Sky Peng race? It seems that these two fellows are in big trouble. The primordial era Emperor Xian muttered to himself. The Sky Peng race was incomparably powerful and was a major force in the heaven realm. Especially the old patriarch of the Sky Peng race, he was even more unfathomable. The primordial era Emperor Xian was happy to see Gu Fei and He Tian become enemies with the Sky Peng race so that he could reap the benefits. It would be best if both Gu Fei and the Sky Peng race suffered heavy losses. At that moment, the entrance to the land of the buried saints was filled with the sound of crashing waves. It was as if a vast ocean had appeared there, and everything became blurry. One could vaguely see a large river surging forward. An ancient bridge stretched across the river, extending into the unknown. An indescribable scene appeared at the entrance of the land of the buried saints. There seemed to be a figure moving within the land of the buried saints. The Saint-Tier heavenly tribulation had finally erupted. Terrifying lightning enveloped a radius of 1,000 miles. Wherever the lightning passed, mountains crumbled. The aura of destruction spread across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Nothing was left behind. Everything was destroyed. Everyone couldn't help but retreat as far as they could. The sound of a dragon's roar could be heard from within the sea of lightning. Even the triggered heavenly tribulation could not destroy the dragon pearl. A true dragon was born within the dragon pearl, which was equivalent to an impenetrable sacred garment. Without the dragon pearl, even the mystical lifeforms born from the heavens and earth would have been destroyed by the power of the heavenly tribulation. No one dared to approach because there was Saint-Tier lightning wreaking havoc everywhere. As long as one was struck by a bolt of lightning, there would only be one outcome, the destruction of both body and soul. At that moment, Gu Fei and the others rushed out of the bottomless abyss. Kill! The little Peng Emperor roared angrily, causing the entire void to tremble. He directly punched out at Gu Fei. Golden light burst out from his fist, and the fist energy was like a monstrous golden wave that rushed towards Gu Fei. Boom! Gu Fei punched out with a backhand, colliding fiercely with the Little Peng Emperor's fist. A part of the void was directly torn apart by the explosive force. The Little Peng Emperor was intercepted, and He Tian took the opportunity to rush into the distance, evading the attack. Chapter 1257. Bang! Gu Fei stomped the Little Peng Emperor down from the sky. He used the 8 desolate steps and 8 kills in 8 steps, displaying his terrifying battle prowess. A part of the world trembled under his feet. This ancient battle skill did not only have 8 steps of extreme speed, but also 8 steps of 8 kills in 8 steps. With one step, the world trembled. Furthermore, the might displayed by each step was not just a simple superposition of strength. If one could take the 8th step, the world would collapse and the stars would fall. It was a supreme killing technique that could destroy the world. Roar! The Little Peng Emperor roared. Golden divine light radiated from his body and his golden qi and blood soared into the sky. He was extremely depressed. He was actually stomped down from the sky by his opponent. This made him shocked and angry. It should be known that he was saved by the old rock emperor of the Tianpeng race. After returning to the race, the old rock emperor did not hesitate to use the supreme treasure of the race to raise his cultivation to a level where he could fight against a quasi-emperor. The Tianpeng race was the descendant of the ancient primordial divine beast, the great golden-winged Peng. It was a supreme existence that could fight against the extreme Dao saints. They had an unimaginable heritage. The Little Peng Emperor was blessed by the heavens. There was nothing to say about his talent. Within the Tianpeng race, he had the strongest bloodline of the great golden-winged Peng. It was precisely because of this that the old rock emperor of the Tianpeng race would not hesitate to raise a seedling that could transform into the strongest Tianpeng. However, after the Little Peng Emperor made his debut, he was defeated by people one after another. First, he was defeated by the Zi Huang, and then he was defeated by Gu Fei. However, although the Little Peng Emperor suffered consecutive setbacks, his sharpness was ground away. He became even more terrifying and powerful. To Gu Fei, he was an opponent worthy of respect. How is this possible? The Little Peng Emperor's golden hair fluttered wildly. He descended from the sky, and when he landed on the ground, he caused the ground to crack. The crimson ground was sinking. This was the depths of the Scarlet Plains. The red earth was incomparably sturdy. It was not something that the outside world could compare to. However, under the feet of the Little Peng Emperor, even the ground that was as sturdy as divine metal would be crushed. Boom! Just as the Little Peng Emperor landed on the ground, a wave of destructive energy suddenly erupted and descended from the Little Peng Emperor's head. Gu Fei didn't give the Little Peng a chance to catch its breath. He immediately took the second step. Wind and thunder rumbled beneath Gu Fei's feet. Powerful beams of light appeared, tearing through the void. This was the second step of the 8 steps 8 kills. When this step was taken, even the heavens and earth trembled. Gu Fei's second step was much stronger than the first. Even the Little Peng's expression changed. This pervert, the Little Peng Emperor, was both shocked and enraged. Gu Fei's battle prowess had already exceeded his expectations. Although his cultivation and strength had increased, Gu Fei had also improved. Swoosh! A pair of golden wings appeared on the back of the Little Peng Emperor. With a flap of his wings, he unleashed the speed of a heavenly peng and rushed out from under Gu Fei's foot. This time, he didn't dare to face Gu Fei head-on. Boom! As Gu Fei's right foot stomped down, the entire void instantly transformed into primordial nothingness. The ground within a radius of 100 miles instantly exploded. Even the primordial qi in this part of the world was emitted by his stomp. The Little Peng Emperor was silently shocked. His opponent's strength was comparable to a supreme existence. But this fellow wasn't even a supreme existence, he hadn't severed his Dao yet. Gu Fei didn't use any divine weapons. He wanted to use his own strength to fight against the little Peng Emperor. He didn't want to rely too much on divine weapons. Unless it was a life-and-death situation, Gu Fei wouldn't use his divine weapons. And at this moment, above the bottomless abyss, dark clouds covered the entire sky. Above the boundless firmament, a destructive aura that caused all life in the world to tremble came crashing down. 9 dragons gathered and hidden dragons soared into the sky. The 9 dragon veins contained endless draconic chi, giving birth to a divine beast comparable to a saint. The world sensed it and sent down a lightning tribulation. Furthermore, this was no ordinary tribulation lightning. Within the pitch-black tribulation clouds, there were actually 9-colored tribulation lightning bolts rumbling. Each bolt of lightning was like an incomparably huge mountain ridges, tearing the heavens and splitting the earth apart. It was extremely terrifying. The blood mist that shrouded the entire Scarlet Plains was dispersed by the tribulation lightning. Even the Central Plains and the Southern Domain could feel the terrifying fluctuations produced by the lightning tribulation. Originally, the appearance of the land of Saint Burial had caused a huge commotion in the Southern Domain. It was unknown how many old monsters had jumped out and entered the Southern Domain. As soon as the heavenly tribulation appeared, these old monsters already sensed it. After that, many of them entered the Scarlet Plains, but no one came out from the Great Tomb. The aura of the Supreme Path there was vast and mighty. Apart from a few people with divine weapons, no one else could intervene, not even those with divine weapons. In front of a divine weapons were like scrap metal. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. The aura of the Tai sovereign seal from the old turtle was vast in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, so the divine might it emitted was the most powerful. Next was the divine might displayed by little monk Fan Xiu's divine weapon. If it were to strike the heavenly realm, it would be enough to destroy an entire region. Even though Gu Fei was inside the Scarlet Plains, he could still sense the divine might coming from outside. However, the divine might that entered the Scarlet Plains had already been weakened to a bearable level by the power of the Scarlet Plains. Even so, Gu Fei still felt his soul tremble. Erebus and the golden-winged Little Peng also felt this way. Clang! After dodging Gu Fei's second step, the Little Peng's body suddenly emitted the sound of metal clanging. An extremely sharp wave rushed out from his body. Heaven Battling Slayer Art, Golden Dao Sword. The golden hair on the Little Peng's head danced wildly. The clanging sound from his body penetrated the void and spread far and wide. It was shocking. Buzz! The golden divine light on the Little Peng's body shone brightly. Golden sword shadows appeared in the endless golden light and floated around him. Sword chi rushed out. Each of the blurry sword shadows was imprinted with a vague Dao pattern. This was the Little Peng's own Dao. Just like Gu Fei, the Little Peng had also comprehended a vague Dao and touched the threshold of cutting the Dao. Gu Fei and the Little Peng were in the same realm. They had both comprehended a vague Dao. As long as they crossed this threshold, they could cut the Dao and become almighty. This was a battle between 2 powerhouses who were known to be invincible in the same realm. The result would be clear in this battle. Of course, Yuan Hong from the Golden Spirit Ape lineage had gone into seclusion. Otherwise, it was still unknown who would be invincible in the same realm. Any power that had produced an extreme Dao powerhouse was not simple. Although the extreme Dao powerhouses had disappeared, the extreme Dao's inheritance had been passed down. It was even possible that the extreme Dao's sacred weapon had been passed down. The Tianpeng clan and the Golden Spirit Ape clan were both ancient clans of the Heaven realm that had extreme Dao's sacred weapons. Buzz! The blurry golden sword of the Wei hummed. The Little Peng Emperor had made his move. Countless golden sword shadows flew around him, releasing a terrifying wave of sword chi that caused the heavens and the earth to lose their color. The Little Peng Emperor slashed towards Gu Fei. This was a Dao sword condensed with a trace of Dao power. Even a half-step saint would pale in the face of such an attack, let alone an almighty Dao severing cultivator. Almighty Dao severing cultivators had begun to comprehend their own Dao marks. They could use a trace of the great Dao to strengthen themselves. Their offensive power was naturally not something a Deva sovereign could compare with. Humph! Watch me shatter your Dao sword. Gu Fei was still as strong as ever. Facing the attacks of the millions of golden Dao swords, he was not afraid at all. He shook his body, and the sound of wind and thunder came from within. If he looked inside himself at this time, he would find that the blurry Dao marks that had been branded on his body were emitting a faint divine light. A trace of chaotic qi was curling around his body. Blurry Dao marks appeared on Gu Fei's skin, making him look a little strange. However, when the little Peng saw this scene, he was extremely shocked. Imprinting the mark of the Dao onto his body was just too crazy. Could it be that this guy actually wanted to refine his body into a saint weapon? The little Peng was shocked. At this time, Gu Fei's body was covered in blurry Dao marks. His entire person seemed to have become one with the great Dao. He directly rushed forward and crashed into the millions of golden Dao swords that were slashing towards him. Boom! Gu Fei punched out and over 100 golden Dao swords immediately shattered under his fist. Blurry Dao marks appeared on his fist, and a trace of Dao power curled around it. Whoosh! He swept out with his foot, and over 100 golden Dao swords disappeared into the void. His punches and kicks were all extremely powerful. Gu Fei's long hair danced wildly. He was extremely ferocious. Even He Tian, who was watching from afar, was dumbfounded. The martial body in the legends was too monstrous. The path of cultivation that the peerless martial ancestor had created was to dig out all the potential of the human race. The potential of the human race was limitless. The bigger the heart, the stronger the body. The physique of the peerless martial ancestor could be said to be the strongest in the world. Even the bodies of the innate gods born from chaos were not as strong as the peerless martial ancestors. And now, Gu Fei's body was definitely the strongest in the same realm. Although the little Peng had the bloodline of the celestial rock ancestor and his body was extremely strong, it was still inferior to Gu Fei's. And now, Gu Fei's body was definitely the strongest in the same realm. Although the little Peng had the bloodline of the celestial rock ancestor and his body was extremely strong, it was still inferior to Gu Fei's. He was like an indestructible divine dragon that was tumbling in a golden ocean. The millions of golden Dao swords could not stop his steps. He broke through the layers of sword shadows. The golden Dao swords were simply a joke in front of his fist. He resolutely charged towards the golden figure in the depths of the golden sword shadows. His battle intent was unparalleled and shook the heavens and earth. Chapter 1258. Gu Fei was extremely domineering. He stimulated the vague marks of the Dao on his bones and imprinted them on his body, triggering a trace of the power of the great Dao. His entire person was like a peerless divine weapon. With his bare hands and fists, he shattered the golden Dao sword. Specks of golden light scattered in all directions, piercing through the void and creating thousands of holes. The heavenly battling slay art of the rock race was no small matter. It was a supreme killing art created by the golden rock ancestor. In the hands of the little rock emperor, its power was even more earth-shattering. But unfortunately, the little rock emperor had encountered Gu Fei, who had a physique that surpassed the sovereign martial body. He was powerful to an abnormal level. With a punch and a stomp, he could shatter the golden swords. Each golden sword contained a trace of Dao power. Although it was extremely weak, it was still Dao power. However, the Dao power contained in the golden swords was directly shattered by Gu Fei. Tens of thousands of golden swords could not stop Gu Fei. He directly broke through the layers of sword shadows and attacked the figure behind the golden swords that was blooming with endless golden light. Buzz! Gu Fei arrived in front of the golden-winged little Peng Emperor and threw a punch forward. The entire void let out a rumble along with his punch. Then, the golden swords that danced around the little rock emperor were immediately shattered by Gu Fei's punch. The ferocious fist energy could crush the world and the void. Swish! The little rock emperor retreated with lightning speed. The wings on his back flapped, and his speed was so fast that only a golden light could be seen rushing out. He was extremely fast. The rock's extreme speed is indeed worthy of its reputation. In the distance, He Tian couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene. This was the talent of the rock race. In ancient times, the speed of the rock race was also very famous. Perhaps only the martial ancestors' desolate steppes could catch up to the rock flying at full speed. The others, even the extreme path cultivators, were far inferior. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure blurred for a moment before disappearing from where he stood. In the next instant, he appeared in front of the little Peng Emperor and punched out again. Although Gu Fei's fist was just a simple punch, the little Peng Emperor felt that it was impossible to dodge the mighty martial path true force. Roar! The little Peng Emperor roared furiously, and the shadow of a large golden bird immediately appeared on his body. An extremely powerful force surged from his body. He didn't retreat anymore, because he knew that even if he retreated, the other party would still follow him like a shadow. The other party had already locked onto his aura. Boom! Two resplendent golden fists instantly collided. Gu Fei struck out with the metal element fist. The little Peng Emperor cultivated the metal element divine art of the 5 elements. The two extremely powerful fists were like two pieces of peerless divine metal colliding. The void was silently annihilated from the point of impact of the two fists. Gu Fei only felt a strong force passing through his fist. He couldn't help but retreat 5 steps before he could stop. The little Peng Emperor, on the other hand, was sent flying dozens of feet away by Gu Fei's punch. Golden blood flowed from his golden fist. The little Peng Emperor was extremely shocked. He was injured. The other party's fist was like a semi-sage weapon. It was too hard. It was really shocking. The power of the metal element surged in the little Peng Emperor's body. His injured right hand instantly healed as if it had never been injured. He used the heritage of his clan to temper the celestial rock real body. His physical body was so strong that it should be invincible among those in the same realm. But now, it seemed like a huge joke. The little Peng Emperor couldn't help but feel depressed. The other party was too powerful. Could a human really have such a physique? Even an innate divine beast might not be able to match such a strong physical body. Again. Gu Fei shouted and took a step forward. The ground shrank to an inch. He appeared in front of the little Peng Emperor in an instant and punched again. There was no way to dodge. Gu Fei's fist covered the whole world. No matter where the little Peng Emperor tried to hide, Gu Fei's fist would hit him. Such a fist technique could be said to be extremely overbearing. It was forcing the opponent to fight him head-on. The human race's martial body was so strong that it was abnormal. No one was willing to provoke a cultivator who had achieved success in cultivation. Bang! The little Peng Emperor couldn't dodge under the cover of Gu Fei's fist. He directly took another punch from Gu Fei. The little Peng Emperor was forced back again. Just as the little Peng Emperor's figure came to a stop, Gu Fei charged over again. With another simple and direct punch, the little Peng Emperor was sent flying again. Gu Fei punched out 9 times in a row. Every punch forced the little Peng Emperor back. The little Peng Emperor was shocked and angry. Although his opponent's battle technique was simple, it was the most effective. Under the bombardment of Gu Fei's overbearing and ferocious fist force, the little Peng Emperor's body suffered a great impact. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of the little Peng Emperor's mouth. This can't go on. The little Peng Emperor's mind raced. If this continued, he would probably be tortured to death by Gu Fei. This was very disadvantageous to him. Roar! Sky Peng True Body. The golden-winged little Peng Emperor roared in anger. Energy surged from his body, and golden light radiated from his body, illuminating the dusky sky and dispersing the endless blood mist. A large golden bird appeared from the little Peng Emperor's body. The bird was faint and illusory. A terrifying power spread out in all directions. The little Peng Emperor fully activated the power of his bloodline, revealing the Sky Peng true body. Rumble. When the Sky Peng true body appeared, the entire world shook. The little Peng Emperor's body released a trace of the aura of a powerful cultivator. The power of the Tao and the power of the bloodline gathered in the little Peng Emperor's body, forming an unimaginable power. At this moment, the little Peng Emperor was like the ancestor of his race. It made people feel an urge to kneel and worship him. Bam! Gu Fei didn't stop. His right fist smashed into the golden bird that had appeared from the little Peng Emperor's body. This time, the little Peng Emperor didn't retreat. Gu Fei was taken aback. His punch felt as if it had struck an immortal divine metal, and the recoil shook his arm to the point that it almost broke. The little Peng Emperor's body seemed to have become 10 times stronger. It could even block Gu Fei's punch. It could withstand Gu Fei's attack. This made Gu Fei feel somewhat incredulous. Chapter 1259. The little Peng Emperor fully activated the bloodline power in his body and revealed the Sky Peng true body. The image of a giant golden bird appeared on his body. The giant golden bird emitted a powerful aura that made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. It was like a primordial god had awakened on the little Peng Emperor's body. This was the bloodline unique to the Sky Peng race. It belonged to the Golden Peng Emperor, an extreme sacred beast. The Golden Peng Emperor was a connate sacred beast that could stand shoulder to shoulder with an extreme sacred beast. Although the golden-winged Great Peng bird's bloodline had been passed down for many generations, the little Peng Emperor's body showed signs of atavism. Such a phenomenon had only occurred once or twice in the entire Tian Peng clan over the past tens of millions of years. It was far too rare. Furthermore, the 2 Tian Peng clansmen that had shown signs of atavism were all extremely powerful. They were people that had left their names in the history of cultivation. Not only did the little Peng Emperor's ancestral bloodline not thin, but it was also much purer than other clansmen of the same generation. Rumble. The giant golden bird was extremely powerful. It seemed like the world couldn't contain it. The entire world shook as the little Peng Emperor's aura rose to its peak. Bloodline power. In the distance, Erebus couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat for Gu Fei when he saw this scene. It must be known that the Tian Peng clan's bloodline wasn't simple. It inherited the power of the primordial golden-winged Great Peng. The power of the Golden Peng Emperor was drawn out by the little Peng Emperor. At this moment, the little Peng Emperor was like an ancient Sky Peng that had been resurrected. He was extremely powerful. The image of the giant golden bird attached itself to the little Peng Emperor's body. The pure power of the bloodline interweaved, making the little Peng Emperor look like he was wearing a golden battle suit. Kill! Gu Fei yelled out as he circulated the martial force in his body with all his might. Blurry Tao marks appeared on his fist. Without any fancy moves, he threw out another punch. Rumble. The water-blue fist force was like a surging river, rushing towards the little Peng Emperor. It was as if a river had appeared between heaven and earth, and the power of the water element was vast and mighty. Gu Fei struck out with the water element fist of the 5-element fist. The water elemental fist of the 5 elemental fists was a combination of hardness and softness. It walked the path of using softness to overcome hardness. It just so happened to be able to restrain the little Peng Emperor's tyrannical and violent metal elemental power. A cold smile appeared on the little Peng Emperor's face. After his body had been tempered by the divine item of his clan, the power of his bloodline had nearly doubled. His bloodline power was twice as strong as before. This was the reason why the little Peng Emperor dared to challenge Gu Fei. If he couldn't defeat Gu Fei with this, then he would never be able to defeat Gu Fei. Being defeated by Gu Fei was a shadow in the little Peng's heart. If he didn't defeat Gu Fei, it would affect his cultivation and prevent him from becoming a paragon. Swish! The little Peng Emperor's right hand was like a golden holy saber as it slashed forward. A dazzling golden saber light rushed out from his hand and split the water elemental power that Gu Fei struck out in half. The golden saber light was like a hot knife cutting through butter. After breaking through Gu Fei's fist force, its momentum didn't decrease at all. It tore through the void and fell towards Gu Fei's head. The water elemental fist that Gu Fei struck out couldn't overcome hardness with softness. It couldn't restrain the little Peng Emperor's saber light. Instead, it was restrained by the little Peng Emperor's saber light. The power of the 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. There wasn't an absolute power that could restrain the other 4 elements. As long as the power was strong enough, it could restrain everything. Gu Fei's heart shuddered. His opponent was too strong. The power of his bloodline had increased the little Peng Emperor's strength by countless times. His physical body was almost indestructible. Bang! Gu Fei didn't retreat. Instead, he punched upwards. Endless golden light bloomed from his fist. The punch triggered the power of the metal elemental power between heaven and earth. It was as if a golden sun had appeared between heaven and earth. The pressure almost caused the void to collapse. It was terrifying to the extreme. Clang! A deafening roar resounded through the 9 heavens in an instant. The terrifying sound waves caused transparent ripples to appear in the void, causing the void to ripple. He Tian, who was watching the battle from afar, felt his vision go dark. He couldn't hear anything anymore. A trace of blood seeped out from his ears. My Tian retreated immediately. This sound wave was too terrifying. If it was an ordinary sovereign realm cultivator, the sound wave would have pierced through their Naiwan palace and shattered their divine soul, causing them to breathe their last. Gu Fei's fist collided with the golden blade light of the little Peng Emperor. The golden blade light was shattered by Gu Fei's punch. The shattered golden blade light turned into specks of golden light. Like golden meteors, they shot out in all directions, piercing through the void. Gu Fei met the attack head-on. He used the strongest metal elemental fist to shatter the golden blade light of the little Peng Emperor. However, he was also hit hard and fell from the sky. Good. Gu Fei's fighting spirit was strong. If he defeated the little Peng Emperor too easily, it would be very boring. A battle of equal strength was what he wanted. He wanted to prove his strength. The little Peng Emperor also stood on the 9th step of the Deva sovereign realm. Both of their combat power could be said to be heaven-defying. They weren't powerful, but they could fight them. It was rare for such a person to appear in 1,000 years. However, in this era, there were many heaven-defying people. The legendary Great Era was about to come. Bam! Gu Fei's feet hit the ground, and the ground beneath his feet exploded. He shot up into the sky toward the little Peng Emperor. At this moment, a ray of green divine light suddenly shot down from the sky. The speed of the divine light was unbelievable as it directly pierced through Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He was focused on fighting the little Peng Emperor, and he didn't expect someone to suddenly attack him. All of this happened too suddenly. The cyan divine light flashed through the void and hit Gu Fei, knocking him thousands of meters away. He felt a sharp pain in his back, as if something had pierced into his body. Who's doing this? Chapter 1260. The azure light pierced through space. It had only just appeared on the horizon when it arrived behind Gu Fei, knocking Gu Fei 1,000 meters away. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky. His blood energy surged, and dragon-like blood energy surged out of the top of his head. His hair fluttered in the wind, and there was an azure arrow sticking out of his back. This wasn't a divine arrow refined from essence gold, but a wooden arrow. Divine light revolved around it, and Dao runes could be faintly seen on it. It contained a terrifying power. How is this possible? Azure light flickered as a figure appeared in the sky. It was a young cultivator with a divine bow. He was covered in demonic chi. He was from the demon race. You're still alive after being struck by my arrow? The young cultivator stared at Gu Fei in disbelief. This human race's martial body was truly terrifying. He was actually able to endure the power of this arrow. It had to be known that this wasn't an ordinary arrow. This kind of arrow contained Tao energy. Even a half-step sage would have their body blown apart and their yuan spirit destroyed. Who are you? Can't you see I'm fighting with Gu Fei? The little Peng furiously glared at the newcomer. This person seemed to have heavily injured Gu Fei, but he didn't appreciate it. Instead, he was irritated. Humph, others might be afraid of you, but I, Mu Qingtian, am not. The young cultivator glared at the little Peng as if he didn't care about him at all. Mu Qingtian? You're Mu Qingtian. The little Peng's expression changed when he heard that. This fellow was actually the legendary son of the Heaven Demon. He was someone on the same level as the Grand Emperor's son. In the primeval era, the Sky Demon was the only existence among the demon race that could compete with the Grand Emperor. His children possessed the purest bloodline power. Once they were born, they already possessed talent that others could not hope to match. You deserve to die. Gu Fei was enraged, the true power in his entire body surged violently, his body releasing a muffled thunder-like sound. The wooden arrow in his back was vibrating, and was actually forced out by him. Is that the legendary Sky Demon bow? The little Peng Emperor stared at the simple wooden bow in Mu Qingtian's hands with a trace of fear in his eyes. It had to be known that even in ancient times, not many people dared to receive an arrow from the Sky Demon Palace refined by a supreme Sky Demon. It can't be the Sky Demon bow. If it was the Sky Demon bow, Gu Fei would have been killed long ago. In the distance, He Tian was shocked to the extreme when he saw this scene. The descendant of the Sky Demon had appeared. The bloodline of the Sky Demon had not been severed. The son of the Sky Demon had actually appeared in this world. This must have been a contingency plan that the legendary Sky Demon had laid down in the ancient times, allowing his son to escape the terrifying calamity of the ancient times. PFFF. The greenwood divine arrow jumped out from Gu Fei's back, but there was no scene of blood splattering everywhere. Not even the tip of the arrow was stained with any blood. Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the greenwood divine arrow that had jumped out from his back. He then grabbed the two ends of the arrow and circulated his divine power, trying to break the arrow. Humph, this is a divine arrow refined from a spirit root in heaven and earth. How can it be broken by you? Mu Qingtian laughed coldly. The wooden bow in his hand might not be the legendary Sky Demon bow, but it was still a saint artifact. This was a saint bow refined from a spirit root in heaven and earth. Even the arrow that was shot out was refined from a branch of that spirit root. The Sky Demon's son, Mu Qingtian, seemed to have some changes in his body. His strength was like the difference between clouds and mud compared to the Tai Huang's son, Old Turtle. Gu Fei did not believe it. His body was filled with a vast amount of true power, and blurry Tao marks appeared on his body. Tao presence was circulating on his body, and a trace of Tao energy was being activated. Roar! Gu Fei roared, and his aura instantly rose to the limit. Tao patterns appeared on his hands, and the terrifying power caused the greenwood divine arrow to gradually bend. What? In the distant sky, Mu Qingtian, the son of the heavenly demon, could not help but be dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This was a divine arrow. If not for the problems in his body due to his cultivation, this arrow alone could have taken Gu Fei's life. Endless martial true power crazily gathered towards Gu Fei's hands. On the greenwood divine arrow in his hands, Tao patterns appeared. The ancient divine arrow was releasing dazzling divine light, resisting Gu Fei's power. Kacha. Cracks began to appear on the greenwood divine arrow. This caused the Sky Demon's son, Mu Qingtian's expression to change. He quickly reached out and pulled out a wooden arrow from his quiver. Then, he knocked the arrow and aimed at Gu Fei. Swish! Without any hesitation, Mu Qingtian shot out a second greenwood divine arrow. As soon as it left the bowstring, it transformed into a ray of green light that shot towards Gu Fei's head. Boom! A golden fist came from the side without any warning and bombarded the arrow light fiercely. The light of the arrow light dimmed and was blown away by the fist force. You! Mu Qingtian was both startled and infuriated. He had never expected this person to attack. This was the Little Peng Emperor from the Sky Peng race. The greenwood divine arrow, which had lost its aim after being punched by the Little Peng Emperor, made a turn in the air and flew back to Mu Qingtian. He's mine. Don't meddle in other people's business. Although the Little Peng Emperor knew his opponent's identity, he was still incomparably domineering. It had to be known that his own race had once given birth to a supreme existence that could compete with an extreme Dao saint. If we work together, we can kill him. Mu Qingtian didn't seem to want to fight with the Little Peng Emperor. Right now, he wanted to kill this so-called human martial body to prove that he was unrivaled in the same realm. I won't work together with a scoundrel. The Little Peng Emperor looked down on Mu Qingtian's actions. This sneak attack made him look down on this so-called Sky Demon's son. What did you say? The Sky Demon's son frowned. He was the son of a Sky Demon, and he had an incomparable status in the Sky Demon race. Now he was being mocked. That made him angry. What, are you deaf? I said you're a scoundrel, said the Little Peng Emperor coldly. You're courting death.